Check, check, check. Check. That's what did it. It was psychology, not video games. It was psychology, not video games. The psychology field, and also media probably had something to do with it. Media, video games, TV, music. All those kids are always on drugs. You have to see a psychologist to get the drugs or a psychiatrist. You see a school psychologist, the school psychologist recommends you to a psychiatrist, the psychiatrist gives you the pills. Who are we talking about? The Sandy Hook kid? I, I'm I don't know about him specifically, but like a large percentage of these school shooters are on psychotropic medication. You don't think you don't think they're mentally ill or what I would call spiritually ill? What's up, guys? I'm not. I'm in a group call and Freddie's in it. We're talking about school shooters, but it's not on the Discord because I know you guys don't want to hear that. Even though it's actually a pretty deep conversation, but so we'll just play Hogwarts and watch some. Y'all are gonna think, well, I kind of am. This is a brand new episode of Cultist that just came out, and it happens to be on comedicism, which is what he is. Bib Lockwood. But it is interesting to see that it's all about the black woman is God, Christianity is the white man's religion. It's very angry. But that's not a lot of people. Well, never mind. A lot of people play video games and they don't go shoot up a school. I think it's more about how they're raised by their parents and if they're put on drugs at a young age. Kid Rock. We might watch this later. We'll watch something different for now. See, I like learning about different worldviews and different how people see things. Jim Jones coming up. I'm streaming. I'll open the Discord later. It's not just Freddie, and it's a group call. Dean's in here. What's up, Dean? Listening while you're at work. That's what's up. Guys, this weekend, I made sure I have Friday off. Today is the first day off I've had in 2 weeks. I had 1 day off because I got snowed in from work. But I ended up working all day that day because I had to weld a stair because our staircase is crumbling. And I had to shovel all the snow. So it wasn't really a day off. But today I got a real day off. That character looks like me. Dino Machino. But anyway, what was I saying? This weekend, UFC 285, John Jones is coming back at heavyweight against Cyril Gane. It's going to be a crazy fight, I think. And also, Shevchenko's fighting. Let's go, Shevchenko. I wish I could watch the UFC stuff, but it'll get copyright. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. I was just talking to the managers earlier. My last day off was last May on my last vacation. You work every single day, Bibby, for a year now, almost a year. That's crazy. You better be a manager. Hold on. Did you wake up ready to vacuum? Let's play one of Bibby's.
Nearly.
Question for you.
Bibby's? Yeah.
Nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll. Not according to me. According to this poll, that's a hate group. That's a hate group, and I don't want to have anything to do with them. The best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away. Wherever you have to go, just get away. Because there's.
I guess if you're
Question
rich,
for you.
you're not. Be not. But that's
nearly
everybody.
half.
Black people are gonna move out of the hood if they get money. If you got money. But time to stop running away, white people. I'm getting a lot of angry blasts in my comments. I bet you are. Can I look at the comments on your shorts?
Nearly half.
Yeah, you're not a Christian.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You denied God's word. You believe.
Not it.
Nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people.
It only shows
according
2
to
of the
this
comments.
poll. Not according to me.
Or the other, because it says
According
there's
to this
4.
poll.
Maybe that's you responding.
That's a hate group. That's a hate group.
Your shorts are most of the shorts on my short feed. Man, I wish I could play this. TBD 2K. John Bone's most disrespectful moments. I don't know if he's got it edited up right that we could play it.
Why come back now?
Man, don't want to be in
It's
his
gonna
life.
be a high. This Saturday, UFC is gonna be lit.
What's your name, man?
Darius,
Nice to meet you, Darius.
nice to meet you too.
Why did we choose Safe Flight? Driving around is how we get our baby to sleep.
You
So
know
when
how
our
to go to
windshield
Discord,
cracked,
Matt?
we trusted the experts. They focus on our safety,
You know how to use
so
Discord?
we can focus on this little guy.
Safe flight repair, safe flight replace.
That's, I think, that goes to show your level of education that you count that as a fight. Well, I'm glad you won this one, because you're not winning the next time I get my hands on you.
Whoops your asses now.
If you can bring a dog fight to me, please do it.
There's nothing you can do to
Yeah, this guy's got it edited up good, so
stop me, Daniel Cormier. Expect very malicious, violent things to happen. Hey, are you still there?
I actually admire that you can
he's the announcer now. I can't remember his name. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now.
actually be this fake in, like, when the TV comes on, how you can just change.
Thank you.
You're the scum of the earth. You are a terrible human being, but you can sure turn it on. John.
Did he just run out there with a gun?
This fake in, like, when the TV comes on, how you can just change.
Thank you.
You're the scum of the earth. You are a terrible human being, but you can sure turn it on. John. Can you hear that, John?
John Jones can talk all he wants. Like, the kid has really, I looked at him, he hadn't really fought anybody. For him to be,
Yeah, and then he
talking
whooped
that,
your
that
ass,
type of
Rampage.
spirit.
Don't you think that's disrespectful to Shogun?
You know, Shogun is the toughest guy he
He whooped Shogun. He whooped Rampage.
fought. and he was rusty and coming off an injury. Come on, we
Daniel
all saw Shogun when he first
Cormier,
came.
I just saw Shogun beat Forrest Griffin.
Did he
I saw
beat
Shogun lose
Cormier
to
in
Forrest
a fight?
Griffin the same way he
I
lost.
saw you lose to Forrest Griffin as well.
Yeah, I saw me losing to Forrest Griffin as well too. But I'm gonna see me winning on Saturday. That's all that matters. That's all that
matters.
That's a good win.
So, hey, I'm talking right now. Just so you know.
Sorry, sir.
You don't know if I'm gonna
Rampage,
cheat
yeah.
on you or if it's gonna be a fake shot. You just don't know what you're getting into, and so you can say what you want. But I know just as much as you think that you know.
John,
All right.
So you just showed me why exactly you're gonna lose.
Why is that?
out of this.
Because you think you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out.
And you think you know? You just said that. Yo, you're weird, bro. I've done nothing wrong but follow my dream. I haven't insulted anyone. I haven't disrespected anyone. I haven't traded on anybody. I came to this team. I took care of the coaches. I took care of the team. I kept winning. I kept getting better. And Rashad was like, oh.
Let me see something. Un momento. YouTube. All right. Hola, Flor. Yeah, Rampage was my favorite for a while. I had a ball python that we named Rampage. Me and my brothers. And then after like Rampage left, I kind of fell out of following the MMA, and I've just been getting back into it in the last year. America, fuck yeah. Here to save the motherfucking day, yeah.
I better go start my own team. I finished Rampage. I'm not the champ. Leota knocked you out silly, and I just finished with Leota, and I'm not the champ. I feel like the champ in every way.
Rampage got
Are you
beat.
still there?
You're the scum of the earth. You are a terrible human being, but you can sure turn it on, huh?
Thank you.
You can say that there are going to be malicious things happening September 27th.
Yes.
Hey,
You are
I
a terrible
embrace
human
that. I
being.
embrace that.
Turn it on.
Bring it to me. Meet me in the center of that octagon and let's fight.
You know that I am going to bring that to you.
Then let's meet in the octagon and fight, John Jones.
You know that I am going to bring that to you. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure you never forget the night you stepped in the octagon with me. I'll give up my arm. I'll give up an eye. I'll give up a toe. It doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do to stop me, Daniel Cormier. There's absolutely nothing you can do. Every ounce of training you put in leading up to this fight will be a waste of your life.
I will make John Jones quit. Sunday morning, Joe Rogan, you will wake up and you will say,
Look at Joe's face. Joe's like, you gonna make John Jones quit? I don't know about that, DC. I don't know about that, DC. Jones is always on drugs. I don't know if maybe he got clean over the past 3 years. I don't know. Maybe not.
Daniel, make this look so easy. John Jones, your reaction to that?
Did you see Joe's face? He was like, hell no. Floor, you slacking. Can't listen the entire time because of work. Work. All you do is talk on the phone. You could watch dang stream while you do that. No, I'm kidding. I know that Guatemalan internet kind of slacking. John Jones. Yeah. Oh, he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. I'm excited.
Hey, Joe, listen, the guy has a job commentating for a reason.
Yeah, you'll be talking Saturday then. Hey, when I'm beating your ass Saturday. Show me on Saturday when I suck. Hey, show me I suck.
You suck.
Once I realized that he let his guard down, I snuck in 2 punches before the bell rang. After the bell rang, he snuck in a few punches. I don't think any of them hit me.
Suck
he almost said Herb Dean.
Degeneration.
This dude trying to get in here. Look at this big old muscle head back here. That old meat blanket.
Meat blanket.
Security guy straight on. I beat his ass.
I beat his ass.
Oh, hey, buddy. I thought he caught us.
He said, look at that big old
You
meat
guys think
blanket.
you guys can fight? What do you guys think?
I think, listen, last time I foot swept you, held my hand on your hand like you're my bitch.
Hey, what about I threw your punk ass down? legitimate champion. Is that the real belt over there?
Fuck no. You never beat me. Billy beats me. That belt over there is a piece of shit.
He's a bitch. He's a bitch.
Alright, I think we might. This video already done not monetized. So make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe and all that stuff. Happy belated birthday, Floor. Floor's birthday was yesterday. Here's a late birthday song. This is your birthday song. It isn't very long. Half of them are dying. Oh no. They don't have to watch it. You watch it. They don't speak English, so they won't understand.
You're hugging Cain Velasquez, crying on his shoulder. I'm the bitch. You threw a waterfall. Yeah, you threw a waterfall. Yeah.
You know what you
had you crying.
You're here and you'll see that. You're good. Is this guy gonna mess this up again by doing steroids or snorting cocaine or sandblasting prostitutes? What's this guy gonna do? What's this guy gonna do to mess this up this time?
Prostitutes. Prostitutes?
He doesn't deny everything else, but he's like, prostitutes? You think I had to pay for these women? Come on now, I'm John Jones.
I beat you after a weekend of cocaine.
I'm gonna be ruthless pressing you, trying to rip your head off every second of that fight. You don't deserve this.
I'm bitter.
I will show you, but you don't deserve this. I will die to beat you. Know that.
You sound bitter.
Right. Be prepared to do that. Are you the
He said, I beat you after a weekend of cocaine. Oh, thank you, Floor. A view is a view.
biggest pussy?
Am I the biggest pussy you have ever met? You want me to suck your dick like you told me?
No, you are the biggest pussy I've ever seen.
Dang,
for sure.
this is inappropriate.
Okay. I haven't done all. I didn't get stripped from my champions.
Bring Daniel some Kleenex, please. You know, last time I was just fighting to win. This time I'm fighting to kick his ass. How do I look?
You're a bum. That's why you looked like
You're
a
bald.
bum last time.
How do I look, DC?
Hey,
You look like a crackhead with a suit on.
Was that?
You look like a crackhead with a suit on.
I could look like a crackhead with a suit on,
But you
I've
are a
never
crack.
been a crackhead like you don't. So you can say I look like one, but I've never been one. I've never
Got him there. Okay, yeah, that was the. You opened yourself up for that
been
one.
one.
Did you beat DC as well?
I will beat you. I will beat you.
Well, no, I mean, we had a close fight. Do you consider that you get ripped off in the DC fight as well?
It was a split decision. I lost, but I will beat you.
It was a split decision. He must be talking to Show.
You lost to DC.
Whatever it is, yeah, I did, but I beat you.
What about Anthony Johnson? Did you beat him?
No, but I still beat you.
What about
It's all about our fight.
What about Phil Davis? Did you beat him too?
He's not talking to Leota, because Leota doesn't. Who's he talking to?
That's the only thing that counts. Nothing else, John.
Just making sure.
It's just the past. You know, it doesn't matter if it's on walking stool or whatever. I'm going to beat him anyway on Saturday night. There.
You said the same.
I have a feeling this guy lost.
Same thing. You say the same. You say the same shit every interview. I'm in the best shape of my life.
You're not, John.
I'm in the best shape of my life. I'm in the best shape of my life. I'm ready. I'm in the best shape of my life. You say the same dry ass shit every fight.
And you're not,
Shut
John.
the fuck up.
And you're not. I am best shape. I beat you. I will beat you in the fight.
And you're not.
You said the same
He
shit.
sounded
before
Brazilian,
you got knocked out in front of your
but he
whole
white.
country. Shut the fuck up.
You know, your thoughts on Israel Adesanya, a potential matchup, what you just think about him as a fighter?
So if Izzy really wanted to fight me, he would do it. Izzy's a pussy.
Oh.
And there's there's really no way
Hold
around.
on. Did this ever happen? Did John Jones fight Israel Adesanya? 287? Wait, we're only on 285 right now. What the? What did Israel... Who's the only person to knock Izzy out was that dude kicked him in the head. Or not, that wasn't Izzy, that was Usman. I don't want to click on this because then, well, wait. UFC 287, we're currently at 285. So are they previewing 287 already and saying that it could be Izzy versus... I don't know if they ever fought. John Jones reacts to UFC 276. Yeah, I don't think they've ever fought. You can't just answer my question, Google. Say yes or no. Let your yes be yes and your no be no, Google. I said, did John Jones fight Israel Adesanya? Yes or no? They give me a YouTube video for a UFC pay-per-view that hasn't even happened yet. This weekend is UFC 285. This says UFC 287. John Jones versus Israel Adesanya. They can't forecast that. I don't think they've released any information like that officially.
There's no way around it. My job is to destroy this dude and start focusing on 2020. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have a great 2020, and it's gonna start off by destroying Dominic. I'm reading it right now.
It might have helped me get here, to be honest.
You know, I'm reading it right now in this training camp leading into beating your ass.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen, Johnny boy. Not gonna happen.
Great response, Dominic. Yeah, Colby's a
Great
habitual liar
comeback.
at the end of the day. He really is. I mean,
he's talking about
he told
everybody.
the fans that we lived together for 2 years. We lived together for one semester. He's just... I've made a lot of mistakes, and a lot of people don't consider me to be a good person, but, I mean, coming from me, Colby's a really bad person. He really
Talking
is.
about Covington?
He really, really is.
You don't like him because he's white.
There's no coincidence that, you know, Tyrone Woodley got to know him and hates him. Masvidal got to know him and hates him. I got to live with him and really don't like him. If any of you guys
I don't know.
got
Maybe
to know
Covington
him,
is
man,
a
he
douche.
really is a rotten person.
Nobody
I think
likes
the
it.
MMA community is going to start to see it over the years.
But I don't know how that... Alright. Movies, shorts, movies. Mike Tyson, How to Fight Low in Close Space. Who is not black from Jubilee? They got a bunch of black people, one white guy, and blindfolds on. That's funny. The demonization of straight white men. Oh, thank you for standing up for us, Sydney. Thank you. We need that. We needed that, Sydney. The babies finally fell asleep. They're taking a nap. They're taking a nap. Did the flood of Noah happen?
Showing up on the first page of Google might not be the best for everyone.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating whether or not the flood of Noah happened. Statement. Erica, thanks for being with us.
Gut sick Gibbon.
Hey, that's me. All right, let me do the whole screen share deal and get my.
Tell us about all your degrees.
Okay, can you guys see this?
Oh.
Yes, now we can.
Okay, cool. All right, let me get my timer ready here. So
Noah's
I can
Ark
keep
in the
track
global
of things
flood.
while I'm going here.
I've heard Gut Sick Gibbon do other
Hello,
debates, and she
everyone.
usually talks
I'm
about how many
Erica,
degrees
Gut Sick
she
Gibbon
has for
here
the
on
first 3
YouTube,
minutes.
and today, of course, we're talking about Noah's Ark and the global flood. It's topical for me. I'm doing a video right now, editing through a video right now on my recent trip to the Ark Encounter and the Creation Museum out in the Midwest, where I had
we
the
don't even
utmost
need to do
pleasure
stealth
to meet
because
Noah
I'm just
himself.
a
And
G.
am down there in the corner. He's actually a very
Time to
nice
clean.
guy.
Can't turn the vacuum
I want to
on.
be very clear about what I'm going to be arguing here
Can't turn
today.
the vacuum
I'm
on and wake the
arguing
babies
that
up.
the bodies of science, the various bodies of
Ah, that
science,
did not work at all.
do definitively preclude a global flood. And the global flood is precluded thus by every global science. That's my thesis statement for the evening. So, how do we know this? Well, we know this because the flood model, and of course there are many, but I'm using this as a singular because I do feel it's applicable to all of them, makes clear predictions that consistently fail. So creationists suppose that the following occurred during Noah's flood, which lasted approximately 1 year. They think all the rock layers in the geologic column, barring the basement granite, which is Precambrian in nature, were laid down. All the tectonic plates were moved from their supercontinent position to the current arrangement, and
That's
all
not your
impact
normal
events occurred, among other
sex ad
geologic
bot.
phenomena. All the fossils in these layers were also deposited there during the flood, and all human, non-human, and non-human animals today descend from the pairs and 8 humans taken onto
What?
the Earth
That's what
itself.
I said.
So I'm going to go with my kind of greatest hits of why I, think and hold to the conventional opinion that there was
Let's
no
see if
global
this person has
the first,
anything.
of course, is my favorite.
Of,
it's the heat problem. So in order to explain why
of use
radiometric
to
dates
say.
universally
Probably
indicate
not.
that the Earth is older than 6,000 years old, young Earth creationists need to invoke something called accelerated nuclear decay during the year of the flood. Young Earth creationists must cram 4.5 billion years of nuclear decay into 6,000 years, and this is a problem because decay releases heat, and they have 0.0001% of the time to disperse it. Naturally, this leads to quite a few
Put them in
problems.
timeout.
The heat amount
Tell them to
depends
calm
on the
down.
model, but if we're going
Go
against
do that
Genesis' catastrophic
in
plate
their own
tectonics
time while
model,
they're in timeout.
it's going to end up vaporizing the crust of the Earth and boiling off the oceans approximately 28 times over. And at worst, using Walt Brown's hydroplate hypothesis, we're seeing a thermal energy that's equivalent to 5,000 trillion
that's what I was
negative
thinking,
10
baby, because I was like, that's
which of course
not your
plasmatize the planet.
normal like
Now,
sex
both
bot.
of
I
these
think
numbers
that's
are
a troll
gleaned from those organizations or individuals themselves.
with
I
like
did
a
not
fake
calculate
account.
this.
They're just trying to be funny.
So you might be
we'll
thinking,
do
okay, well, what if they
timeout.
can manage or mitigate the heat?
We'll
Every
see if
effort
they
at
come
heat
back with
mitigation has
anything,
failed, which again is recognized by these professional
importance to
creationists
say.
themselves. Cooling by the flood itself, space is a heat sink, space expansion cooling, hypercanes, mantle absorption.
This girl's gonna
many,
say
many
a lot
other
of big
bonkers
words
ideas
to
have been
explain why
investigated,
Noah's
and
flood
to their
couldn't
credit,
happen.
rejected by the professional creationists who are attempting to solve this problem. I detail a lot of this over on my own channel
What does
with
this have to
panels
do?
of geologists and
Heat
physicists.
mitigation. What does this have to do
and
about
I'm actually doing it
flood?
again this Sunday.
Every civilization,
So
every
number two
culture
is going to be
wrote about,
accelerated
talked
nuclear
about, and
decay
knew
is
about a
currently
dang flood.
possible, and creationists know this. This means that ancient dates
Oh,
of
the
the
radioactive
Earth do
decay
indeed preclude
thing. Yeah,
a global flood, because it's this global flood
Blah,
that is
blah, blah.
responsible for all the rock layers. As we all know, there is a law in physics called
I
the
don't even know if I
radioactive decay
believe
law.
in
It covers the
radiation.
nature of half-lives, and what it states is that decay
I
rates
think
don't
this is-
change in meaningful ways in nature on the planet, so you can't do accelerated nuclear decay.
Radioactivity
Now, the rate
is like a
scientists who are
convenient
all
way to
young
do a
Earth
lot of things
creationists
in
at
science.
the end of their multi-year study admitted that a young Earth creation position cannot be reconciled with the scientific
It's almost
data
like
without
how
assuming that
creationists
exotic
use
solutions
God.
will be discovered in
They'll
the
use
future.
radiation.
No known thermodynamic process could account for the required
This
rate
is how we
of
age
heat
the world
removal,
at 44
nor is there
billion
any known
years.
way to protect organisms from radiation damage. This is important because this isn't me saying this. This is them. It's an appeal to a miracle.
But now this
And
is
of course,
not
we know radiometric dating works because a $257 billion
So this is normally a young Earth creationism rebuttal, the radioactive decay idea. But this question is, did the flood of Noah happen? So she's arguing something different. Now, Mr. Batman, I've heard Gutsit give, and I've never heard from Mr. Batman before, but he's the creationist who's taking the side that the flood did happen. Why would you make it a young Earth debate? A young Earth debate is much harder to win because I don't think it's real. I don't think the world is 6,000 years old. So that's why it's hard to win that debate. But the flood of Noah is an easy debate to win. She would have to attack the of Noah part, because I think it's obvious and scientists agree and everybody agrees there was a great flood. So she's got to attack the of Noah part of it. But she's going into radioactive decay, which is young Earth creation idea. It's interesting.
a year annual industry
I air
depends on
fried
it,
some
our
fish and ate
fossil
a
fuel
salad.
industries.
That's a good healthy lunch there, ladies.
Limestone, this is another favorite one of mine for the flood, because there's a lot of problems with limestone. Limestone, among other minerals, is made from the skeletons and shells of trillions upon trillions of marine microorganisms. 10% of all sediment.
So she's saying it couldn't be deposited fast enough with the flood. He's probably gonna, I'm sure he's gonna bring up the geometric column and how there's layers in it, and those layers they've dug and they found trees, old petrified trees that grew right alongside these geological columns. And so you dig down, you got a side cut of a tree next to a side cut of dirt going down 50 feet into the ground, right? And they're measuring these different layers of dirt, and they're saying, okay, this is 5,000 years, this is 10,000 years, this is 1,000,000 years, this is 2,000,000 years. But there's a tree growing through all of this, and it's not, and you can cut the tree open and figure out how old it is. So they're like, so the young Earth creationists and people, or people who just, you don't even have to be a young Earth creationist, you just have to believe in the flood, and that we all got here at the same time more recently than the Earth was created. So like, I believe the Earth could have been created 1 billion years ago, and it just sat there as a dormant rock. Maybe angels and demons were battling on it or something like that. And then God put plants and water and animals and people here quickly. Like, this happened quickly, maybe like 7 days. Boom, we all get here. And then that's when modern civilization goes from there. You know? And so this tree growing through the geographic column. Anyway, the tree growing through this disproves their idea that this is 1 million years old, because this tree is only 3,000 years old, and it grew up through all these layers. So how do you and this is why, what's it called, core sampling and what's the aging they do? What's the aging thing they do? It's not reliable. Carbon dating. Carbon dating is not reliable. These core samples are not reliable, because an explanation for why there's these different layers, but they happen quickly, would be a flood. It explains it perfectly. Instead of having to say, oh, it's 44 billion years, the flood explains it, why it is the way it is. That's what she's going to go into with this limestone. That limestone is millions of years of crushed up shells and bones, and it couldn't have possibly accumulated this fast. Let's see what, hopefully this guy has a good rebuttal.
Interior rock is limestone, of which most is marine. Marine is indicating, of course, that this is coming from billions upon billions of itty-bitty, teeny-tiny microscopic organisms. Now, limestone requires warm, calm waters with low pressure and acidity in order to accumulate.
She sounds so old.
This is not going to be the kind of conditions that you're going to see in the greatest
catastrophe of all
time. Now, approximately, this is today's numbers, 1.5 times 10 raised 15 grams of calcium carbonate get deposited on the ocean floor. So a deposition rate approximately 10 times as high as this for 5,000 years prior to the flood would still only account for less than 0.02%
sold everything I needed to. Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
It's not going to get you there. So creationists respond to limestone usually in two ways. They say first, actually limestone can form very quickly thanks to these papers, and they'll reference these two I have here on the side. These papers aren't about limestone, they're about mudstone and shale, so it's not applicable. And number two, limestone can actually form very quickly chemically. That is true, but limestone that's formed chemically is diagnostically different from biogenic limestones, which is what we see in things like the cliffs of Dover.
Did I turn in the
like red wall limestone, things like that. 100 meters thick of limestone that is composed of microorganisms that you can see under a microscope.
Yeah, I did that one. Okay.
So then
We're
they say, well, maybe when we perform that first one, those experiments that are mudstone and shale, maybe when we do it on limestone, it'll work.
Need to locate Lodok.
No, because
he must be somewhere in this
limestone
mine.
Can't be deposited by current as far as we know. But when minerals are deposited by currents, we always see a formation called
She's borrowing Rome's wigs. What the?
Floccules are found in all of the experiments that I just listed.
Maybe I'm
and
33. I don't remember.
Rock,
yeah,
including limestone, should be just
about
completely
30,
littered by floccules if they were
32,
formed in a global
33.
flood, but they aren't.
That's when I started forgetting and not really
and then
paying
also,
attention anymore.
why are we finding these enormous?
I think I'm 35, but I might be.
Waters to deposit incredibly slowly.
I might be 36.
With no
no,
known.
I think I'm pretty sure I'm 35.
In between, like they're found constantly layered in between multiple other coarser types of layers.
Maybe 34.
The global flood situation.
Let's just call it 28.
This cartoon that I made here down to the bottom left. All the limestone should be on the top, or it should all be on the bottom, depending on the temperature of these global flood waters. That's a specific example, but we could also talk about chalk layers, which are problematic because objects this small settle of a rate of about 0.0000154
32, 33, 76. It's all the same.
Near the flood, they would have settled to about half a meter. We obviously see a lot more chalk than that in places like.
I need to get down there.
Angular unconformities, there are no mechanism
how I
in
do
the
that?
global flood for a quick a quick formation or deposition.
Why I gotta go up to get down?
Granite batholiths,
gotta go up to go up to get down.
Injected into higher strata with
we
heat
about to
pressure
battle.
and time, and much more. Moreover, the heat problem for accelerated decay and plate tectonics during the year period makes it impossible for even the most robust microorganisms to survive, let alone a wooden boat full of other life. So speaking of plankton, plankton are number 5. They are microorganisms that can be seen evolving through the geologic column. There are 45 billion tons of planktonic biomass every year today just from phytoplankton. It's not even including zooplankton. And since phytoplankton, or plankton in general rather, evolved around 500 million years ago, and the flood is supposedly responsible for all of these rock layers, that's a lot of biomass. That's going to result in a sludge of microscopic life during the year of the flood. If this single year is to account for all of the geologic strata that we see, it has to account for all the plankton within that strata. That means they all lived within a year of each other, and that's going to get you a sludge. So we could talk too about the fossil record. There is no rabbit in the Cambrian. Fossil specimens are sorted in order of basal to complex emergence. This is in evolutionary order, and I've never seen a creationist explain this. They tend to try with, rescuing devices.
Boo!
One is going to be your density or your hydrologic sorting, which is essentially like, well, the flood sorted things by weight. In which case, we shouldn't see basilosaurs in, hundreds of millions of years or millions of years separated from mosasaurs or birds separated in a similar way to
This is America, Speak English here.
We could also do sorting the flood by habitat, which is called ecologic sorting. In this case, we should find geological columns that are spanning the flood layers and locations of the world with only dinosaurs or only mammals. But what we find is overlap. This doesn't make any sense if these organisms are living in separate habitats, because what we find when we find these organisms is habitats are intact. Within those geologic strata, we find representatives from the entire habitat. To suggest that the flood washed an entire habitat along with organisms just in a perfect way as to mimic evolutionary theory, I think is a bit silly. Then we could talk about primate diversity and human evolution, because I am a primatologist. My MRes was in primate biology, behavior, and conservation. These are Japanese macaques. I think they're very cute.
I don't have
and this is something I drummed up because human evolution is incredibly problematic for the global flood. If all the layers of the geologic column were deposited by a global flood, it cannot account for the human evolution that we see occurring in supposed post-flood layers. Because most creationists are going to take the position that the global flood stops at the end of the Cretaceous, and yet here's what we see: slow morphologic change over geologic time occurring. I composed this myself because I thought we needed a really nice, more up-to-date than the ones we find at Tuck Origins picture, kind of displaying this. And here's a nice side view that you can see of these same exact specimens. And many of these are found,
so these
again,
are like defensive spells, hide, push them away,
in the same
also
location, just
transform them
by
into
a
an
couple million
explosive
years
barrel
from
now.
one another.
And then make them
and then,
fight
of course,
for
there's
me.
the question of primate kinds. As someone who
These
studies
are
primates, I think it's
Leviosa,
just
Descendo.
not acceptable at
Gotta
all
get
that
close
we don't
up for this.
have
I actually need
a clear
Accio
definition
with.
for kinds. Hybridizability seems to be applied just in a very cherry-picked manner. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. For instance, all the cats are members of the same kind, and all the dogs are members of the same kind, but a fox and a dog can't interbreed. So why are they the same kind? Well, we don't know the kind criteria, and I'd love to know it in the case of primates, because for all intents and purposes, when we look at the genetics, it's looking like a chimpanzee is going to be more likely to hybridize with a human or another hominin than it would be with, say, a gorilla, given their genetic similarity.
What does up do?
And then, of course, there are other assorted issues that preclude the global flood that I just don't have time to talk about.
That's not a saying
This would be
in
things
Spanish,
like the number of impact events that would have to occur in a single year,
Nina
doesn't need a whole lot more heat. The
caca.
lethal radiation's
Poo-poo.
impact on sea life and the passengers of the Ark, resulting from accelerating the nuclear decay. The trillions, that's trillions with a T, 15 to 150 based on recent papers on the subject of stone tools found all across the African continent. There's just not enough post-flood time for people and or other apes to make them. There's gastroliths. These are very problematic.
That's a cuss word.
These gastroliths simply don't match even with the relative dating that creationists do accept, because gastroliths contain fossils from earlier flood rock. That gastroliths, for those of you who are maybe wondering, are stones that are consumed by dinosaurs. They're found in the bellies of dinosaurs. So it doesn't really make very much sense that rock from the beginning of the flood from earlier in the year hardened, it formed, it lithified, it was reworked, and then it was consumed by a dinosaur. That's not really going to mesh geologically speaking. Then there's specific geologic structures, DNM, National Monument, the Castile Formation, the Grand Canyon. All of these have enormous problems for a global flood, as well as coral reef formations and many, many more. So, what Mr. Batman needs to do in order to make the global flood possible, that's not even probable, to make it possible, what he needs to do is he needs to solve the heat problems for the professional creationists. I think that would be nice. We got to provide an experimental or observational basis for quickly depositing limestone chalk and mechanisms for angular unconformities and granite batholiths. We got to provide a mechanism for sorting to explain the lack of large-scale mixing of mammals.
Oh, there's a troll there. I did not even see that
thing.
We
have to solve issues.
Whoa, that's going to be a problem.
And we have to provide
he's a Rob Gook. He's a damn boss troll.
Can account for animals and their
whoa, okay, we went about this the wrong way, guys.
If the answer to any of this is
trouble.
miraculous, that's fine.
Heal.
Then it's no longer a scientific question, and thus it's no longer science. So that's all I have to say. Let me stop sharing my screen here, and I'll shut up after my big monologue.
Thank you very much, Erica, for that opening statement. And what we will do now is kick it over to Mr. Batman for his opening statement. Also,
no, we need to turn. Oh, I needed to use that against the.
Platform focusing based on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcomed no matter what walk of life you were from. And, folks, gotta tell you this.
I'm trying to do stuff.
One. You can see just right where I'm pointing.
Yeah,
this coming Tuesday, RN will be returning to Modern Day Debate as he'll be debating Dr. Andrew Jackson. It's going to be epic.
We're taking a joke too far.
So hit that subscribe button right now so that you don't miss it.
Taka is not bad.
We'll kick it over to Mr. Batman.
Well, don't
Thanks for being
say
with
what
us.
the bad word is.
If I got to do her makeup, I wouldn't be able to touch her face. My hands would be shaking so hard.
What the? All right, let's see this guy defend.
Thank you very much, Mr. James.
See
I
if he
do
can
appreciate
answer
that.
her question.
And Miss Erica, I think you ought to lay off the Red Bull because, golly, you talk fast. Now,
that's how I am. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I appreciate all the information. It's obvious you've actually dove into this according to your particular worldview. But again, I'm going to talk to you about my particular worldview and how I view things. Because the evidence that we have all around us, and a lot of the evidence that you raised as evidence for your position, actually, when you look at it in the light of, well, wait a minute, where did this come from? How did it form? Actually would be refuting your position. I'm going to start off by quoting the scripture. Genesis chapter 6, verse 1. When man began to multiply on the face of the land, man's began to multiply, and God said, my spirit shall not abide with man forever, for he is flesh, and his days shall be 120 years. So as we go on, man is being wicked. There's no laws.
I need to take out as many of these dudes as I can, these goblins, before I start the fight.
Righteousness at all. But then there's Noah. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man.
Looks like I can only get 2 of them.
In his generation.
If he moves, I can get up on that.
Some translations actually call that perfect. Well, that's tamim in the original Hebrew, which means he had integrity. And Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight, and the earth was filled with violence. And God saw that the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. For all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth, and God said,
Royalist
Noah,
Ranger is level 27.
So I need to kill him. I need to take him out. For the earth is filled with violence.
What I need to do is turn the
Behold, I will destroy
troll
them with
against
the earth.
them.
Make yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make rooms
So if I
in the
hit
ark
him
and
with-
cover it inside and out with pitch. This is how you are to make it.
With
And
that,
then God goes into
check
great
this out.
detail about how he is going.
He's gonna start fighting
to
them
tell
for me.
Noah to make the ark.
Oh my
Now,
gosh,
I've never done this before, Mr. James, so I'm going to give it my best shot. I'm going to try and share my screen at this point. Let's
There
see
you
if
go.
it'll work.
And that's how you
Okay.
do that. Now we just got to
So,
fight him.
There we go. Look at that. I'm actually doing it. Once again, we have to start off with creation because that's where God started. God started with creation. He created everything in 6 literal 24-hour periods, and he rested on the 7th literal 24-hour period. He created the light. He created the light in the earth. He separated the waters from above from the waters below. Matter of fact, if you look at the word Elohim, it literally states that. Day 3, he created the land and the plants. 4 sun, moon, planets, and stars. 5 flying.
When he does those, I need to throw him back
creatures
at
and sea
him.
creatures. And then day 6 is the land animals,
Ooh,
including
got
dinosaurs
you, buddy.
and
Here, take
including
another one.
man. So
Here,
the
uno más.
age of the
Boom!
earth. See, we know the
Let's
age
go,
of the
come on.
earth is approximately
Come on, what you gonna
6,000
do?
years. From Adam to
And we're
Abraham,
gonna
it's
go
about
behind this
2,000
pole.
years. From Abraham to Jesus,
Whoa!
about 2,000
Ah,
years.
that's not good.
Jesus to the present,
Ah!
about 2,000
Run, run,
years.
run, run, run like
So
a bug.
We are a total of 2,000
We're gonna pop
years.
this potion.
This is important to remember because there's other evidences besides radiometric
sure I get all the gold.
dating and radiocarbon dating, things of that nature that require long periods of time that actually give us
See if he
much
throws
shorter
those rocks
periods
at
of
me.
time. I love carbon-14 dating.
Whoa!
Not that it can give us
Carbon
millions
dating.
of years because it can't, but the most it can ever give us is about 80,000 years. But we find carbon-14 in samples that should not contain carbon-14. Carbon-14 decays at a known rate into nitrogen-14. Now, if we have a sample,
See,
such
he's
as,
talking about how
I don't know,
there's
a
different
T-Rex
types of
femur
carbon
bone,
dating that
and that
support
T-Rex
different
femur
ideas,
bone is
so
tested, and
they
we
just
have
pick and choose.
measured
Ah!
Carbon-14 in it.
Woo, somehow
You know
I
what
survived
tells
that.
us? It tells us that
Get out of the
femur bone
way.
cannot be 65 million years old because there would be 0 carbon-14, none. So once again, we have to understand why God judged the world with a global flood. It was because of man's actions, his disobedience. And people don't seem to realize it wasn't about the knowledge of good and evil, because that's what they acquired after they sinned. It was about what they did. They ate something they were not supposed to eat. You know, when we go outside of God's parameters for our lives, we suffer the consequences thereof. Now, the three big issues are the ark itself. How was it made? What was it made of?
So when I do that to him, I can basically just tear him up.
Then the animals
and he'll
themselves.
just stand there and take it.
How did the animals get there? How did they have the right genetic material available to them in order to have all the different kinds descend from those first two?
Kind of
because he
a
didn't
broken
have to have every
spell,
animal on the ark.
honestly.
He didn't have to have every type of dog on the ark. He just had to have the first pair of dogs that had all the genetic material
I feel
necessary.
like Bombarda
all
might
the
be
different
stronger
types of
than,
dogs received to descend from that first pair. And then the flood itself. How did all these things occur? Well, the first thing we have to understand, this is not the ark. Okay? This is what I call a bathtub ark. This is what we teach our children. Oh, isn't that lovely? Isn't that cute? This is what you see on the walls of most churches in their little children's area. But you know what this is telling children? That the ark is a fairy tale. The ark did not look like this. The ark had plenty of room
that attack
for
he
all
does,
of the animals
it
that
shows
Noah took on board.
two
of every unclean and seven of every clean animals. He had plenty of room.
It shows him doing 2 attacks.
For the 100 years while he was created.
But he does all his damage on the first attack. The second is just an animation. He doesn't actually do any of that. So it will take almost all your health with the first attack. You can use a healing potion as he's coming down, and you'll still survive. I just figured that out. What's everybody saying? The guy in the video said the Earth is 6,000 years old. Yeah, so he is a young Earth creationist. My only point is that wasn't what the debate was about. And they do this in a lot of these debates. A lot of these Noah's Ark debates, or giants, were there giants, were there dragons, was Noah's Ark real? They always, the creationists will always make it a young Earth creation debate. And the person arguing it will do the same thing.
Creating the ark, while he was preaching to those people who were helping him build this ark, if any of them had decided to repent, he had plenty of room for people to come on board, yet none of them did. So this is not the ark of which we're talking. The ark size itself is extremely large. A cubit is about 20.4 inches. So
we'll see if he talks about how it's built in 3 separate sections so that it can twist with the waves and the currents, because that's always the argument, is that it would snap in half. Then they'll say shipbuilders weren't good enough back then, which is you can't really substantiate that. You can't prove that they didn't know how to build ships back then, especially if God told them how to build the ship. The ark is a fairy tale, whatever. Don't worry about who he's talking about. He's crazy.
The length of the ark would have been about 300 cubits or 510 feet. The width would have been 50 cubits, about 85 feet. The height would have been 30 cubits, about 51 feet. Again, if you want to look at that in stories, the height of the ark would have been about 10 stories.
Climb up. Climb up.
So here's get you a little idea of the size of the ark itself. It's over a football field long. It has 3 different decks on the inside of it. It is of the perfect structure. The perfect structure, lengthwise, widthwise.
Unidentified base item. Let me go get. Yep. Let me go get some coffee refill. Not all Christians. That's called young earth creationists.
Being on the ocean and not tipping over, keeping the animals
Many Christian scientists disagree.
Level pace, even in rough seas, so they don't get sick and possibly die as well. So once again, the ark is about a football field and a half long, 2 school buses wide, and 3 giraffes stacked head on head tall. Again, that's about 3 stories tall. Now, the volume of the ark itself, well, this is the truck trailer, 18-wheel truck trailer. So the volume of the ark would have been about 483 semi-trailers it could have held. Now, what kind of animals were on the ark? We have not only all land-breathing animals.
Yeah, I don't believe in young earth creation.
Noah and his family.
But this is supposed to be a Noah's Ark debate, and I 100% believe in Noah's Ark.
Birds. We have all different kinds of animals on the ark, plus food, fresh water, all these different things.
But they're distracting with the young earth stuff.
They would have had plenty of room for all of these things that they brought along with them. Here is also another example of the size of the ark. The ark itself would have been a little over 500 feet long. It shows the Santa Maria.
Why is there a treasure
both
chest
of those
on the
wooden
map?
Ships.
I can't
then
find
you get to the Titanic and then the Queen Mary. All of these show the different size differences in the ark. The ark itself was taller, longer, or wider. If it was any taller, longer, or wider, then it would not have functioned the way God had designed it to do. It was designed for maximum comfort for both the humans and the animals. It was maximum balance, maximum stability, and maximum strength to withstand the stresses of being out there on the open ocean during this time. You see, Satan has done the same thing right from the very beginning.
Yeah, I've already answered this question for you, Freddie.
The serpent came
and I've said it many, many times on my
Eve's
show. So go back and watch again.
Did
God I'm not going to explain it to you
Did God
again.
Really say that there was a flood? Did God really say?
Just read Genesis 1:1 to 1:2 and tell me how much time passes between those two verses.
If Satan can convince you that the flood was not real, then he's going to be able to convince you that heaven and hell are not real as well. And once again, we've got to get back to creation, because the creation is the start of the entire thing, everything that we observe here in the physical world. You have creation. Then you have the corruption, that's man's sin. Then you have the catastrophe, that's the global flood of Noah. Then you have the confusion, that's the Tower of Babel and God confusing the languages. Then you have the Christ being delivered to this planet.
Where's the platform? There's no platform.
To that cross to pay the price for our sins. And then you'll have consummation when he comes back for his bride at the end of time. So once again, there was plenty of room on the ark for dinosaurs. The average dinosaur would have been about the size of a
Let's
buffalo.
go.
The juvenile dinosaurs would have been the one that they would have taken, because they would have had the longest.
Yeah, they didn't take adult animals.
Dried meat for carnivores.
Dumbass, Freddie.
Carnivorous. You're
not going to take a full-size dinosaur on the ark.
Me personally, I believe that they were still eating fruit. Vegetables. So I do not believe that there were carnivorous animals. This is where
Brontosaurus and Brachiosaurus were vegetarians.
60 to 80
I don't think they were taking velociraptors
there would have been
and
a total of
Tyrannosaurus Rexes on the ark.
total dinosaurs on the ark. So once again, plenty of room on the ark. So let me go ahead and stop sharing.
Sure you do, Freddie.
So once you talk about all the different scientific problems, you mentioned evolution and a number of different scientific arenas. Unfortunately, from your position, you're not going to be able to justify any of those positions, because if you're going to be able to do science, you're going to have the God of the Bible, of which I just quoted, the one who said, in the beginning, he created the heavens and the earth. Because everything you just pointed to, all the different forms of science,
she can no more disprove it than he can prove it, because you can't do science to figure it out. You have to use historical science, which is pseudoscience.
A natural law is a pattern observed in the physical world repeatedly and exclusively without contradiction. That means, number one, you have to justify where these laws come from. Number two, you have to justify why they don't change over time in an ever-changing world. And number three, you have to justify why they're going to be here tomorrow, so you and I can discuss the evidence that we have in front of us again today. Now, we can both look at the lovely skulls that you have behind us, and you're going to look at those skulls through your evolutionary glasses. And by the way, your glasses are quite lovely. But I'm going to look at the evidence through my creation glasses, because I used to be an atheist. I used to be like you, man. And so I used to look at these things and say, there's no how, no way, no God created none of this. But then as I begin to look at the evidence of these skulls, the skulls have a specific design that houses, the cranium is designed to house and protect the brain. The eye sockets are designed for the muscles to hook to so your eyes can focus and also protect the eyes. Your jaws are designed to be able to open and close so you can take in food and chew up that food, the beginning of the digestive system. Once again, every single system in the body is designed to function the way God designed it to work. Just like he designed that ark to work, just like he protected Noah and his family on the ark, and just as he provided every animal to come to the ark, so Noah didn't have to go after them. These animals had all the genetic material necessary for all the different kinds to descend from them. And there's another thing you have to be able to justify, this information. Because that information inside each and every one of these kinds of animals, again, is specified complex arrangement of symbols that performs a function or conveys a message utilizing a transmitter, a receiver,
what am I supposed to
and
do?
an agreed upon language. So once
I can't
again,
jump that.
We have 3 billion, and I like how you said that earlier, with a B, 3 billion with a B base pairs in our genome. That's specified complex information that's definitely using a template. That's why we can tell
I gotta get down there
from abnormal.
20 seconds
because left. Thank you. So once again, that's where I'm going to just leave it right there. We have all this just information that points to a loving creator God who designed us to function this way, who actually shows us the evidence of the sedimentary layers of the Grand Canyon, all these different things that fossils themselves.
All I have to do is get across that.
A loving
Problem
God
is,
who judged the world, and he will come and judge it again, but not this time with the flood. The next time he's going to judge it with fervent heat, fire. Thank you very much for listening.
We are going to jump into
fall off this
conversation, folks. So, want to let you know, if you have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. If you tag
there should be a platform.
That makes it easier for me to see your questions, and then we read
I'm not
super chat
trying to make
first.
that jump.
So thanks so much.
That's a long ass jump.
Folks, as we get to the Q&A in about an hour from now. So with that, we will kick.
I don't see a platform below. Where do you see a platform?
And by the way, folks, our guests are linked in the description. If you haven't clicked on their links yet, what are you waiting for?
He said I see a platform below. I wonder if I can use it.
Erica and Mr.
There is no platform.
Yeah, cool, perfect.
Oh. What the heck? It didn't Accio before.
The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X is equipped.
Okay, so here's something that I kind of want to start off here with.
Did the rainwater mix with the ocean water? Do you know how rain and oceans work, Freddie?
In science,
that's generally how it happens.
There's a difference between support for or against something, as in evidence that would preclude something from happening, right?
Let's listen to this girl's rebuttals, because she's like way smarter than you. So
there's a difference between me saying the law of gravity on Earth precludes when I drop my pen, the pen from
we made a mistake, boys.
And there's a difference between saying that.
I should have went in a
like,
little bit stealth
we may
here.
Not understand the nature of dark matter yet. That doesn't mean dark matter doesn't exist, right? It just means we don't understand it. And that tends to be where I end up beginning things when I'm discussing something like young Earth creationism, because when it comes to something like
that's not the debate.
I'm more than happy to say that's an open question. Abiogenesis is explicitly a different field.
She keeps rebuttaling young Earth creationism. She's not rebuttaling. It's not what the debate's about.
That the majority of Christians here in the United States, majority of religious people here in the United States and in Europe, accept both an ancient age of the Earth and evolution. So the kind of wrap up for that, to ask you a question, is that first problem that I presented, that heat problem, that's a preclusion. You can't accelerate the decay in order to get the dates that we see today, unless you're appealing to a miracle, or you've got a very large heat problem, because that's going to be releasing quite a bit of heat. So as you said earlier, or as you said just a moment ago, with natural laws, they act without contradiction, and I wanted to add that they tend to act in physics without exception. So how do you...
Whoa, he knocked me off the cliff!
Oh, that's not a problem at all. When you're talking about this issue, this decay of the radioactive material to a certain degree, that's not an issue, because, again, we're not millions of years old. And again, these dating methods are based on huge assumptions. When you're talking about radiometric dating, radiocarbon dating, anything that's going to use a half-life of more than, let's say, 75 to 100,000 years. Some of them use half-lives of a million.
I messed up again.
You're basing this on many assumptions. There's at least 3, sometimes as many as 8 different assumptions when you're talking about using these types of dating methods. So once again, if you start off any equation with a question mark, you have no valid answer. You can have an inference, you can have an inferred date, but that's why I like carbon-14 dating. Once again, it still starts off with assumptions, but we know that it has a half-life and it can never give you a date over 80,000 years. So if you find something that has carbon-14 in it, you know that that thing cannot be over 80,000 years old, or there would be no carbon-14.
I would love to talk about the carbon-14. I have a lot to say about that. I made a video very, very recently that was, as you will come as a shock to you, very long-winded, where I was going into quite a bit of that and a lot of the technical literature surrounding it, because there's a lot that's interesting with carbon-14 dating, particularly as to its uses when compared to something like argon-argon dating. But I want to back it up there for a second, because those assumptions that you're talking about, that's like analogous to saying that there's assumptions in assuming that a law of gravity works, right? Because the law of radioactive decay is a law of physics, the assumptions are simply that physics has always acted in the same way throughout time. In order to get it to not act in the same way, again, that's going to be an appeal to a miracle, because as humans, we've thrown absolutely everything we can at radioactive elements in order to increase this decay rate, because it would be huge for us economically if we could induce accelerated radioactive decay. But we've been unable to do it. We can't, no matter how hard we try. It's for this reason that the geologists that work for Answers in Genesis, as I mentioned in my presentation, they know that there isn't a solution to this currently. That's why they started the RATE team that it began, I believe, in the late 90s, but it ended in 2005. And their conclusion is that we have to appeal to a miracle or discover some kind of exotic solution in the future, because currently there isn't. Currently, to explain the dates that exist as they are, this is from Andrew Snelling, I'm sure you know, he works for AIG. Snelling himself is in on this, or not in on it in like a conspiratorial way. He is on board with it, I suppose would be a better way of putting it. As in, he's saying, yeah, this is a huge issue. So the assumptions I don't think are going to help you here. It's just a law of physics. I mean, are you suggesting maybe that the law of physics used to be different? Are you appealing to a miracle?
No, ma'am. What I'm saying is I do not believe this is an issue, since we are a young Earth. These things are
I thought he died when I did that.
The God who created the laws of physics, he designed these things to work in a certain way. Your position is presupposing a particular situation where you're going to have this heat.
Boom!
I don't look at it that way. I don't believe that's an issue. Now, and this is another area where I do not agree with Answers in Genesis. Again, I don't think that's an issue. If you're going to appeal to a decay rate, if you're going to appeal to a scientific method, if you're going to appeal to laws of cause and effect, the first thing I'm going to ask you is, do those laws ever change over time? No, they don't. Why? We live in an ever-changing world. That's the second law of thermodynamics. That's the laws of entropy. Everything decays over time. But wait a minute, these laws don't decay over time. What causes these laws, these cosmological constants, to be in place? What causes them not to change over time, and why are they going to be here tomorrow so we can have this conversation?
I might open it later for.
See, God has taken that all into consideration when he created, when he actually performed the catastrophe to judge the earth with a flood. All of these things, the creator of the universe, when he said in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, if he can do that, he's in control of every other aspect of the physical world. I don't think that this heat issue is actually an issue at all.
But in order for it to not be an issue, you have to find some way to effectively break physics as we understand it. Because as you just mentioned, this is falling directly in line with the other kinds of constants in physics that we understand. This is just a law of radioactive decay. So either there are only two options, right? It's like either God intervened and protected everything from the heat in this miraculous way, because there has to be accelerated decay, or God caused there not to be accelerated decay, thereby again breaking another law of physics, is that there's heat as a byproduct here. So either way,
am I supposed to take this elevator or that
something
thing?
Miraculous.
Yes, there could
Search
be that,
for log
or
book.
that could be a false dichotomy, and God could have set it up this way right from the very beginning,
so that it was made to happen
was
that
not
way.
an issue. He could have set it up
Right.
to where the decay
It's a false
rates were not an
dichotomy. I
issue
like
in the
that.
very beginning. Just like time itself
She's
was
posing
different
a
in the
question
very beginning
that she
because
wouldn't
us
have
being on the
if she
event
believed that
horizon,
God could just
the
do it.
decay rates could have been different. See, we weren't there. And we can make all kinds of assumptions.
Same way you
all
can't
day
say
long,
that
'cause
light has
we don't
consistently
observe
always
that.
traveled
But
at the
what
same
we
speed.
do observe are these laws of logic, these laws of physics, these laws of nature. Now, we do observe them every single day. Once again, I would rather stick with things we do observe and how do those things work that we can observe today. God could have performed a miracle to do what you're saying he could have done. Absolutely. That's definitely
There's
possible.
a big troll.
Or it could have been created originally, so this is not an issue to begin with.
Right. It was set up to work that way.
That's a false dichotomy when you said it has to be this or that.
But then it has to change, because currently it is an issue. Like the current observation that we make, right? Of
that did not
nuclear
work.
decay. Whether we're doing it in some kind of nuclear power plant,
what we do.
or we're observing it in like a chemistry lab,
We just
when we observe nuclear decay, what we see is a release of heat, right? So
we just Imperio the troll, and we're good.
Done with this.
We're
And,
good,
and,
boys.
Again, like it's not just me that says this.
Save up our barrels.
Professional creationists who are at work on this are trying to find a solution, because it's a problem. When you wind it back to like, because obviously the way that, for those of you who may be wondering in the audience, just in case, because I didn't explain this and I usually do, the way that nuclear decay works with relation to radioactive,
I should have saved that for him.
It's like an hourglass. So the way that it kind of works is you've got parent and daughter material. Parent material will spontaneously decay into daughter material, and it does so at a constant rate. That's the radioactive decay rate. It does so at a constant rate, as far as we can tell, no matter what kind of chemicals or electromagnetic fields or all sort of gravitational pull, whatever we throw at it, we can't seem to get it to alter. And we look at that ratio, knowing the rate and knowing the current state of certain elements, we can wind that clock backwards using the known rate to find out when this rock was formed. If it's an igneous rock, that's usually what we do. But it has to be an igneous.
You send the same material to get carbon dated at 5 different labs, you'll come up with 5 different dates.
Radioactive decay law always worked the same way. And as you said, these laws of, this is what you said, the laws of physics are constant.
So like they break the laws when it's convenient to them.
It's not an assumption to say, it is, but it's in the same way that we would say gravity has always worked the same way. So to me, the only option is that if God made it so that it wasn't a problem, the only way that I can see that working is that he made it so it wasn't a problem until he changed it to look like it was. And that to me seems like it violates God's character.
God's character? You don't know God's character?
It looked like it was a problem. You see, once again, you're basing your assumption on these dating methods being valid and provable, which they are not. We just discussed a moment ago that you don't know how much of the parent material was in there to start off with. You don't know how much of the daughter material.
Calm down, buddy. You're just going to calm down and sit right there.
You're not sure, even though we see the decay rate being constant over time now, you don't know for sure that it's always been constant over time. So there's another factor right there. Plus, there's many other factors that can come into play. So when it comes to the aging factors, again, that's fine. If you want to call it a miracle, I'm good with that. But again, I'm really not concerned with that, mainly because
I wonder what
these dating methods cannot be validated using the methods that you're stating because of the assumptions.
But that's the interesting thing, though, and I wrote it down because I didn't want to forget it. You said it's an assumption that how much parent and how much daughter was at the beginning. So if you're assuming the assumption, if you're assuming one is the
I need to bring down these pillars on the drill to destroy the drill.
But the way that we know this is because we observe igneous rock forming today and without without a doubt, without exception, we see it forming with all parent, no daughter. There is one tiny exception. There is a specific type of magma chamber that can mix things up, but then you're not really looking at a newly formed igneous rock because there was altering actually in the mantle.
You think
But
man
we
made
can
the
also
laws
tell
of
when
physics,
that
Freddie?
happens because we do things
Or you
like
think God
seismic
made the laws
scans.
of physics?
So the point is that to me, that's again saying that it changed. Because if you're saying that we don't know the amount of parent, well, isn't that just an assumption that it had to have been different than it is now
have
in
to
order to
tear down
explain
this
it under
building
your specific worldview? Because
while
what
I'm
we observe
inside of
now
it?
contradicts what you just said. It's always all parent at the beginning.
Probably
So if we find stuff like uranium, right,
a little
or
confringo
other
action.
radioactive
Yo, if I tear
elements
down this
that
building
appear
while
to
I'm
be
inside of it,
billions of years old, according to everything we currently observe, they have to be.
Actually, no, they don't. Because once again, when you look at how God created the heavens and the earth, when he created the heavens and the earth, was the earth billions of years old when he created it? No. It might have had an appearance of age, just like Adam and Eve, when they were created with an appearance of age. If you were to see Adam and Eve right after they were created, day
they didn't
one,
look like infants.
they would have looked like they were about 30 years old. Once again, this is not an issue for the creator of the universe. So I just think it's a non-issue. The main thing that we still have to deal with is
God
if you're going to
revealed
look at these
himself to
decay
you.
rates. Now, yes, we do see things like this going on today. Does that mean it's always been like that in the past? That's uniformitarianism. You can't justify that. You can't say it's always been like that in the past. Now, what we can do, though, is we can actually look at natural laws, like laws of gravity, magnetism, thermodynamics, these cosmological constants that
This guy's
have to be
handling
there
her pretty well.
for us to function. Now, once
And
again,
he's very.
if we're talking
He's
about
a
life
nice guy.
and we're talking about our realm where we live, and we're talking about the flood of Noah, God judged the entire world with a flood, and he killed a bunch of people, millions of them to be exact.
Whatever,
So
Freddie.
wait a minute, let's go ahead and get back on the topic here. The topic is God judging the entire world with a global flood. Now, wait a minute. Where does the life come from to begin with for it to be judged? Where does morality come from? See, you're focusing on one issue,
we better fight
which I don't
Ragnarok.
think is an issue at all. Personally, I think it's a red herring. Because again, I've already
Yep,
said, hey, if it was
is.
a miracle, it was a miracle. If you want to classify that as a miracle, that's fine by me. But
It's
I've
to
also
take people's
pointed out
attention
that
off what
God
the debate's
created
really
Adam
about.
and Eve with an
This whole
appearance of
debate,
age.
they're
He
not
could
staying
have
on topic
also
at all, by the
created
way.
the
This is a
world
Noah's
with
Ark
a
debate.
particular decay rate at a certain level.
And it's
Now,
simply
it's not-
been a
it's
young
not an
Earth
issue
debate.
for me. What I'm talking
And
about
she's-
is now we have to determine.
In her last debate was about creationism. Or no, her last debate that I saw was about evolution with Kent Hovind. And she even said in that debate, I'm always ready to debate young Earth and evolution. So she came on a Noah's Ark debate, and she's turned it into something she's comfortable with talking about.
Creation. Where did the first life come from? How did that life, because you're a believer in evolution, how did that
But he's also not doing a good job. There's still a lot of time, so maybe he will. But I would talk more about how multiple different civilizations and cultures talked about a great flood, how the boat could work and would work. I would rebut things like Freddie's stupid idea that, it landed on the tallest mountain. It's not the tallest mountain. Blah, blah, blah. A bunch of blah, blah, blah.
life go from a single-celled organism to two people who know what right and wrong are.
So the thing about that, though, is
We
that
out this piece.
physics, the laws of physics aren't uniformitarianism. Like, the laws of physics are, like, laws are separate from a uniformitarianist perspective within geology. Those two things are separate.
When you're making an album, it's an intimate thing.
I don't think it's fair to call, like, oh, gravity's always been the same. Oh, that's a uniformitarian perspective. Not really. It's a law of physics, which is why I keep bringing it up. And the problem is, I understand the appearance of age thing. I have two issues with that. The appearance of age doesn't work from, in my opinion, one, because I used to be a theistic evolutionist. I used to be an agnostic, and I'm an agnostic currently, but used to be a TE. But the problem with the appearance of age is, in my opinion, I think it violates God's character. It feels inherently deceptive. But from a more scientific perspective, the issue with the appearance of age is that it cannot explain why we see the gradient moving upwards, with the lower basement rocks being older and getting proceedingly younger as we move up the geologic column. Why would they be ordered in the way that they are if there was if they were created with
She's
this
acting
appearance
like
of age? It would
the
have
flood
to be a
and young
massive
Earth
coincidence
are
that the rocks were all created to look, all sorts of different ages, and then the flood
the
washes
same
them
thing,
all
are
up
mutually
and lays them
exclusive.
down just
They're
to make
not.
them look old. And it's
You can
that,
believe
for
in
that
one and not
reason
the other.
why, in the first place, Andrew Snelling said, we've got to have accelerated
I
nuclear
would think if
decay
you
to
believe in young Earth,
explain
you most
why
definitely
it is
believe
that
in
we're
the
seeing
flood.
this gradient. Obviously,
But
these
you can
elements
believe in the
being
flood
exposed to
without
something
believing
that
in
was
young
going on
Earth.
in the flood was aging them very rapidly, giving them the appearance of this age, and that's where we reach the crux of the problem, which is the heat that's expressed in order to reach those ages. But I understand that you know, because we've kind of been beating this topic for a while. If you want to move with the it's a miracle or we don't know it yet, I'm cool with that. Let's talk about carbon dating. I think that would be a good one, because I have a lot to say about that.
This
So
is still
carbon
not on
dating
topic.
in dinosaur bones. It's not just dinosaur bones. Creationists tend to bring it up with dinosaur bones, diamonds, coal, all sorts of stuff like that. There's carbon where it shouldn't be, according to the evolutionary perspective, I suppose you would say, the conventional perspective. And there's something very interesting to me about that, because of all the different, 24 or so dating methods, it's only carbon dating that seems to have these exceptions to them. So that's kind of what got me going on it. Well, why is this? What's going on? And why aren't the other scientists bothered by it?
They're also
And the
explained
answer
with
is
the flood.
actually very simple. With carbon dating, carbon is so easy to reintroduce into another organic sample. This can occur via cosmic radiation, and then I wrote down my other notes because I always forget them, and I had them at the tip of my tongue while you're speaking. It can occur by recrystallization, paramineralization, encrustation, bacterial contamination, and uranium contamination. And so I thought to
You
myself,
should get
okay,
some
if
sort
all
of
of these
materials if you
6 odd
destroy your
things are
gear.
potential ways to reintroduce carbon, let me look at the samples that the creationists are presenting, and let's find out if any of them could possibly be subject to any of these. So the one I went with was Andrew Snelling and his finding a piece of tree wood, a piece of wood encased in basalt, and the tree wood dated millions of years younger than obviously, because the radiocarbon dating rate only gets up to like 80,000 years than the basalt that surrounded it. And so I'm reading the paper and I'm like, this is really weird. And then I go down to the sampling section, and this wood was in a seam that was constantly exposed to water percolating down from the surface. This introduced pretty much everything from the surface down to this individual raw or an individual wood sample, which is why when it was peer reviewed by other individuals and they said, hey, can't we get a better sample, something that wasn't that was better encased, right? Snelling didn't do it, despite the fact that there was more to do in this seam. So it was very, in my opinion, this was very clearly contaminating. You can do this with the dinosaur bones. You can do this with the diamonds.
I guess
the diamonds are often
you
found
don't take
near
fall damage, but it
uranium
won't let
patches,
you
which, again,
jump off something big enough to hurt you.
There are just a lot of different ways to do it. So I don't really find that compelling. If you're going to, dunk on radiometric dating, the real thing to contend with, if you're a creationist, is the fossil fuel industry, right? That shouldn't exist if radiometric dating doesn't work.
I don't understand.
It makes sense when you realize that fossil fuel really has nothing to do with fossils. It's actually just the lifeblood of the earth.
With the fossil fuel industry.
Because
you've been lied to, chick. This has come out. This is out in the news now. I don't know how old this debate is, but it recently came out that they discovered that fossil fuels actually don't have anything to do with fossils.
The interesting thing about
they never did. They just finally admitted it.
And if you look into any of these large fossil fuel companies,
fossil fuels are entirely
Exxon,
renewable. It's
Shell,
the blood of the earth.
Guys,
it's just
they
everything.
They hire a lot of geologists. And the reason they hire these geologists, these specific petroleum geologists, is because these geologists have to be trained in something called basin modeling. Basin modeling involves radiometric dating out the wazoo, because it is extremely cost ineffective to just shoot lasers down into the ground to say, okay, well, maybe there's oil here. Maybe there's coal here. It's a lot smarter to go out and survey the rock and say, this is a Permian deposit or this is a Carboniferous deposit, because you know what the Carboniferous always has? Coal. So they hire geologists who are all, and you can see this on any kind of undergraduate or postdoc or PhD geology.
I don't think I can catch the deer.
Education.
I don't think I can kill them either. I don't think they're
all take classes on basin modeling if they're going to be petroleum geologists. So,
but I'm going the wrong way.
The question would be, I think, is
it wants me to go back to Hogwarts.
Has someone not stepped up and said, I'm going to find oil using flood geology. And the funny thing is, someone did. Zion Oil stepped up and said, we're going to use flood
Zion
geology
Oil.
exclusively to find oil. And they effectively
Oh no, that
went
sounds kind of
bankrupt
fishy.
and had to switch
That
to
sounds kind of
reutilizing
fishy.
basin modeling and geology. So the
I
point
don't
is,
trust no Zion
radiometric
Oil.
dating shouldn't work the way that it does if the Earth is not very ancient. Accelerated nuclear decay just doesn't work because it creates a heat problem. So there's got to be some kind of relationship here within the creationist flood model that fixes both those problems.
Once again, I don't see an issue with that, because the issue is if we have a creation, if we have Earth, and we have radioactivity, and we have a decay rate, and this decay rate is steady, and it can be measured, then you're using science, which means you're using the uniformity of nature, which means you are appealing to the Christian God who gives you the uniformity of nature. Genesis chapter 8, verse 12, Hebrews chapter 1. See, you're using
You have to
all
appeal
these
to
different
our
scientific
worldview to
methods
explain your things.
disagree
But then
with what the Bible
when we
says.
use
And
our
I'm fine with
worldview to
that.
explain the
If you want to
same
try and
questions,
say, hey, this is a heat problem, I
it's
don't
a
think
problem.
so. I don't believe it's a heat problem at all, because what you're doing is you're appealing to laws of nature without justifying those laws of nature.
Where'd those laws
Now,
of
if
nature
you're
come
going to
from?
appeal these laws
God?
of nature,
So you
where
don't
did
think
they
he could
come
change
from?
them?
Why don't they change over time? Because again, you're needing these things to be consistent over time for you to do any type of science whatsoever. Now, I love science. I teach elementary science all the way up through high school science. And I'm going to
This
tell
is
you
what
right
modern
now,
science has
you
lost
cannot
sight
do
of,
science
that
without laws of
you
cause
need
and
God
effect,
for
without laws
science.
of chemistry, without laws of biology. These things are absolutely necessary. Now,
Where do
these
laws
were
come
in the
from?
creation. That's why I started with creation.
Man doesn't make these
God
laws.
created.
Man just discovers
Now,
them.
God's not going to have a problem. He's
Climb
not gonna
up,
be upset about,
bruh.
oh my goodness, I didn't think of the heat problem. No, God's not going to have a problem with that. Now, because I cannot explain
He's
it
just gonna fix it.
thoroughly, not a problem whatsoever. The God of creation has this under control. So the problem you have to have on your side is, again, fossils. Fossils are proof that something was once alive and now it's dead. Where do living things come from?
Physics is constant.
Living
Says
things
who?
that have
Who made the
multiple
laws of
systems
physics?
inside them, irreducibly
Did man
complex
make the laws of
systems
physics? Who made the
that
laws
have
of
to be
physics?
all
Ready?
together simultaneously. They have information. They use information in order for the cells to function. These
Assuming that they are
information
real and
systems
they are
use
actually laws of
complicated
physics,
systems
God
such as a
made the laws of
transmitter, a
physics.
receiver, and agreed
So-
upon language. When I'm talking about irreducibly complex systems,
I hate to interrupt, but just because it's been a
It's all right, Fred. This is
lengthy one,
higher.
and also
This is
just
way
that
higher IQ.
in terms
man.
of the topic. Though induction,
right back.
I understand what you're saying in terms of it being kind of a bedrock foundation of science. I understand that. Although at the same time, without drifting too much into philosophy, bringing it back toward the flood is one thing I want to mention.
Sure.
And then as well as
Good job, James, because they have not talked about the flood hardly at all. I'll be right back, guys. I just saw a short on YouTube that made it seem like John Jones wasn't going to fight this Saturday because he wasn't getting paid enough. I think it's a fake. I think it's clickbait because I'm reading. He did weigh-ins. He weighed in at 242. Cyril Gane weighed in at 246.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Go ahead, James. Sorry.
Well,
nah, because when you come in the Discord, Freddie, it's not the same as when you're in group chats. You just want to talk about, I don't know. You act different. We're having a good conversation about those shooters and what causes that and stuff. I'll open it in a little while.
Go ahead if you have a response.
But see, I wouldn't want to debate you about Noah's Ark, Freddie, because you don't know what you're talking about. Like, I want to debate people who know what they're talking about.
We hadn't given you a chance to respond to that, Erica.
All I was going to say is I think all of that is a conversation that's worth having. I just don't think it's not the one that I'm trying to have now. I mean, I realize that it can seem, I guess, if you're jumping into the conversation from chat or whatever,
it just opens on its own.
It's not relevant. But I'm trying to draw together this what I think is the big problem, because the title of the debate's like, okay, did the flood of Noah happen? I don't think it did, because I think that there are large problems that are, I believe, insurmountable for it, that involve the relationship between radio.
But your arguments are for young Earth. I could argue that the Earth is old and still believe the flood happened.
Active decay of elements and accelerated nuclear decay that's typical for the creation model and the flood. But I can understand why that feels a little bit like it might be starting to veer off topic.
This girl needs to read James P. Gills.
I do like fossils. I like talking about fossils quite a bit. I think the fossils are in and of themselves problematic. I think that they preclude the flood as well.
Where is the map chamber? Why is it telling me to go this way?
I don't think that I've ever seen a compelling model, if you will, or mechanism by which we can see the ordering of the fossils that we see from the Cambrian to the Cretaceous, where I believe some creationists will go up to like the Miocene or something like that, however far you want to go. I don't think that basal to complexity thing checks out with regard to a global flood. And I kind of talked about like hydrologic sorting versus ecological zonation, why I don't think those things work. Do you have like a different mechanism for that, maybe?
Sure. Billions of dead things laid down by sedimentary layers of water all over our planet. This would have been a global flood and a tsunami type formation.
Like when you find fossils
this is why we can find animal tracks that are trying to flee the rising waters. Once again, when we're talking about these fossils are formed in a very unique way. When something dies, it just doesn't fossilize. There are decomposers in our environment that actually decompose the wrong thing.
She really wants to debate young Earth creationism.
Animals
but most scientists agree there was probably a great flood.
The carrion. So once again, you have
most scientists would say there's been 7 major extinction
events. The animal
events.
Carcass and dissolve it back into the environment. But wait a minute, what causes a fossil? And what causes fossils to happen so quickly? It has to be a catastrophic
Christian
event.
and secular scientists alike.
Along the mountain range of Mount Everest, we have
she should be debating why Noah's flood is inaccurate.
Of fossilized clams along that mountain range. And what's interesting is they're all in the closed position. Why is that important? Well, because they all were catastrophically buried very quickly.
I need to sell stuff
they didn't have time to
here.
die and open up.
Oh, there's a flu
so
flame right by it.
Yeah.
One second. And also, we have other fossils that show that this has happened very quickly.
If I go in here.
We have a fossilized ichthyrus, I believe it is, that's fossilized in the process of giving birth. So that it's fossilized very quickly, catastrophically. We have examples of fossils.
Oh yeah, carbon daters know that it's not that reliable.
Eating other animals. I saw one group of fossils. There was a whole school of fish.
They say, well, if there was a great flood, it would mess up our carbon dating
flood dynamic as well. So once again, these fossils are.
That's why he said he liked one specific type of carbon dating. There's lots of different types of carbon dating.
Fossilization is a unique event. It has to be catastrophic. It has to be quick. It has to take the air out. And once again, we only see that in a flood dynamic.
So I'm going to push back quite a bit on that. One, fossils don't just form in flood conditions. They form when they're separated, like you said, from
Wow,
things
I have
that are
so many
scavenging,
unidentified
right? Scavenging,
items.
Bacteria.
What the?
Classic decomposing processes. Classic processes of decomposition. But falling into a tar pit can do that. Slipping into a eutrophic lake can do that. Mudslides can do that. Bogs can do that. Amber can enclose certain kinds of organisms and preserve them. Now, the majority of fossils don't tend to be preserved
Like Jurassic
that way.
Park.
Water tends to be involved
Park.
a lot because it's so good at
We
carrying
got this
sediment
mosquito
and
fossil.
protecting a dead organism from
frozen
actually
in
being
amber.
consumed
We're gonna
or
turn
broken
it into
down
a
by other
dinosaur.
environments or by other factors within the environment. With regard to the clams, those are actually brachiopods. Those organisms on top, they're not the same as they're actually like fundamentally different than the clams, the potential bivalves that we see today. And
Freddie
these
Nye, the science
brachiopods
guy.
actually they don't have
take
the
his
same
word for it.
physiology as the clam, where they close up when they're rapidly buried. So I've heard Kent Hovind use that one before. I don't think it's a very good one. The ichthyosaur is a better one, but the thing with that and with the school of fish as well, and I know this for sure with the school of fish, and if memory serves, it's the same with the ichthyosaur and with some of the other in media res, in the middle of things type of burials, is all of them that I've seen have traces of subterranean landslide movement. So there are diagnostic characteristics of a subterranean landslide. We know this, or submarine landslide. And the way that we know this is because they happen today. We see submarine landslides happen, and we see what kind of traces they leave, and so we know what they look like. Almost always,
and it would have been a worldwide flood.
Sure, it just becomes indistinguishable.
They didn't know how big the world was.
And the last thing I wanted to say, what was it? It was, yes, this is a big one. A whole lot of these fossils that are buried in things like big dinosaur graveyards, where all the bones are jumbled up in these big, like logs in a jam, right? These are caused by seasonal flooding events. And you might be saying, well, that's very convenient. And I thought it sounded very convenient too. So I looked into it. And the reason why we know that these are seasonal flooding events rather than a massive global flood is because some of these bones cross strata. So like you'll have a strata here and the bone will be laying like this. And the bone at the bottom half is completely pristine. The top half of the bone has nibbling, it has signs of ancient bacterial invasion, roots grow into it, all sorts of stuff like that. And then the very next layer is also from the same, we can trace these ancient rivers up and down the bed. It's from the same source. So it doesn't make any sense if these organisms are being buried by a global flood. Why so often
they didn't know how big the Earth was.
Differences in the same
people
specimen,
back then,
and pretend my pen is a bone, and like the distal end versus the proximal end of clear scavenging, because as you just said, that scavenging shouldn't happen if these things are being wholly buried right off the bat. But it's a diagnostic.
But not all of them are being wholly buried.
I think it's lame we have to fight this little goblin guy instead of like a strong dark wizard like Baltimore.
What you do have is when
I
you
want to
have
fight Baltimore. I want to fight a little goblin.
These are tsunami-like actions that come in. They bury the initial part, like you're talking about.
Yeah, that's Freddy.
They
Who
might
else
leave
would it be?
pieces of the animal sticking up. The other animals that are still trying to escape the flood, they come by. A lot of their food sources are gone. They're going to scavenge on this, and then the next wave of the tsunami comes in. See, people have a misconception that when God flooded the earth, it just filled up like a bathtub all of a sudden. That's not the way it occurred. As a matter of fact, Answers in Genesis does have a great video that talks about the global tsunami effect and why we see this in the dinosaur graveyards.
So I think an issue with that, though, is that, and I saw that at the Creation Museum, and the first thing, or it might have been the Ark Encounter, the problem that I have with it is that you shouldn't be able to make out these ancient environments and re-piece them together. So like I said, the conventional explanation is that these are seasonal floodings along riversides. So if the conventional science is correct on this, the further you go from the sides of the river, you shouldn't see any flood damage in that strata, right? Because if it's a flood up from a river, it's only going to reach so far up outside of the banks. And we see this in flash floods now. I used to live in a house that was very close to a river, and every time it would rain a lot, we'd all get really nervous that it was going to flood the basement. But it never really did reach up that far. So if a future paleontologist were to discover my house and the seasonal flooding that occurred at this river, they would be able to look at where my house was and say, yeah, the river never reached this house, because we don't find signs of.
Freddie, you think like a
we don't
woman?
find like proper isotopic ratios and things of that nature that shows that it was being inundated. And that's
But
what
when
we
they
see.
when they find your house, you know what they're going to find? They're going to find somebody who built that house, and that's the whole point of these fossils to begin with. These fossils.
Hagrid's not in this
living
game. This is before Hagrid was alive. So it might be Hagrid's like
designed by a creator.
Great
And he saved a
grandniece.
select few of them on the ark. Now, this is the entire argument right here. This is why there are fossils, because God judged the entire world with a flood. Now, we can argue these points back and forth. We weren't there, and we can come to all kinds of different conclusions based on
mockers
the
and
same
scoffers.
evidence. Just like I was talking
will
about
have no
earlier,
place
you're
in
going
the
to look at it
kingdom,
through your evolutionary glasses. I'm going to look at it through my creationist glasses. But the thing is, you're just like in your example with your house. Anybody that looks at that house is going to say somebody built that house. It's complicated. It's pragmatic. It has a purpose. It has a specific design.
How far
and
is that?
Somebody had to have built it. It didn't happen by
Really
itself.
far?
Now, wait a second. Now, wait a minute. I want you to tell me how you explain life. Where do these complicated systems come from that could
Damn,
be
we gotta
buried
go
in
all
this
the way to the
global
south
flood?
part of the map.
Because
Good
that's
thing
what
I
we're
already
getting
got
at.
all the
These
fast travel
fossils
points.
are
Aha.
billions of dead things that were alive at one point that have a multiplicity of
Nah.
systems that are irreducibly complex in their own right, but interdependent upon other irreducibly complex systems. So they couldn't have happened by themselves. How do you explain the living thing that is now dead and fossilized?
Like the evolution of specific organisms, or like how they look the way that they do. I mean, that's a very hefty topic to cover. I would need quite a bit of
Hagrid's
time
grandpa.
to really
You
get
could be
into
right.
how, in my opinion, the types of literature that I find compelling with regard to the origin
Dang.
of life and how they got to the areas that they got to today. Again, I have to emphasize that there's a huge difference. Again, this is why there are so many Christians that accept evolution, because there's a difference between organisms that already exist changing over time.
Let's just
or even
light
having
the forest
common
on fire.
and abiogenesis. These are two completely different topics, and I'm okay with having that conversation. I just think that that's going to be like, if we were to get started. Sorry, I just hit my mic. If we were to start getting into that now, we'd be here all night. And the only point that I really came here to make is that I don't think any field of science supports a global flood. At very best, the evidence that is proposed as support for a global flood can also be explained by conventional science. But conventional science.
I love science.
Sure.
But again, that's another thing.
So
you
she
can't
just
justify. You can't
agreed to a
justify
flood.
How you can do science,
This
where
whole
the
debate,
scientific
she wanted to
method
make it
comes
about
from,
young
why you
Earth,
can
and
have
then
the
the end she
uniformity
says,
of nature.
well,
That's why
then there
I'm
could
going
be a
back to the
flood
living
that science
organisms.
says there is.
Abiogenesis has never been observed. It is a religious dogma by people who want to reject the God of the Bible. Now, if we're going to look at life could not have evolved from a single-celled organism to get bigger, better, stronger, faster, smarter over time. We never see that. Mutations, especially in humans, we give 20 to 60 mutations per offspring. So a mutation is a copying error of the existing working information. So that doesn't give you new information. Now that still doesn't explain where the life came from or the information came from, so it could be buried in a flood.
As a side note, I think that incorrectly characterizes what it is that conventional science thinks mutation and evolution does, because mutation and how natural selection acts upon it,
I don't think so.
it's completely context dependent. There isn't any ideal form within nature.
I have
It's
to
not
subdue a
from
grap
the
horn?
perspective of conventional science. You see what I mean? Which is why
the hell's a grap
evolutionary
horn?
theory predicted that we would have innumerable convoluted mechanisms within things as small as the cell to entire organ systems. And we do. We have things that don't seem to make sense. They appear to be tinkerings. I know the creationist explanation for this tends to involve genetic entropy, and that is also another conversation.
I didn't see what you were
as well. But again, like, I would love to have this.
I don't see what you were talking about in Hake's chat, Freddie, when you were saying that Tar Baby was saying stuff about your family. But I don't really care what happened in Hake's chat. But don't be talking about people's family in my chat, Tar Baby. If you did it, I didn't see it. So Freddie might be crazy. He might have been thinking you were saying something that you weren't. But But yeah, don't be bringing people's family, talking about making assumptions and things about people's family in my chat. That's low. Whatever. I didn't see it. I don't care. Just don't do it here. I don't care if he talks crap to you, Freddie. I don't care if you talk crap to everybody constantly. I can't watch a video without you having a conversation with yourself, mocking God and scoffing at God. So you're no better. They're no better. I just don't want to see people talking about people's family, especially the situation.
I should investigate.
Especially the specific situation we're talking about. But I haven't seen him say anything about that in my chat. I guess that one bot didn't come back after I timed him out. I thought she was gonna tell us more. What am I supposed to do? I gotta subdue a grap horn? What the hell's a grap horn? Hold up, babe. Cause I gotta go get a grap horn. What is that thing? That's for a Merlin trial, I think. Supposedly there's a grap horn right around here. I know he can. He can. You guys can argue all you want, but don't be talking about people's families who you don't know. That's degenerate. Oh, it's those bird things. How are you supposed to get them when they're up in a damn tree? Anyway, that's not what I'm supposed to be catching. I gotta go get a grap horn. What is a grap horn? Merlin trial. The grap horn, known as the Lord of the Shore, is said to have a den in the south along water. I should search in that direction.
Thing worth learning from everyone in Upper Hogwarts.
There's a Merlin trial right there, but it's guarded by some dudes.
Perhaps I'll scout around Felcroft for something to poach.
I want to up around Felcroft for something to poach. Trolls. Cows. Flip a troll club into its face? I already did that once. Yo, how far is this place? Search for the Lord of the Shore. Everybody's always talking about poaching. Wait, hold up. This is one of those,
Here's one of those tables Professor Shaw mentioned.
Landing is unavailable right now? Why? Oh!
Incendio.
Is there more of them? I like these puzzles. These are cool puzzles. Got him. Poaching eggs are good. I don't know if I've ever had a poach egg. I don't know if I've ever had a poached egg. Whimsical sorcerer hat. Alright, we gotta get down there. Best way to do it? Alright, now we gotta find this. What am I looking for? A grap horn? There's a Merlin trowel right there. I'm not quite sure what you want from me. I gotta catch a grap horn? Should I do this Merlin trowel while I'm here? There's 1, 2. It's a destroying the blocks one. I found 2 of the blocks already. There's only 4, so might as well hit it up.
Could it be a Merlin trial?
Leech juice. Leech juice. Can I get some leech juice? Leech juice. Oh yeah, it's a Merlin trial, alright.
Expelliarmus, Confringo.
1. 2, 3, 4. Is there 5 of them? Dang, there might be 5 of them. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to find 5 of them. Where's the 5th one?
A castle. Must have been quite stately in its time.
Is that it up there? No. Just need to find one more pillar to destroy. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I got 4 of them. There's one more that I'm not seeing somewhere. Could be anywhere. Probably somewhere in the general area, though. It's getting dark. Oh, there it is.
Confringos. Not so tricky after all, Merlin.
Not so tricky after all, Merlin. Too liquidy? What's that mean? Oh my god, Dean.
This
Quit being a
conversation with
weirdo,
Mr.
Dean.
Batman, it's just not the one I came here to have today. All I came to do is present why
God.
I think the flood couldn't.
Not only is that bestiality,
And
it's also
I'm here to
gay.
present quite the opposite.
Gay
The God of
bestiality.
the Bible,
Unless
is
you're
the one
doing
who
it for
created
farming
all time,
purposes.
space, and matter. He created us
Calm
to be
down.
living, loving, logical beings because we're created in His image. He's eternal, universal, and unchanging. He's timeless, spaceless, and immaterial. And He's a loving, living, logical, lawgiver God. See, I can explain all of these things via science.
One sec is we do to
What
bring it back
the?
to the flood. Don't get me wrong, but the
Oh! Oh!
debating about induction
Wait, am I
is
supposed to
like a
beat
fine
it or
thing,
catch
but
it?
it's something
Ah!
returning back to
What is this thing doing?
Sure, I'm happy to do that. But again, it comes back to where
Yo,
does that
it's
life
level
come
28.
from in order to be buried. Evolution doesn't work. You've
Oh!
never observed it.
Okay.
You're using scientific laws.
Oh!
Back to the agreed upon topic.
So how
He's
about,
not-
I'm thinking
he's not the one that's off topic. She
as far
is.
as what I'm thinking, okay, here's a good one. I want to see if you can solve. I mean, I guess it's what I think is a problem, and I'm curious as to how you would solve it. So a while ago, a buddy of mine and I got curious as to the case with the proboscideans. So for those
My
of you
dark
who might
art
know,
spells don't work on
proboscideans,
this
is
thing.
an order of animals that contains modern elephants and their kin. So it goes back to like Baratherium or Aratherium.
Wait, am I supposed to be catching this
And I'm
thing
thinking to
or
myself, okay,
fighting
what do we
it?
know about elephants? They're really, really big. So
Nothing
they require
hurts
a lot of
him.
space. They eat a
Incendio
ton.
probably would
They
do some
take
damage.
forever to give birth. So I'm thinking to myself, you got 4,400 years. How are you going to get all of the types, all of the species of proboscidean that we have after the Ark, and how many proboscideans were on the Ark? So we decided to fool around and do some numbers, and it turns out if you take 2 proboscideans on the Ark, so 2 kind of really basic, primitive looking elephants, you can have, once these 2 get off the Ark, every single proboscidean be a different species than its parent, and you still don't have enough time to get all the species that we find in the fossil record. On the contrary, if you increase the number of kinds, so let's say you've got 15 kinds of proboscidean on the Ark, you can't feed them. And what I mean when I say that is very specific. We did some math and we said, okay, let's take the best case scenario for feeding elephants today, right? We'll use juvenile
I have a
elephants.
mandrake. I
We'll
have
use their
chomping
sleeping metabolic
cabbages.
rate,
I don't
and
think
we'll
any
use
of
the
this is going to
highest
help me.
quality feed, so it
I have
requires
an
the least amount
endurance
of space,
potion.
alfalfa.
Yeah, we'll use
And
that.
the food that would be required to feed 15 pairs of proboscideans for an entire year would take up 60% of the space on the Ark. Just the food alone. And that's not even considering the much larger animals that existed that required their juveniles, even if you're taking juveniles.
But once again, that is a false dichotomy. What if God put them into a state of hibernation? You see, this is another option that we don't know. The Bible doesn't tell us. So, again, Noah and his family are on that ark. What happens if God simply puts all those animals into a state of hibernation? You no longer have the food issue. You no longer have the waste issue.
He's down.
This
Now we got to
is
capture
also
his
a
A.
possibility. See, once again, you're setting up a straw man so you can knock it down. The problem is you're still having to deal with this type of elephant. Where did it come from? If you're going to say that there is an elephant and it was on the ark, great. I'm glad you say that.
Subdue
Let's go down that path.
him?
Where did the elephant come
What does that mean?
Where did the information inside the elephant come from?
Does that mean kill him
The
or catch
DNA,
him?
The systems. So once again, we're back
I don't think
to
I
the
can catch this
creation.
thing. I don't
The
think that's even
creation
possible.
of the living form.
Damn, he's tearing me up.
I could come up with alternatives to everything.
Get out of
you say,
here.
Because again, what you're trying to do is set up a false dichotomy that doesn't work when it comes to the scripture.
I actually, believe it or not, I'm cool with the miracles. I don't have a single problem when I debate folks who are proponents of the global flood and are like, you know what? Yeah, maybe there's a heat problem. Miracle. Or like, yeah, maybe God knocked all the animals out on the ark so that they wouldn't, be awake.
Yeah,
or
but science uses
nutrients or
miracles
any
too.
nutrients for that matter. But when that happens, I mean,
don't
again,
act like
it
you
ceases
don't.
to be science. It ceases to be able to,
No,
to be
science uses
investigated by conventional
exactly.
means.
Exactly. That's
and
the
therefore,
point.
it's kind of outside
This is
my
why
wheelhouse.
evolution
Like,
and the Big Bang are no more science than creation.
Science
She's correct.
can only be done because of the God of the Bible. God set up the scientific laws.
She just
set
proved-
laws of physics. Since he created
I don't
laws
think
of
she made
physics,
the
he can set
point
them
she
aside
meant to
at
make
any
there.
time he so chooses.
I don't know if I'm
That's why
supposed to
they're
kill this
called
guy or
miracles.
try to capture
See,
him,
the
but
fact
there's
of the
no
matter
way
is,
I'm catching
we're
this beast
still
with a
left
damn suitcase.
trying to figure out where the initial life came from so God could call these animals to the ark.
Ah, he took so
they
much
could
of my-
actually get off the ark and reproduce. Now, you
He's
also
dead.
mentioned the differences in the fossils of these procedians or types of elephants. The fact of the matter is there was only 2 elephants.
Neil?
That's all that God needed. Had all the genetic material necessary for those 2 elephants. Now, once again, the genetic information, where does that come from? Where did the living organisms come from? You still have yet to justify where those things come from.
Oh, do we
yeah,
get to
I
ride
just
around
don't feel
on this
like
thing
I
now?
should, because that's kind of not the conversation that we kind of like agreed to have.
Were there not
again,
living organisms on the ark?
Yeah, no, listen.
Great.
I've had this conversation
Oh,
before.
we got
even
a
here
pet
on Modern
rat
Day Debate.
porn
I'm
now?
happy to discuss abiogenesis or
Is
very
he gonna let me
early
jump on his
evolution
back?
around the Precambrian,
Pause.
Ediacaran, I guess you would say, into the Cambrian.
Let's
and Silurian.
go.
I'm happy to discuss all of that. But that's just
Yo!
what the Jedi came
By
here to
doing
have.
that, you're actually discussing your religion at that point.
I don't
Because
think so.
this is not science.
The grapphorn has a
can't go
powerful
back and
charge
observe
attack that
something
deals
happened
large
on the
amounts of
Pecan,
damage
and you
to
can't
enemies
go
in
back
certain
and observe
barricades.
something
Hold
that happened
L2
last
to
Tuesday.
initiate.
Science
Keep an eye on the
happens in the
grapphorn
here
stamp
and now.
meter.
It's observable,
Charging it will
testable,
drain it.
repeatable. And we've never
Yo.
observed evolution. We've never observed an increase of information or complexity. Natural selection doesn't give it to you. Mutation doesn't give it to you. And you're still left trying to figure out where life comes from and why it works the way it does.
So I want to touch on something there briefly, because I think there's a misunderstanding there as well. And you said you've done like science teaching and stuff like that, so I'm sure you're aware of the scientific method and how that works. And one of the most important fields of science in our modern era, especially for those of us who are living in cities or things of that nature, is forensic science. Forensics is really important for things like solving crimes and finding out who done it, and overall just keeping us safe and solving mysteries and giving people closure and all that kind of stuff. But forensics it's a one-to-one analogy for paleontology and what we do in paleontology. You're taking an event that you didn't witness, and you're using the clues that you have at that crime scene or whatever, let's say, to formulate a hypothesis. And whether or not the person who's standing at the table in the courtroom is guilty or not depends on whether or not the predictions that have been made at that crime scene pan out or not. So if someone comes up and they find the bloody hammer and they say, I think this was the murder weapon, they test the blood. They find the blood also at the suspect's house, and it also matches the blood of the victim. Well, that's a
if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Yeah, you must
bombarded.
acquit.
Deals heavy damage on impact by explosion.
So I'm saying we do science in the present day all the time that we weren't there for, that we didn't
But
directly observe.
unfortunately, you're looking at evidence in the here and now. Now, when we're talking about the evidence, when you're talking about this bloody hammer or the bloody gloves, the evidence that we're observing is the life. The life was on that ark. So now you've got a bit of evidence here that you've yet to justify how that evidence got there. If you're going to use paleontology or forensics, okay, great, let's go down that path.
Yeah, Tar Baby Yoda is Johnny Bender.
How did that
Freddy.
life get there? How did those systems get there inside those organisms so they could be buried in the flood?
The thing about that, though,
now we're using paleontology.
Yeah, the thing about that, though, Mr. Batman, is where that gets you to is it gets you to maybe like the Archean period, and it gets you to like a God the Tinkerer within evolution. Because there have been, it does. Because every single year, and this is within medicine, paleontology, agriculture, evolutionary theory predicts and accurately comes to fruition in ways that help our society. I don't call it microevolution, but I included paleontology for a reason. Because paleontologists also make predictions using evolutionary theory, and they find critters where they predicted that they would find them, using specific evolutionary predictions.
Actually,
so I want to say,
nice combo.
just real quick on that, what I want to say on that is that the reason why what you were just talking about gets you far back in time. It doesn't take you to abiogenesis, right? That's
and we
first
just
of all,
killing
that's not really the
poachers.
realm of paleontology
What were they
in the
poaching?
first place.
I'm gonna go
But
poaching.
with the number of verifiable predictions that again have come to fruition within paleontology and adjacent fields,
Why are you saying a bunch of people's names who aren't in the chat?
That's going to
Freddy?
be evolution all the way. Flood geology doesn't make those predictions.
Actually, once again, you're making an appeal to the scientific method that you cannot justify. You've got the evidence of living organisms on the ark that were buried because God judged the world with a flood. He actually did so because of the sin of mankind, to actually preserve the bloodline of Noah and his family so the Messiah could come. Now, all of these things you've yet to justify. Now, when I talk about life and you begin to talk about evolution, evolution has never been observed. And when you're talking about this predictions, well, yeah, we can make predictions based on the loss of information that happens during evolution. Evolution is always a loss of information. It's never an increase of information. You can have insertion, you can have an insertion, you can have a deletion, or you can have a duplication. But those are always a loss of functionality. When you have a mutation is a copying error of the existing working information. So once you have a mutation, now you have less information and less functionality. That's why
What is
we
that
have,
spot
again,
on
you
that?
mentioned genetic entropy. I love genetic entropy because these things go downhill all the time. But we still, before we even go downhill, we have to decide how that life got there to begin with, which you've not done, how you can do the scientific method, which you've not done, how these things have multiple systems that are irreducibly complex, how did they come about, which you've not done. These are designed to work in a specific way. Every single system
Whose
is
crew are you
pragmatic.
talking about?
The
What are you talking
circulatory
about,
system
Fraser?
has
I
three
don't have a
basic
crew.
parts: the heart, the blood, and the veins in the
I'm
arteries.
not in any groups.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm
That
making
is
my
an
own
irreducibly complex
crew.
system that is
My
interdependent
own
upon
army.
other irreducibly complex systems, like
And
the
you're not
circulatory-
gonna
excuse me,
cut-
like
you're
the
not gonna make the
respiratory
cut.
system, like the muscular system, like the skeletal system. Once again, where do all those things come from? So they could be on the ark and
trying to redirect back to the flood.
I'm actually on the ark. I'm back on the ark again. So they could be on the ark, and so they could be buried. This is why I started with creation.
It's the extended President's Day super sale at Denver Mattress. Right now, save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Or check out the Summit Firm for only $299.99, plus 4 years no interest and free shipping. Hurry, the extended President's Day super sale at Denver Mattress ends soon.
Your whiteboarding app is boxing you in. Step beyond the ideation phase with Lucid, the only visual collaboration platform.
In order to have something to be buried, it had to be created first.
No, it's okay. There are a lot of points, but honestly, I think a lot of them can be covered decently quickly. Again, as far as the scientific method goes, I mean, I'm the one that, to be a little bit sassy, I guess, I feel like I'm the one that's brought that to the table, because I'm talking about validated predictions that have been done by evolutionary theory. Flood geology doesn't do that. People take evolutionary theory as a framework and they say, the classic example
what
people
the
use
heck?
is Neil Shubin in finding Tiktaalik. He
What was the
said,
point of
okay,
getting the mouth?
if evolutionary theory is correct, we should find an organism that looks like this, approximately between an organism like Eusthenopteron and something
My
like
gear thing is about to fill up.
Stega. And we
Hopefully
should find
there's
it
not
in
a
this strata, because this strata
of,
would
like,
look like
puzzles
this
and
at this time,
chests
this
in here.
marshland on the coast, etc., etc. They find out where that is. It was up in Greenland. They go and dig. They find nothing. They dig again. They find nothing. They dig a third time, and they find Tiktaalik. It's a validated prediction specifically tailored to evolution. So that's the scientific method in action, baby. That's
I don't
as
even know what you're
bold as
talking
it gets,
about,
as
Freddie.
clear
Tar
cut as
Baby
it gets.
Yoda doesn't
And that's
hang
why I
out
keep
with
saying,
any of those
these
people.
evolutionary predictions, originally they would take us back a couple million years, and then it was a couple of 100 million years, and people are making predictions, within the Cambrian, within the Silurian, they're making them within the Permian, within the Cretaceous, all throughout. And they're using things like radiometric dating and evolutionary theory, etc. Now, if you want to say you don't have abiogenesis cracked,
Star Baby
I
Yoda.
agree. I don't think it's cracked.
See,
But
I'm
again,
okay with that.
That
with
only
stuff like
gets
that.
you to abiogenesis. That gets you to a tinkerer god who uses evolution to get organisms to where they are today. As a last point on that, just really quick, because you mentioned quite a bit there. With regard to making new information, there's a classic example that I like to bring up with this. Everybody knows it. It's the ice fish mutation. I don't know, maybe you've heard of it. And while you're correct that usually copying errors are responsible even for beneficial mutations because mutations are context dependent, right? So what seems to be an error may in the end be something that's quite helpful. In real life, the example of this is Viagra, right? This was something that is used for erectile dysfunction, but the original medication was for blood pressure. So it was a mistake that ended up doing something beneficial. That's the bread and butter of evolution. That's all it is. And in the case of the ice fish, there was a mutation that occurred that gave a de novo, out of nothing, right, protein that allows them to keep their blood flowing and moving despite basically swimming in freezing temperatures. It came out of nowhere. We know the population that these ice fish came from, they don't have it. But the ones that we see now, swimming up in more
She has nothing but
northerly
substance
waters,
to say. She
they
got a
do
bunch of
have it.
degrees.
We took the ice fish, we looked at the genome, we found the specific gene that was doing this. And we saw that it came out of nowhere, de novo. That's why it's called de novo. And all it was, like you said, a copying error within some proteins. But that copying error was a beneficial mutation because of the context. And that's all evolution is.
Still
it's
a
all
mutation.
it's ever been.
Yes, but unfortunately, evolution requires information. You're still appealing to specified complex arrangement of symbols, and these symbols, this symbolic relationship of the G, T, A, and C, especially in our genome, that actually provide, convey a message or provide a function in our genetic code. You can't justify that. Once again, all these things are living organisms that are irreducibly complex. You have a fish that actually had some type of mutation that was a copying
But all
error.
the data was already there.
Where did the first self-replicating system come from?
Not
so you can have. Okay.
James is like, this whole show we have not talked about
I was
the dang
continuing
flood.
on it. Sorry.
James is
Any
getting
last
pissed.
thoughts with regard to the Ark in particular, or I should say the flood? In
Yeah,
particular?
James is ending the debate.
Well,
He's like, yeah.
I'll go ahead and say the last thing
still
I'll
got
say
quite a
about
while
it
to
is,
go.
when we see the flood, when we see the evidence of the flood, we see the Grand
Still
Canyon.
got 40
we
minutes
see
left, and a
all
lot of
this
that's going to be
different
question
erosion,
time. So
places like the Grand
But
Canyon.
yeah, they haven't
all
really
over
talked
our
about
planet.
the flood much.
We see fossils all over our planet. Billions of dead things laid down by sedimentary layers of rock, water.
Am I gonna have to
all
fight
over
this
our
chick?
planet. Again, these things were once
Isadora?
alive and now they're dead. They have irreducibly
Set down
complex
your
systems
wand.
that my opponent has not
told me to
justified.
hold
She's
my
using
power,
the
not
scientific
throw it
method,
away.
which she has not justified. And again, she has a faith. She has a faith that I don't have. I don't have the faith that she has, that these things can happen this way.
Oh,
'Cause we've
snap.
never
Isadora's
observed.
coming at him.
That's my last statement.
Dang. That chick bounced around like a rag doll.
Erica, before we go into Q&A, folks.
Yeah, I had a really good time. I enjoyed the conversation. It was
Oh, we got a
cordial.
beam
It was
clash.
fun.
We got
I
a
think
beam
that
clash.
It was a respectful chat. In the same vein that Mr. Batman was saying just now.
We got a beam clash. This is not canonical. This should not be happening. This happened in the movies a lot. This is only supposed to happen with Harry and Voldemort's wand because they're connected. But in the movies, they made it happen with everybody's wands. And now in the game, they're doing it too. Oh, dang, he Avada Kedavra'd her. That's the killing curse. That's dark magic, right? Can't be using dark magic. That's what we're fighting against. He killed her. He killed that bee. Tar Baby Yoda, we do Battle of the Minds occasionally. Stubborn One's going to host the next Battle of the Minds, where we do a trivia game show for the belt. We have a belt, champion belt of Battle of the Minds, the Battle of the Minds belt. So you should participate in it if you think that you're like a beast with trivia. Yep, see, Freddy said go watch Battle of the Minds. She talked about the flood like twice, barely.
Now, I feel like I didn't get any answers to my questions, but I honestly don't fault him for that because the professional creationists can't answer those questions either. That's why I asked them. That's why I always ask them, because it's like I'm very interested. Maybe someone's thought of something that they haven't.
He did answer it.
That would be really cool.
He said you're
if
assuming
someone,
laws
had
that
kind
God
of
made
sussed out
can't
this
be
solution
controlled
to
by
the problem
God.
or come up with a cool
That's
new
kind of
way
dumb.
of
The laws were not made by man. If you acknowledge that the laws of physics are real, then you acknowledge that God made those laws
And
of
yes,
physics.
I'm really interested in evolutionary theory. I think it's cool. But
Otherwise, they wouldn't be
honestly
laws.
just stems for a love of the natural world. I find
Same
it very
as
fascinating,
laws
and I think
of,
I always will. And yeah, I had a really
the
good time.
laws of animals
You got it. Well, thank you very
reproducing
much.
after
And
their own
we're gonna jump
kind
into those questions, folks. Want
are
to say,
broken
folks,
with
if you
evolution.
have not heard, if you have been
If you don't
living
believe in God,
on
you can break
Mars,
his
in a
laws.
cave with your fingers in your ears, you guys, we are absolutely pumped.
And if you
Arn
do believe in
Ra
God,
will be
then you
back
believe that
this
God
coming
can break his own
Tuesday,
laws.
taking on Dr. Andrew Jackson in particular.
We're
on
coming
the
to the same
topic
conclusion.
of what is the most recent common ancestor of monkeys and humans? You don't want to miss it, folks. So hit that subscribe button as well as
Which is the next
that
what? Battle of the Minds? I don't know.
As well, it's going to be juicy, folks. Believe me, very juicy. This one coming in from Brute Facts Podcast. Thanks so much. Says,
We could do one. We could
Mr.
do one
Batman
today.
Rage Quit in our Discord. When your buddies, Mr. Batman,
could be destroyed.
No, I have no idea who that is. Now, a lot of times people get me into the Discord channel and then they get all vulgar, and then yes, I do leave. But I've never rage quit because I've lost the debate.
You got it in. This one from Big Bang Bruce Wayne says, Ken, Ham's Ark is made with concrete and steel and has flood insurance.
to allow them
Where's
to
the
prove
fake?
themselves worthy of the knowledge we'd kept hidden. And
True.
the responsibility.
Actually, it does.
Cerberus.
Have you been there?
I have, yeah.
I've been there 4 times. I've actually taken my Bible study group and things like that. Yes, the struts down at the bottom are concrete. They actually have big metal bolts that are holding it too. But again, this is part of our building codes.
Is that right? Is it
as
Cerberus?
well.
I don't know if
so
he's
you have
Egyptian.
To take
He
into
might be Greek or
consideration.
something.
You just can't go out and build any structure you like any way you like. You have to do it according to the state standard.
Cerberus is like a monster, like a Greek monster.
I'm doing a long
In Harry Potter,
long video
Cerberus
about
is
my
called
trip
Fluffy.
there, because there's a lot to talk about. But I had a great time at
Freddie
the Ark
didn't
and Horror
know?
with my
Yeah, I'm
mom
not
and
surprised.
we saw it, and it really is an impressive structure.
I
It's
did
much
know
more
that.
from
I
the
just,
front.
if it
From
was
the back,
multiple
it's,
choice,
you
I
know,
would have got
as
it.
Mr. Batman said, it looks much more like a building.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it. I'm kind of trying not to spoil my
Jamie's
video.
on right now. We could do a battle of minds right now. That Cody would need to be ready to go, or Robbie.
Stephen Michael says, Erica, do you sincerely believe in macroevolution?
I may have made an
Yes, I do. I study primates, so my specialty is, of course, in primate evolution, how primates change from one morphology to another, how they do so through time. And that includes human evolution as well. I find that to be a very cool and personal.
I feel like there could have been a way cooler story to this. I mean, I like the story so far, but just a goblin,
so,
like,
yeah, I
I
really do.
hope I get
if
to
you'd
fight
like to discuss
Isadora
more
or
about it,
some,
you can
like,
always shoot me an email
powerful
or
dark
check out my
wizard or
videos. I talk a lot about
something.
human evolution on my channel.
You got it. Thank you very much for this question coming in from Bubblegum Gun. Says, what about the termites though? Also, Satan does not equal the devil. I think they're saying, wouldn't the Ark have been destroyed by termites if you brought termites onto the Ark?
I happen to know the lore on that.
Jerobold
Ken Ham has
Ollivander?
the Ark Encounter tackles that.
gotta go to
the
Ollivander's
lore covers
wands?
it.
Well, first we
Mr.
need to go to
Batman,
the
I
room of
believe
requirement.
The question was for you. I'm
'Cause I
taking your
gotta-
question. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, and again, not all creeping creatures had to be brought on. Some of them
new
could have
potions.
actually
I've
been
used a lot of
left
potions.
off the Ark. I wish that one would have been along with mosquitoes. But the fact of the matter is, we don't know exactly what
That's a
gopher
joke,
wood
guys.
was,
They wouldn't have had to
and
take
everything on
mosquitoes
the
off the
inside
Ark.
of the Ark was covered
They
in
would've-
pitch as well. Plus, these
They
things
didn't have to
would
bring fish on
again,
the Ark.
if they
They
were
didn't
in
have
a
to bring
hibernated
bugs
state,
on the
wouldn't
Ark.
have been an issue, or if they've been contained
Some
in a
of 'em.
particular container, once
Most
they
bugs
came
can
on the
fly or
Ark, again,
swim.
wouldn't have been an issue.
They'd be alright. They can land on the water and not break the surface tension.
Yeah, I mean, whether they brought them or didn't, whether the creation model
How do I get rid of this
holds that they
purple
brought
line?
them or didn't, I'm much more interested in what's going on outside the Ark anyway. So I'm
room
thinking to
requirement.
myself, okay, well, because there are so many different kinds of arthropods that you couldn't, at least as far as I am aware, progeny.
I thought Osiris was the
progenate,
sun
I guess you
god.
would say,
Well, that's
from
raw.
two individuals
Okay.
just because of how their genetics works. So, like a lot of hymenopterans are organized like that, where the females are diploid and the males are haploid. So you get into some interesting.
Yeah, Freddy's
what I would
comedic, which
perceive
is
as
like
problems
fake
with that.
Egyptian.
And I know they propose like floating forests and stuff. The floating forests are another huge thing that we could talk about. I don't think they work either, but it's an interesting question.
You got it. Juicy. And this one coming in from the Butcher says, why would God not just poof the animals all back?
Well, because it was a judgment. It was showing that God is going to judge everything in the world, including the animals. Now, it also shows us something very specific, that there are two
I
types
can
of
make
animals
focus
that God
potions
allowed
and
on the Ark. See,
Thunderbird.
people just think, well, Noah brought them on 2 by 2. Nope. He brought 2 of the unclean animals and 7 of the clean animals. So even before the covenant was given at Mount Sinai, Noah knew about clean and unclean animals, and he sacrificed some of the clean animals.
Now, I
when
can
he
only
got off
hold
the
so
ark.
many items
Because
on
see,
my-
if you'd only brought 2 of every animal, the minute you got
No, I
hungry
can
and
hold
God said,
everything.
all this stuff you can eat now, guess what? You eat one of them, you just killed them off.
You got it. And thank you very much for this question. Tyler Cates, appreciate it, said, how did the polar bears stay warm enough in the cold? And how did the lizards stay
That's
in the right
speciesation.
temperature in the heat?
He would have just had to bring a bear.
Well, that's also... Oh, go ahead.
I think...
No, if that's for you, take it. I just wasn't sure if it was for me or you.
You have to bring a polar bear and a brown bear
Okay.
and a black bear.
Basically, depending on what original pair of bears would have been brought on. Would it have been a polar bear? Would it have been a combination of polar bear, brown bear, black bear, whatever it might have been? Whatever bear it was, that original bear kind would have had all the genetic material necessary for it to survive in every particular environment that they go in.
Facts.
So once again, that wouldn't have been an issue.
Duh.
When it comes down to the reptiles,
who doesn't know that?
Probably, depending on the temperature, would have gone into a state of hibernation.
Duh.
And thank you very much for this question coming in from Andrew Kroll. Good to see you. Says Mr. Batman, seriously, who or what fed the mosquitoes on the Ark?
Well, I personally believe that the mosquitoes may not have been on the Ark. There might have been larvae someplace else.
I think I have
mosquitoes, so I'm just was hoping they wouldn't be on the Ark. But if they were on the Ark, okay, then again, they probably would have also been in a state of hibernation because they would have been sucking on blood, and we wouldn't have want that on the Ark now, would we?
And I think I have a toy box.
Pollock,
yes, I have a toy box.
Question,
So
Mr.
now
Batman,
I put the
are
toy
you a
box down.
licensed teacher in which state?
Well, I am a teacher, and I'm in the state of Indiana. I teach Bible. I teach speech. I also teach.
So see
debate.
now, I don't even
I'm
have
also
to
currently
pet or
teaching
feed
social
the animals.
studies
They
and
get food
world
from there, and
geography.
they play with this thing.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from
And then
Ian
I just
Chen
go
says,
around
did
and
the
collect
Ark
my
have
materials.
floodlights? Next
Oh,
up,
that's
thanks
a
for
good
your
joke.
question. This one coming in from
Good
2
joke.
seconds.
Ha.
Got a little glitch here. Bubblegum
Ha.
Ben says, Batman admitted the laws of physics are social constructs. Did you admit that, Mr. Batman?
No, sir, I didn't. Because
God
we didn't come up with
constructs.
the laws of physics.
God did.
The laws of physics were created by a lawgiver God who doesn't change over time. Because these laws don't change over time. Once God changes something, like the law of biology, when he allowed Jesus to be conceived inside Mary's womb miraculously, like when the nation of Israel was wandering in the desert for 40 years and their clothes didn't disintegrate and their shoes didn't fall apart. These are, again, different laws that God can change or set aside miraculously. So when Jesus raised people from the dead or healed people from leprosy, he has the ability to change those natural laws as he needs be. Those are miraculous. But there are certain natural laws that God cannot
Are you
change.
collecting the stuff I'm
God
supposed to be
cannot
collecting?
violate
Okay.
the laws of logic because they are his very attributes. The laws of identity, non-contradiction, excludamental laws of mathematics.
Yo,
These are
Lord
how
of the
God's
Shore.
mind thinks. They are eternal, universal, and
So,
unchanging.
if I
and
leave a
because they
griffin
are
here-
his attributes, he cannot change those. God cannot create a one-ended stick, a square circle, a married bachelor, military intelligence. Those things just don't exist.
You got it in. Thank you very much for this question. Coming in from Ian Chen says there's no Ark because it's Noah to be found.
Well,
You
I'm going to
just
go
come
ahead
in
and
with the
answer that one
winners.
real quick. I know why it's Noah to be found.
Species
See, people
limit
say, oh, we
reached.
found the Ark on Mount Ararat. No, you wouldn't have found the Ark on Mount Ararat. Think about this. When the Ark landed, there probably would have been a whole lot of greenery,
What's
grasses,
the beast doing?
some bushes. The dove came back with an olive branch in its beak. So, but again, there wouldn't have been any mature trees. So what would you have built your shelter out of? Your pens for your animals? What would you built those out of? You would have
Here's
had
a
to
topic.
cannibalize that ark.
The
Every bit of wood would have been used for some purpose
synergization through
until you had
conceptual
mature trees
conditions
grown
through
up enough
visualizations
to
of
where
thought.
you
That's
could
just a
harvest
word
those
salad,
to build
dude.
whatever you needed to build.
That's not a
You got
topic.
it in.
That's
Thank you
just
very
a
much for this question.
word
Coming
salad.
in from John McAvett.
Open the toy
says,
chest.
So God
Whoa.
can change the natural laws wherever he wants and hide all evidence
Whoa.
of that. How
What the-
convenient, Mr. Batman.
Well, God is God. And you know what the Bible says? I'm going to quote the
quaffle.
scripture. God can do anything he chooses in the heavens and on the earth.
Cool
There you go.
beans.
You got it in. Thank you very much for this one. Big Thing Bruce Wayne says, if the Christian flood wiped out the world, how did other civilizations exist before and after the flood? Also, why did several civs
identified all the gear.
civilizations record no flood?
Well, actually, you have pretty much a flood narrative in nearly every civilization out there. Not all
There
of
you
them,
go.
but quite a few. The Epic of Gilgamesh happens to be one of them. I think it's in China. I can't remember which one. When you look at their particular pictographic language, the actual pictograph for boat is literally a box-looking thing with 8 slashes on it, the 8 people on the ark. So it's very interesting like that. Now, there were
What
no
is on my map?
civilizations during that flood period. As a matter of fact, when we look at the evidence of written language, when did written language start to occur? About 4,000 years ago, about 500 years after the Ark event, the flood event.
Oh, okay. Easy does it.
We switched to Liberty Mutual and saved $652. They customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. With the money we saved, we thought we'd try electric unicycles.
Don't give him that, Tar Baby
Saving is
Yoda.
definitely
Don't
easier.
give him
Hey, babe,
that.
I think
You
I
give
got
him
it.
an inch, they take a mile.
Okay,
Don't give
show
him
off.
that. That's a weak. Have you ever been to China, Tar Baby Yoda?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Can I add one thing to that? Is that okay? So I'm not getting any questions. No one ever asks me any questions. I never get any questions, and I'm so bitter about it. So I'll poach Mr. Batman's questions.
Please.
I'm gonna push back a little on the prevailing flood narrative, just
I'm out of
because I
work lump
think,
juice.
or the flood narrative being so ubiquitous. Because while it is true, there are a lot of flood narratives, especially in civilizations that lived near water that frequently underwent things like inundations. I would like to point out that there are a lot of
How about
archetypes
Hollow
that are
Earth? Now
very
that's something I
common
can get behind.
in human
Agartha,
sort
the
of
Nephilim.
record-keeping
Oh
or
yeah, let's
mythos,
go.
whichever one you want to go with.
I can
Shapeshifter
get behind.
deities and
I can get with
and
you on
trickster
that.
gods and angels and I guess you would say like hybridized creatures, where they've got animal body parts. I mean, that's like a classic from
Chimera.
Egyptian mythology to Roman
Greek
mythology
as well.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I don't necessarily know that would stand on its own. I think it's interesting, but I don't think it necessarily supports the global flood. That's my opinion.
Well, I would also point out that the Greek mythology, like the Minotaur, the half bull, half man, this is
I
what
can
the
grow a lot
Nephilim
more.
were doing, also referenced in the scripture.
Yeah,
they
let's
were
go.
actually engaging in genetic splicing.
Let's
This is
go.
called mixture. God hates
This
that
guy's
mixture.
base.
One more reason he judged the entire world with the flood.
You got it, and thank you very much.
guy
Oliver
knows what he's
Catwell has a message. We really want to share this. Really important. We do appreciate it. Oliver says, remembering the Capitol officers who took their own lives.
Herbology,
1-800-SUICIDE
Gothic
is
potting
a
table.
free
Wait.
anonymous helpline if you are
Three small
contemplating
pots,
suicide.
three small pots,
so, folks,
three small
we really
pots,
do want
three
you
small
to, I
pots.
pinned that at the top of the chat.
Small
and we
pot,
absolutely
small
do
pot,
encourage you, if
small
you are
pot.
contemplating suicide, please do call that number. Please do get help from a professional, and our hearts go out to you. We're glad you're here, folks. As a side note, no matter what walk of life you were from, whether you be Christian, atheist, black, white, Republican, Democrat, gay, straight, you name it, we are really glad you are here. We hope you feel welcome. And so again, that number is pinned
You
at
have
the top
reached
of
your
the chat.
budget for
So
this
please
type of
do,
item? What does that even
if you are
mean?
contemplating suicide, call that number.
Oh, it means I have to tear
We will
down
jump
my
into
other
the next
potting
question from
tables
Big Thang Bruce Wayne says,
to
if the Christian
rebuild
flood
triple
wiped out
potting
the
tables.
world, Mr.
Okay.
Batman. Oh, we got that one.
So,
Experiments
what
in
do I do?
prebiotic chemistry says, awesome job debating. Erica, huge fan you got here, Erica. Says, thanks for being here to debate.
Okay, hold on. I know what I have to do.
I am always happy to come in
So I have
and
to
have a
go.
chat. I really do enjoy this topic. That's the thing. Some of my colleagues are like, why are you going around talking about
altering
this stuff all the time?
spell.
I think it's interesting. I think it's fun.
No, I need
that really is the reason. And I want to stress too that
this one.
supposing, just because I've been burned before, supposing that it's on like a neutral platform, I'm happy to debate anybody on this. I really am. I love it. That's why I
Currently
usually
in
come on
use.
Modern Day Debate. Although James, I did cheat on the channel a little bit. There's a channel out there called Theology Unleashed, and I had the pleasure of debating intelligent design advocate Gunter Beckley over there a couple months ago, and it was really fun.
How do
Sorry,
I?
James. I know. It's put me in the brig.
That's funny. No, we're excited for it. If you feel free, if you ever have a debate, use our handle in the tweet, and we are happy to retweet it because that sounds epic. And
Okay,
we'd
so
love
I
for
can
people,
take out these tables
Mutual shilling. I like it.
We'd love for people to decide
and
wherever
put
they wanna
in
watch debates.
triple
We're happy for
tables.
them to watch it wherever they do. And Mac, the Huffman human. Mac the human, so sorry. He says, the real Batman would have investigated this, not just assert, quote, the Joker did it, unquote.
What just
This
happened?
Batman isn't for real.
Oh, well, I got news for him. I'm the Batman who laughs. You know what?
No.
What really gets me
No.
is I have investigated this. I've been
Yeah,
looking
that
at
was,
this for
kinda
35 years, almost 40 years now. I actually was an atheist and brought to this position of creationism because of a
Your
gentleman
tool
that I
wheel
love
slots
very
are
dearly, my
full. What
uncle,
the?
who just barely had a 6th grade education. But he asked me some very basic questions about life, about how life works. And you know what? I said, oh man, I'm going to prove you wrong. And that's why I am here today. because I wanted to know the truth. And I appreciate
Sorry,
Miss Erica
baby.
saying she's a
It's
truth
really
seeker,
not.
because I am too. I want to know the truth.
It's really not worth your time.
Jesus is the truth.
Just saying. You can.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question from Ian Chen.
You can
Says
try
Noah
to,
kept the bees in the ark hives.
Explain common sense
Man,
to a flat
you're
earther,
coming
but
out
it
with
doesn't
so
work.
many winners tonight.
You're cracking up, Mr. Batman. Mr. Batman loves these. Bubblegum Gun says, Nephilim Free wants to debate me. Ask him for a 1v1. Maybe. And then next up, thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from Raw Nakedness says, if you compare Mesohippus with a modern horse and consider that there are descriptions of modern horses from 1,000 years after the flood, you would have to believe in a lot of super fast evolution.
Not necessarily. Once again, when you have all the different genetic material that you need for any particular animal, again, God designed that into the system. If you're going to say that, well, wait a minute, this didn't work this way, then you're denying the truth of God's word. Psalm 119, verse 160. The sum of your word is truth, and all of your righteous rulings endure forever. God's word is true. If we may not understand it completely, that doesn't negate the truth factor of it.
A composter? What does that even do?
Thank you very much for this question. Coming in from Experiments in Prebiotic Chemistry strikes again, saying, how do we know that the Christian God gives us the uniformity of nature? The Bible says so?
Actually, that would be one. But unfortunately, if you're going to look in a philosophy book, the actual definition of a circular argument is the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true. That's circular. But wait a minute, let's look at the evidence. In order to have time, space, and matter, by definition, you must have a timeless, spaceless, immaterial, all-powerful, all-knowing,
I have no idea what
loving,
this stuff
living,
does.
logical lawgiver, Most High Elohim. That's the God of the Bible. And that's just looking at time,
These
space,
things
and
make
matter.
fertilizer for me. These
You got
things.
it, and thank you very much for this
Chopping
question coming in
station? I don't
from
really know
Raw
what happens
Nakedness
there.
Says, at one dino graveyard, bones show signs of weathering. After death, they decomposed and the bones degraded by exposure to the elements, probably for years in most cases.
That might be DNM, or it might be the.
Hold on, let me
Cleveland
see if I have a.
Dinosaur Quarry. I can't remember.
I might have a double large table.
I don't know. That wasn't at me, but I was trying to pick out Ron Ekidus. Tell me in the chat which one you're talking about. I'm curious. I'm very curious.
Talking to me?
Well.
Okay.
No, I was talking to Ron Ekidus. Sorry, James.
Utility.
Well, and with my issue is that's not a problem. Yes, there could be some bones that were left above the last strata, the last flood strata that was brought down. That's not an issue. The issue is, okay, these things were once alive and now they're dead. And we see them all over our planet. Billions of dead things laid down by sedimentary layers of rock all over our planet. How did they get here? Miss Erica had mentioned falling into a well or into the tar pits. Those are very rare occurrences. But we see a common event all over the planet. What happened? It was a global catastrophic flood.
How do I get fertilizer?
You got it, Ann. Thank you very much for this question coming in from Tyler Cates. Appreciate it. Says, Mr. Batman, please explain how the heart is irreducibly complex. It's made of cells and can be broken into valves. If a valve goes, the heart still functions.
You dorks have never framed a house, have you?
Well, actually, the heart itself is a 4-chamber pump made of meat. It's part of an irreducibly complex system. Now, if one of those valves start to malfunction, your body's not going to function very well.
So why do naval ballistic experts say that they have to account for curve when they're firing?
But once again,
they have missiles,
the heart
not missiles, but
is
ballistics.
irreducibly complex in its own right because it has a
can
number
shoot
of
so
different
far
parts that
that
actually
they have to
make
take
it
into
work,
account
make it
curve.
pump to the tune of 700,000 gallons a year without stopping. Because if it ever stops, you got a problem. But in order for that to be there, you have to have the blood. The blood pulls in the oxygen, takes out the
That's all right,
carbon
man.
dioxide. Then in order for that to work,
I
you have to have the
understand
veins
it's a
and the
plague
arteries.
that
Now,
media
blood itself
and
is irreducibly
TikTok
complex.
and things
The
like this
veins
have
and the
made people
arteries
very
are
low
all through your
IQ.
body, and
I get it.
all this is interdependent upon the respiratory
It's sad,
system
though.
and also the muscular system. So the systems themselves are interdependent upon one another. If you don't have all of them functioning simultaneously, then you don't have a functioning human being. You don't have a functioning system.
I think, if I may add on that, the irreducible complexity stuff is really fun to talk about, I think, just because it always sends me down a rabbit hole of like, okay, well, what do we really know about, given organ system, whether it's discussing something like the circulatory system, the nervous system, the complexity of the eye is another classic one that tends to be looked at. And from the sort of evolutionary perspective on this, although this is like the real
release
fast
the
and loose
beast
version.
I need to
You
release
tend
one of
to
these
want to look
Gryffindors.
at in order to find out if
Caligo
something is
or
truly
Highway?
irreducibly complex, to see if you can
Problem is,
can map out this trajectory from something from extant
Still mount them
organisms.
if I let
So the
them out.
classic is the eye, right? You've got eye
I don't wanna
spots and
let it out
flatworms and
into my
proceedingly
named
more complex eyes
stuff
in other
out.
extant species, from pinhole camera eyes seen in the likes of like octopuses.
I'd rather go catch
cup
some
eyes in
hippogriffs.
some kinds of fish.
One,
to the
two,
complex side that's
3
seen in mammals.
species.
And so then the question is, okay, well, genetically, can
hippogriff
you get
feathers.
from A to
Let's let
B, B to
Caligo
C,
out.
C to D, D to E, without like lethality? And the answer to that question is really fascinating. For every organ system that's been looked at,
Caligo.
there tends to be a very logical pathway to take that isn't lethal in and of itself, and in fact confers fitness benefits at every step along the way. So I would argue that when it comes to irreducible complexity, if we were to ever have a conversation about that, I think the name of the game would be like, okay, we're only going to talk about this system because there's so much to talk about with each one.
Why can't I?
But it sure is cool.
I would agree with that, because when I had my debate with Aaron Ra, which lasted a grand total of 25 minutes because he couldn't answer the questions I was asking.
Look at the hippogriff
I
playing
asked him
with the
very
dummy.
specifically, okay, this system is irreducibly complex. The heart, the blood,
Calm
and
down,
the veins and the
Caligo.
arteries.
Hey,
Which
slow
one of
down,
them
buddy.
evolved first? And you know what he said? Well, the funny thing is the heartbeat evolved first. Wait a minute. How do you evolve a heartbeat without a
He won't calm
physical
down.
transmitter? Something that's actually going to transmit that electric
Caligo's
signal.
crazy.
So once again, we understand that all
Caligo
these systems
losing his
have to
mind.
be in place.
Next up, Fat Man. Thank you for your super chat. No question.
Fat Man, that's what my shirt
But
says.
Mr. Morpheus, thanks for your
Thank you,
question. Mr. Batman, you kept saying we haven't observed evolution happening. Tell me, when have you observed a god creating anything?
Oh, we haven't observed God creating anything because that would violate the first law of thermodynamics. That matter
I'm
and
just a
energy cannot be
landscaper,
created
don't
nor
front.
destroyed, but it can
No.
only change form over time.
You're
The fact of the
assuming.
matter is, this in tandem with
I
the
do
second law of
landscape, I do
thermodynamics,
arborist
entropy,
work, I
that,
do
all
maintenance,
things
I
go
do
from a state of
painting, I
order
do
to disorder,
drywall,
from
I do
workable
framing,
usable
I do
energy to no
electrical, I
workable
do
usable energy,
plumbing,
also known as thermal
I
equilibrium.
do
This proves
air
that
conditioning work.
an agent, a personal
I'm the
loving
security
agent,
and
chose
the
to begin
maintenance
his
at
act
the
of
apartments that I
creation
live
and
at.
then chose to
So
stop
you don't
his
know what
act
you're
of
talking
creation.
about.
Because if all you ever have is an eternal cause, the only thing you could have is an eternal effect.
Let's see,
Now,
for the past
that
2
God
weeks I've been
designed
doing
all the multiplicity of systems that we have. You
pretty
see,
much
in
mostly
Romans chapter
painting,
1, starting at verse 20, it says, "For what can be known about God
patching
is plain
holes
to
in
them."
walls.
Who's them? Everybody. Because God has shown it to them. Namely, his eternal power, his divine nature, his invisible attributes. have been
Custodial arts?
clearly
Not
seen,
really.
Clearly perceived ever
I've
since
done
the creation of the
pre-construction
world
cleanup,
and everything that
which
has
is
been
kind
made
of like,
so that nobody has an excuse.
I guess that's kind of
That's why I asked
custodial.
about natural laws. That's why I asked about laws of logic. That's why I asked where the source of life comes from, because you cannot justify them without a loving, living, logical lawgiver God.
Tyler West, thanks for your question. Says, where is the flood boundary? Where does it begin and where does it end?
Stop running
It
around in
should
circles.
Be the most
Yo, I gotta put
obvious
this away
boundary
because it's
of
freaking
layered
out
bedding in the rock layers.
my
It
hippogriff.
doesn't exist, and Mr. Batman has
Caligo
no
is
explanation.
freaking out about that dark
Oh my goodness.
dark wizard
Well,
thing.
actually, if you look at the Earth, it has what is called a seam all the way around it. Personally, and again, we don't know for sure because we weren't there and the Bible doesn't tell us. But part of that seam, those fault lines, start
Well, the Bible's not a
in
science book,
Jerusalem.
so it's
Wow,
not supposed
that's
to
pretty
tell
cool.
us.
So I think that started right there. Now, how are you going to have flood boundaries when the entire world is covered by the flood, where your boundary is going to be at that point. The
I'm a
highest
physicist.
mountain was covered by
I
at
don't
least
think
20
so.
feet. So the question is kind of moot right there anyway.
You shouldn't read
Gotcha. Thank you
blueprints
very
if
much
your life
for this
depended on
question.
it.
Do appreciate it coming in
You're
from
wrong.
Ron Nakedness.
I can make
Says,
blueprints. What are
you
you
don't
talking
really
about,
need
bro?
a heart for a circulatory system. You just need directional flow. You can
I
get
probably
that
I
from
probably learned more
cilia
about
or
architecture
muscle
than you
action.
forgot.
Great. Now, who designed the muscle action to work that way?
can't
Wouldn't
pick it
the
up yet.
heart be considered muscle action? So right there, you're saying you can have a circulatory system without a heart, but now you're just calling the muscle action, which does the same function as the heart. You're just going to appeal to that. You're still left asking the question, what caused
Did I
it
say
to
that
be
wrong?
there? What caused the template to
I
be
think I
there
was supposed
so
to
the
say I
next
probably
generation
forgot
could
more
have
about
that same
agriculture
functional system?
or architecture
Thank
than
you
you've
very much for
learned.
this question. Coming in
I think I
from
said it wrong.
Tasha Thomas says only local parentheses farm animals
How do
were
I-
taken into the ark. We have the proof of the global
Oh,
flood.
medium.
Get the evidence from
Hardy
the video.
plant,
Quote
Chinese
1, 2, 3, 4,
pumpkin
5.
cabbage.
Proof for God.
Shrivel
Unquote.
fig.
So is that for me?
I think that was a troll. And then Spring Heel Jack, thanks for your question, says, but Erica is so hungry for a question. But don't
I'm
worry.
starving over here, James. Throw me a bone.
We've got you one. Spring Heel Jack says, Erica, is it possible that human population groups in isolation from one another evolved to have different cognitive abilities?
I think given the level of admixture that we've seen in humans, no. I think that as far as pinning certain groups, like all
What
that
is the
IQ
point of this
stuff
thing?
with different
Fluxweed
individual
stem?
Populations, I don't think that pans out
Dittany,
at all in
shrivel
the
fig
genetic
fruit.
work that we've seen. Humans are all remarkably similar to one another. We are not a species with
It's
very
just
much
like it
genetic
randomly
diversity when
grows a
compared to other animals, although many primates have low genetic diversity simply because they're prone to bottlenecks. But no, I don't think that there is any kind of
What is your favorite
could that
globe proof?
feasibly happen? I think that
Such a dumb
species-wise, it did. Homo
Oh
sapiens
my
is just
gosh.
all one large group with a cognition that's effectively the same.
64.
And that cognition was selected for over perhaps the more robust Homo neanderthalensis, Homo naledi, all these other contemporaneous hominins. Homo floresiensis, same boat. Denisovans, same boat. Brain beat brawn out on that one.
Juicy. By the way, as a side note, Erica, in your experience in the education that you've received,
59.
with these habits,
Okay, I'm at
have you ever
59
heard
with
of this
one
stigma
upgrade.
against group evolution?
59
Say
with
kind
no
of group level
upgrades. 50,
evolution
59
or I
with
should
no
say, rather
upgrades.
than
Ancient magic
individual
increase.
level selection seems to be totally accepted, but group
Yeah.
level selection is considered.
I like this better.
If you're meaning sort of like along the lines of like the evolution of eusociality, because that tends to
Why
be
is
like
this locked?
that tends
Why
to
can't
be
I
a
wear
real
this?
tricky subject. Like that evolving that level of cooperation.
Oh,
It
it's
seems
level
pretty
27.
unpopular right now,
Dang.
if that is what they're talking about.
Okay.
What I'm thinking of is when you say sociality, do you mean like groups that are pro-social that cooperate more than other
61
groups would
with
be
3
more likely
upgrades.
to pass on their
58.
genes because they'll outcompete other
70.
groups that aren't
Decreased
cooperating?
damage taken.
Oh no
from
no no no
injury.
no! Yeah, that as far as that goes, like sociality is a huge game changer. The ability to
70,
cooperate
61 with
is
3
one of our
upgrades.
biggest strengths. We see this constantly in other apes too. In given populations of like
Apes?
chimpanzees, for instance, chimpanzees who are excellent at doing these,
What the?
these territorial
I
raids
got a
with
dang
high levels
gladiator
of
helmet.
cooperation
How
are
where
capable
did this
of
come from?
monopolizing resources. In bonobos, who are very
Whoa,
closely
that's
related
cool.
to chimps, but they're matriarchal, so they're led by an alpha
But if
female.
I have that, then I don't need
Females who
glasses.
individually are weaker than males form coalitions with one another to bully males out of feeding rights. So this idea of being able to cooperate to get what you want, it's huge. And the thinking goes is that sociality goes hand in hand with
75,
cognition.
77.
Every big brain
Decreased damage
species
of
on
all
the planet
damage
is
spells?
highly
What?
social, from cetaceans to our elephants,
Okay.
to humans
That's
to
cool.
corvids to other apes. I mean, that's how it goes. So I would say that
really
the
like how it looks,
evolving
though.
the ability to cooperate, man, that was one of the best moves in the history of moves.
The best moves in the history of moves. What the?
Humoring Erica for just one more second, Mr. Batman, because I know you're waiting. But
He's
Dean,
throwing
you're
me a
just
bone here.
making
You're
word
just
salad.
giving me what I want, James. You're humoring me.
Well, one thing that it was interesting that I ran into when I went, this is a philosophy of science course that I took getting my master's in philosophy at Texas Tech. One of the things that came up in that course was the extreme skepticism regarding group selection.
Okay.
So in other words, even though it seems intuitive,
So I
like
have
I
all
think
my
it seems
proper
intuitive
gear
that,
picked.
for
Now we
example,
go
even
here.
today, if you have, let's say it's kind of like in the Olympics almost, like as an analogy, if you have one team that cooperates better than another, it'll probably be more likely to win or more likely to survive out there in the world. However, I'm reading this from, I remember Dawkins is actually a huge critic or skeptic. He says, so I'm reading this now. It says Richard Dawkins and other advocates of the
Fooper feathers.
gene-centered
I need
view
a
of evolution
fooper.
remain unconvinced about group selection. So in
Dang
other
it,
words,
I don't have any
you heard
fooper
it, but
feathers.
one thing I'm just asking, and I'm not saying this as a means
Grap
of like trying to
horn, so I can put my grap
sow
horn
seeds of
into
division
my
among people who believe in evolution. The reason I'm bringing this
into
up
my
is, like,
beast thing
did
and
you
get
ever
grap
experience
horn
that or
horns.
hear about the fact that for a lot of biologists, group level selection is like they would
But there's
say,
already
like,
two- I need
like
another
creationism.
beast.
Like it's that much.
I need another beast chamber
to where they would,
because
have you ever
I've
heard
already
of
got
that
too many
being that
species.
stigmatized?
I mean, potentially. I think
There
maybe
must
I've
be a
been,
third
I've been
room. I need
thinking
fooper and
along a different
I
line
have a
here as
grap
far
horn.
as
We
what
need
it
a
is that
fooper.
we're actually talking about. I mean, the concept of cooperation is inherent to
Okay.
social animals. I can't imagine
that.
that any
Can you talk
biologist in
to
their
the
right
little
mind
elf guy?
would
'Cause
deny
maybe
that.
he
I don't
has
even
a-
think Dawkins would do that. And there are things that I disagree with Dawkins on for sure. Although he's a decent evolutionary biologist, I think he's better with
What do you
with
need me
science
to do,
communication,
Deke?
in my opinion. But that being said, like the idea that a gene that you can abide by the selfish gene theory and
we
then
gotta go
also
find
have
Tobbs.
group level selection, at least if I'm imagining this correctly,
That's
I don't understand why that's not
That's
going
always
to
your
be
go-to
coherent.
question.
At least if I'm thinking of the
Super-
same thing that you guys are thinking
super
of.
low IQ
So that's
question,
again, it's the name of the
Cashapp.
game with
I'm not
social
even gonna
species.
explain it to you
And
'cause I've already done
I
it
can't think
like
of
100 times.
I can't think of anybody who would be studying social mammals, social birds, anything of that nature who would deny that. In fact, I would argue that prosociality is huge for promoting the selfish gene. I mean, those two things can exist in tandem and support one another as well as hypotheses. But maybe that's me being controversial. I don't know.
Well, we will talk more about it. But Patrick Lowinger, am I pronouncing it right? Let me know, Patrick. Says, check out Amy Newman's YouTube recent episode, Flood Mythologies of the Ancient Mediterranean and Mesopotamia. Juicy. Thanks for that, Patrick. And Spring Hill Jack. Oh, we got that one. Snake was right, past tense. Good to see you. I didn't see your question, though. Farron Salas, thanks for your question. Says, wet-nosed primates can produce their own vitamin C. Dry-nosed primates can't. So were there primates with scurvy on board the Ark, Mr. Batman?
No, there wouldn't have been any animals that had any problems whatsoever. Because once again, God would have only brought the animals with the perfect genetic structure to actually perform the functions that they needed to do in order to have those descendants when they actually got off the ark.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question. Tyler West says, Erica, can you explain why the Dover Cliffs, made of chalk limestone, cannot form in a flood or in 6,000 years?
Yes. So in the case of the Cliffs of Dover, that's mostly going to be chalk, and the conditions that are conducive for limestone formation and chalk formation at that, they're warm waters that are calm in order because turbulence and turbidity and things like that will remix the minerals and substances and such like that back into the water. So and then you also have to have low acidity, because if the acidity is too high, again, it breaks down the mineral, and you have to have low pressure. All four of these things aren't going to be, at least as far as I am aware, the types of conditions that you're going to see in a global flood. To make matters worse, I would propose chalk and limestone are composed, marine chalk and limestone, I should be very clear. Chemical is different. Chemical limestone is a different thing, but they are readily distinguishable from one another. So Cliffs of Dover, it's a marine kind of deposition, accumulation, deposition, etc., marine structure. And you know this because you can take little pieces off, look at it underneath a microscope, and you see little microorganism shells, things of that nature. So you also, another reason why I would propose that the flood couldn't do it is because maintaining a community of planktonic life to create something like the Cliffs of Dover, it couldn't happen in a year. If you had all those organisms living contemporaneously in one spot at the same time, it's a sludge of microorganisms. Which is why a vast amount of time is, in my opinion, required for something like this, because these organisms are living and dying and depositing. They're living, they're dying, depositing. They're living, they're dying, depositing. But doing it all at once, and I mean, we're looking at like the amoebic sea from Alien Planet, that Discovery Channel documentary from a couple decades ago.
You got it. And this one from Bubblegum Gun, I can't tell if they're serious. It says laws given by a god is no different in social construct from a law given by a communist government. Laws above God must come from a higher being.
Actually, no, that doesn't work, because you have to have laws that come from an eternal, universal, and unchanging lawgiver. If you're going to have laws of physics, laws of chemistry, laws of biology, laws of logic, laws of mathematics. Now, when you're talking about laws that man makes, you're talking about conventions, conventional laws. Man can change those laws anytime he wants. That's like a speed limit. My dog is about to go crazy, so I got to let her out. I'll be right back.
No worries. We've got a question for
Now you've got an opportunity to ask a question to Miss Erica.
Finally.
Sunflower, thanks for your question, says, for Erica, do you consider scientific truth with a capital T to be the most important thing to pursue and spread?
I think it's important that some people do take that position. I think that having very science-focused minds in our society is a lot of times what leads to innovation that makes society better. I don't think it's necessary that everyone has that kind of perspective. I would like it, just because I like to think that I have that perspective, at least to a degree. But I don't think that that is necessarily the most important thing, like TM, period, full stop.
Gotcha. And the next one, Mr. Morpheus says, Mr. Batman, you don't get to assert a god did this or that. You have to prove it. The Bible's the claim, not the proof.
Well, actually, the Bible is the foundation for truth. Jesus said he is the way, the truth, and the life. And then I just quoted Psalm 119, verse 160 earlier, that the sum of his word is truth. But I also validated that with the evidence of creation. Since we know that whatever created time, space, and matter did not need time, space, and matter in order to create time, space, and matter, that being or thing, wherever you want to look at it that way, had to be timeless, spaceless, and immaterial. All powerful, all knowing, loving, living, a personal agent, and a logical lawgiver. So that is only the God.
This debate. Where'd the volume go down?
Out of the Bible. That's the only one that exists.
You got it, and thank you very much. This one coming in from EndoXD says, thanks guys, fun debate, love listening to Erica, and also I have a question for Mr. Batman. If that's how fossils form, shouldn't there be tons and tons of fossils due to the flood? Thanks. And then they also asked if Erica could respond.
Absolutely. There are tons and tons of fossils because of the flood. We find of them all over our planet. Like I said before, three times, billions of dead things laid down by sedimentary layers of water all over our planet. You're up, Miss Erica.
Okay, cool. Yes. The thing about the flood is that the flood requires a ubiquitous type of fossil burial. In my opinion, I haven't seen a model that can allow that has been fleshed out, I should say, because Mr. Batman offered some thoughts on this as well. But I think that you have to have a model that's going to really flesh out how you're going to get all of these different types of fossilization that we see, and more importantly, in the order that we see them. Right. So yes, water rapid burial is going to be a great way to get a fossil. That's true. This planet is also 75% water, so it's not surprising that we see a lot of fossils that are buried under those conditions. Again, the prediction from the flood perspective I would propose would be that there is this universal set of criteria that can be applied to all fossils and identify them as having been flood fossils. Because if the flood boundary is where most creationists say it is, or a lot of creationists say it is, that being at the Cretaceous, from the boundary between the Mesozoic and the Cenozoic, then there should be very clear differences in the fossils that we find in the flood layers versus the non-flood layers. Because everyone knows we find fossils that are from fossils of mammoths and things of that nature. Sorry, my dog barking. And other ancient critters from the Cenozoic. But I don't think we find a huge difference in them. So how is it that we're getting Cenozoic fossils of things like Purgatorius or Afropithecus or Indricotherium, organisms that I don't think many creationists would identify them as flood-buried organisms. And why are their fossils so indistinguishable in many cases from the ones that are flood fossils? Sorry, long-winded, like I said. Always long-winded.
Thank you, Bubblegum Gun, as well. Says speed limits, quote unquote, are from God are a social construct.
Now,
well, again, speed limits are laws of man, and here's the problem with laws of man.
I can't carry any more potions,
if there is no God,
not do it.
Then why is there any particular thing that's absolutely morally wrong? You see, conventional laws are laws of man changed by man. Now, you can change the speed limit. The speed limit outside of my house right now is 35 miles an hour. They could change it to 55 tomorrow because they just choose to do so.
It's so ignorant.
But we can't change laws of logic.
The shape of the earth, laws of physics. What you think of the shape of Earth
laws of biology
makes you satanic.
These are established by a loving,
if that were the case, I would say flat Earth is satanic because it's what the elites used to keep Christians from exploring back in the day, and now it's what atheists use to discredit Christians and make them look stupid. I would say if either one is satanic, it would be flat Earth, but I don't think either of them are.
Given that this is basically pure smack talk, we'll give you a chance to respond, Mr. Batman. They say, Erica,
but the fact that you would say that tells me you were deeply invested in something that's got you confused.
The only one using the scientific method in this debate, Mr. Batman used a lot of probablys and maybes.
What do I do with shrivel fig?
Batman coming after Mr. Batman like
now
that.
We go sell
Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. But Mr. Batman, you can't just let him treat you that way.
Oh, I'm used to it. The fact of the matter is again, I don't think I said probably or maybe, other than when we were talking about the possibilities of things that we're not sure about that happened in the past that are not designated in the scripture. God's word is truth. Now, where I never said possibility or could be is laws of nature. I know for a fact where those come from. Those have to come from a loving, living, logical lawgiver God. Without an eternal, universal, unchanging lawgiver, then you don't have eternal, universal, unchanging laws. These are called metaphysical laws because they have to come from outside of the physical realm.
No, that's
that
not
means
true.
that God is exerting his will
I have
on the
lots
physical
and lots
world
and lots and lots of proofs
by
that I've given them to you
laws.
hundreds of times.
If he ever took his hands off
and you
creation,
just ignore them,
we wouldn't be here to complain.
It's fine. I'm not going to keep
and this one from
rebutting things
Sunflower,
with easy, simple,
didn't see a question
observable,
attached.
testable,
I think you just submitted
predictable
one that we said.
answers.
Looking for
Sunflower might just being generous.
I'm just gonna let you.
Thank you, Sunflower. Let me know.
I'm
if you
just
have a
gonna say
question.
it's
And then
dumb.
Mr. Morpheus
Thank you,
says,
because that's all it's left to say
Erica,
about
can you tell us what role
I've already
do
shown that it's dumb.
pre-zygotic and
Everybody has.
post-zygotic barriers play in speciation?
And yeah.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Pre and post-zygotic barriers. Your post-zygotic barriers too are going to be a lot fleshed out quite a bit by things that are occurring again in the environment around organisms. Pre-zygotic barriers.
That's deep, Dean. Why are you trying to talk like Ling Chin?
They tend to be less selected for by the big E environment, as in like the literal habitat that the organism is living in.
As my
but they can aid in speciation. Those pre-zygotic barriers too. They're not always foolproof.
Oh yeah,
right?
we got to go to Ollivanders
things
anyway.
like a classic example is, and thank goodness this is theoretical work and not like actual
Name one.
work
No,
that's
I'm
been
good.
done. But the main barrier
Go
to
back
entry
and watch
for,
some
for
my
the
old videos.
hybridizability of a human and a chimpanzee is actually
When I've
the
already
zona
explained it to
pellucida.
you.
It's the outer layer of the egg. It gatekeeps sperm, and it's what decides whether or not insemination is actually going to occur. That's a pre-zygotic
Or just
barrier
call in,
that's
Flat Salad. You
important.
want to debate Flat Earth?
But
Jump in the Discord.
theoretically, something like artificial insemination can bypass.
I'm down to debate
that
you over
barrier.
voice. I'm not
that's what's been done in
talk
a
to
lot
your-
of our
your-
artificial
your
organisms that we have
texts.
today, GMOs and
Not
things
gonna
like that,
debate
GMO
your
animals and
texts.
things of that nature.
But if you want to talk about
in
it,
order
and you want to prove me
ensure that
wrong,
insemination does occur, whether it's a
then
mechanical barrier
jump in the Discord.
or something
It's
more
open.
simplistic.
You need the
like
link?
that.
I'll put it in there for you.
Both of those are really important and do aid in speciation.
You got a
but
chin
because
vibe?
biology is
I
messy,
know.
it's always a gradient. It's never a sure thing, and it's
For real.
also
He's
not
been looking at
necessarily going to be
Linear chin
passed
chats,
down the
and he's
right
like,
way.
oh, I like how that guy
Mules
talks. I wanna
can
talk like
sometimes
that
be
guy.
fertile, right? So messy, always messy.
Gotcha, and thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from Xanos Carthage says, what do you guys think about turtles? Do you
Yeah,
like
that would be
them?
cool, Flat Savage. Jump
Love
in the
them.
Discord. We'll talk about Flat Earth.
I think they're interesting.
Otherwise, I don't want to talk about
but I will never eat one because they're an unclean animal.
I wouldn't eat one because I imagine they probably taste like a mix of like fish and chicken. I wouldn't like that. I'm not
What's an
into that.
unclean animal? What did they
Wouldn't
say?
like it, but I do try to help turtles when I see them.
Turtles?
Trying
Why
to
is a
cross
turtle an
roads.
unclean? I eat a turtle.
I live near a little creek.
I eat a
and
turtle
so
in a
sometimes when I'm
heartbeat.
going
They're hard to
running, I
get.
see turtles
It's
that are
actually
like
hard to
climbing up out of the water to
cook a
get up
turtle,
to the bridge,
but
you know, and I'm just
I
like,
would do
no.
it. I ain't scared of no turtle. Shoot. They're hard to get the meat out. I wonder if I could play Izzy Adesanya's channel. If I could play freestyle bender, I bet you I could.
What will you do? Will you make something better? Create.
Okay. Ready for my close up. It's not high energy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, what they care about is the content. I know you're about to, hey, wake up, live, come on. What it's about is the content. And they're here to join me. See, I'm chilling, sipping my wine, wearing my robe, relaxed. I'm working, that's why.
Freestyle
What's
bender.
up, guys? Welcome back. It's nice to be back in the studio. When was the last time we did one of these? That was the first one of the year. Yay, congrats. Anyway, now UFC 285. Jones vs. Gons. This right here, I'm gonna start at the top. This is a high level heavyweight fight. You know, when you play matchmaking in your head, you think about certain fights that you want to make. And this definitely is one of those ones that came up. This is just, first of all, let's go down the card. Let's go, okay. Oh yeah. Ian Gary. Yeah, versus Kenan. I fought this guy, Song Kenan.
You fought him?
Yeah, fought him in China. Yeah, fought him. Where did I fight him? China. What city? Can't remember. How did I beat him? First or second round? Doesn't matter.
Boom,
this time he's
heck
fighting Ian Gary. I'm not sure what his run is like so far in the UFC.
Consult with
Not
Gerald
bad. 3 out of 5. I think Brad fought him as well. Was a nice guy. Good fighter, solid
Let
fighter.
me go sell my stuff.
But
I don't
right
want a
now
quest
you're
to
coming up
start.
against Ian Gary, and
I
he's
got a full
been on
inventory.
a tear. He's undefeated. 3 in the UFC now. Ian, I can tell he loves
Can
to
I
fight.
buy a new
He's such a
broom
cool guy.
upgrade
When I
yet?
met him, he's such a cool guy. I met him in when he fought on my undercard in Vegas. Yeah, where he loves to fight. But yeah, if I'm gonna pick, I'm picking Ian just because momentum.
See if
and
you
also
upgrade it, it still
stylistically,
sells for
Ian
the
is just a
same
clean
price.
striker. He's a clean striker who knows how to pull back and forth. I'm pretty sure he's orthodox. Yeah, orthodox. Yeah, he's got a big reach advantage. And from fighting Song Kenan and seeing his improvements and seeing the kind of fighter that Ian has, I'm gonna go Ian. Ian's like the guy they're trying to promote, so you know it's a setup for him. But Song Kenan can spoil the party, but I don't think so. Hey, Duplessis. That's how you say it? Duplessis.
Dricus Duplessis.
It's South African, so you have to say that. Fuck, I don't know. What's his name
That was
actually?
French.
Dricus. That's a cool name.
Dricus Duplessis.
Wait, let me actually see the name. Dricus Duplessis. Right now, he's on a tear in the UFC. Dang. My man be rolling through people. Only person he didn't finish so far in the UFC is Brad Tavares. He's a tough guy to finish.
Yeah.
Striking is very awkward. Oh my god. Yo, they're striking. I hope they keep it on the feet. Fuck, there was one fight I remember. I think it was Chris Weidman versus Damian Maia. And because they were such good grapplers, that got canceled out. They were just on the feet. And that was a little fight. Man, this might be that. Dricus, it's effective because he was tagging Brad. It's awkward. And Brunson, the grappling might cancel each other out in this, so they might have to be forced to bang.
Yeah, I don't think Brunson's gonna be able to be strong enough to
grapple with this guy.
Grapple Duplessis.
Yeah, if I was gonna pick a winner though, I'm gonna go Dracus for this one. Young
He acts all
momentum.
buddy
And
with
Brunson
me on
is, let's be
Facebook.
honest, he's getting older.
soon as I
Also,
get-
a year off the cage.
I'll say,
That's,
"Hello,
coming back
JLP.
against a young gun like this
Good
going up.
morning. Hey.
He's on the come up.
And it's like,
yeah, I'm gonna go Dracus.
there's a
on this
certain
one.
handful of people that
Right.
just
That's
get mad.
Okay.
JS is
Trevin,
womanly, blah, blah, blah.
on
But then
slide
sometimes he's
right
nice.
now, Garbrandt on the slide as well. Bro, I'll tell you one thing. Garbrandt, though, what made me a fan was
Womanly,
that Dominic Cruz
intellectual,
fight.
blah, 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 blah,
Because
blah.
I picked Dominic to win. I thought Dominic was going to just school him with his veteran style. But Garbrandt, that was his fucking breakout performance, and I'm such a fan of that fight just because it surprised me. And I switched. I was like, yo,
that's just JS.
I'm a Cody
no,
fan.
that's
like,
just
that
my
made
answer
me
to stupid shit.
The style, all that kind of stuff. Trevor, I
just
haven't
how
seen
I
much of him.
respond to stuff
Not that I
that's,
can
like,
remember.
way
But I've seen his
dumb.
face around. You know, there's so many fighters. But yeah, I'm gonna go Garbrandt on this one, just because
When
I
he just
know
gets too,
what he can do. He can wrestle. Good striker. Sometimes though, I just wish Garbrandt would just stay disciplined. Like stay disciplined when he fights and just not get into the heat of the fight. Because when he gets hit, he decides sometimes to, like, 10 toes down, let's go. And I just feel like if he stays disciplined and just does what he does, fast, good head movement, good wrestling, like the Dominic Cruz fight, that was just, I don't want to say peak because he's still going, but that was like so far the pinnacle of Garbrandt's showing as a martial artist.
Why you
That
giving me a
that was
nuance?
a beautiful display of mixed martial arts. I'm such a fan of that fight. I'm going with Cody on this fight, and I hope he does what he does. Oh, this guy, what's his name? Bo Nickel versus Jay Pickett. I know this guy's a wrestler. He's young. He's coming up. I hear whispers of like what he says, and I'm just like, I know he's touted as a wrestler. Like I've asked Frankie, and he's like, yeah, he's really good. I was like, all right, bet. That's right. No, I remember. That's right. He did okay. Yeah, there was one thing he did on the Contender Series, I think. Yeah, right hand to a double leg or single leg or something, and then he choked the guy out. Well, let's see. Well, it's a setup, obviously. If you're gonna put your money on it, put it on Bo Nickel.
I don't know about that.
Ooh,
I don't know about that.
Turner. That's right. This is the one Dan was meant to be on. Yeah, Turner is no joke. Gamrot, I know he's a hard fight. I want Jalen. I think just momentum right now. He's on the side. What he's done so far, and that's fucking 6'3" as a lightweight. God damn.
That reach 7.7.
Jesus.
Do you hear what he said about you guys?
What?
It was pretty cool. He said that he didn't want the Dan fight anymore.
What's more genius is being able to explain complex things without.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, nah.
To explain complex things so that the average person can
nickname.
understand.
I like the way he, you see, like plays with spiders and tarantulas and shit. Is his name? Tarantula. Yeah, the tarantula. So he's got like.
Anybody can repeat a bunch of big words they heard,
and he trains dogs like bite dogs,
and assume that everyone else is too dumb to know what any of those words mean.
A few times, and
but people who do know what those words mean realize that you're just
yeah, he's cool. I like him.
Doing a bunch of word salad.
Ooh, that's a hard. Yeah, Gamrot's tough, man, and also he's fast. He's a fucking pit bull. Yeah, I'm gonna go Jalen on this one. Just also he's a brown belt or black belt in jiu-jitsu. Slick.
Like
his flow from not wrestling but jiu-jitsu and striking. His flow with both of them is like almost effortless. Nah, I'm going fucking Jalen. Tarantula.
I think he's one of the ones that can make a run.
Fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah, 100%. It's just, and also he's so young. He's young. He's on his come up. So I'm gonna go Jalen on this one. Yeah,
it's just gonna be a barn burner. Like nobody even knows. Probably 5-9 or something.
Maybe. Yeah, low key fight so far. I don't know yet, but we'll see. Next,
the other guy's 21.
Jeff Neal versus Shavkat Rakhmonov. This is that guy. He's like the quiet boogeyman of the welterweight division as well.
100% finish rate.
Yeah. And the way he's done it with people as well, I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous. It's impressive. Jeff Neal, his last showing was fucking beautiful. Yeah, Jeff, he's always got that power, but I don't know, something recently happened that just put him on my radar a little bit more. Fuck, if I'm gonna put money, I have to put on Shavkat. He's that guy right now. Hey man, it doesn't take much but like a motherfucker like Jeff to just spoil the party, man. Can't write off Jeff Neal. Jeff is a motherfucker. He's that dude too. But we're saying that, I just have to go smart money, Shavkat. And if you want to make some big money, put it on Jeff and see what happens, man, because this is MMA. Right. Ooh, co-main event of the evening. Alexa Grasso. What's her style? Striker.
Alexa Grasso versus Shevchenko is going to be lit.
Tenacious.
Yo,
Mexican,
that fight's
she,
yeah,
I just realized.
I don't care what nobody says
she
about women
fights
fighters.
like a Mexican in a way, like she's tough.
Those two women are the exception. They don't play.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Even with saying all that, look, when you're fighting
Shevchenko, you just need to sit down.
Is one of the best fighters in MMA currently, but also in history. Look, I'm not going against Shevchenko.
She's out for blood after what people were saying about her last fight. She faced that grappler that was like taking her down, getting heaps of control time.
Oh, what happened? I died? How did I die? Let me see, I wasn't paying attention. I was watching the video.
Die. Get the gun.
He just said die right as I said I died. He said die.
Popping bottles. It's only Tuesday.
Why not? It's Saturday.
Thank you, Izzy. I will.
Definitely not.
That looks like a really gay show.
Oh, got his ass. Oh, one more. He's still crawling. Now that he's on his feet.
The first one is always to
He's on
knock
his
him
feet,
down.
he's
Second
moving.
one's to finish him. Say hello
Get his
to my
ass.
red dot. Boom. Smoked. Hit an arm. Wow. Nice. She got her back taken. Bulldog. Ooh.
Ah, wasted that.
Oh, yo. She made the right choices too, but homegirl got there. Damn. Okay.
Every round.
Really?
That's round 2. You saw round 1, round 2.
Yeah. But I'm wondering what the striking was like then. Boy, you can't go off highlights.
It was close. The striking was Valentina, let's say, landed 20% more.
Damn. Okay, bet. Hey man, I'm not going against the bullet. Yeah, I'm not going against the bullet. I like Grasso a lot. I think she's tough. Who knows? Maybe she might even
Could be a surprise. Could be an upset, but I doubt it.
But yeah, Valentina, I'm a fan.
going
Still a fan.
Shevchenko all
Just a
day.
fan of MMA. Not like I used to. I don't fucking watch every fucking countdown on embedded or behind the scenes shit. I'm busy now. I'm trying to do MMA too. Do you even UFC? Do you UFC, bro? Yeah. Nah, but back in the day, I would like. That's why when I go into the UFC, I was just like, oh, I've seen this before. I've seen this. 'Cause I was just immersed into the fucking thing. Now I'm immersed into like the game.
I need to curse more.
Getting better, not really immersed in other fighters' careers. Because before I was like, I'm a fan of Silva, fucking Kenny Florian, Chuck Liddell, Shogun Bura, Lyoto Machida, Rampage Jackson, Rashad Evans. Like I was a fan of these guys and following their careers and watching videos on them. I used to go on BJPen.com at work and just have that open as a tab and just read MMA news as it pops up. So that's not the case anymore. All right. I'm still a fan, but I'm a fan in a different sense. I'm a fan of the work. But yeah, I'm gonna go Shevchenko. Right, now let's roll to the main event of the evening. This is, I can't front. This is just like, this is that fight. Jones out for three years. Guns being active. He's that new breed of heavyweight to talk about. Like that guy that he's light on his feet, very, very mixed striking, as in when he mixes it up well. Good grappling. People forget just because Francis took him down.
I just use ancient magic.
I think that's the element of surprise as well.
Wasted
Francis is strong as fuck and knows how to wrestle. So when Gans wasn't expecting
should have saved my
bang with Francis. That's what Francis is known for. But
Oh,
Gans can grapple, man. Gans from the way he fights as a heavyweight.
Button mashing, button mashing, button mashing, button mashing. We always win at button mashing.
So real creative ones, like random ones, like a heel hook. Good leg kicks as well. Jones, wrestling that's his superpower, isn't it? Range control. Who's got the Jones? Okay, the leg reach. They need to start add the leg reach. We understand you need the arm reach, yes, but add the leg reach. We need to know.
John has better range control than Gan. I think they're both good.
They're both really good because of his footwork as well. Gans has got better footwork, I feel, but using the hands for range control, playing with the hands, that's Jones. That's his shit. And he'll elbow you from there. He'll be fucking in long range before you know it. He's in mid range, and you wouldn't even realize it, or just at the edge of it, and then he'll just boom elbow. The thing is, 3 years, bro. 3 years away from the game is
long time.
Hard to ask for any
and
man,
coming back in a different weight class.
To be away from fighting.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough.
But there's a special few that can actually fuck off and come back and still look great. And I feel like John's one of them. But again, when we talk about special few fighters, trust me, Cyril's one of those guys as well. Jones, take him down and do what you do. That's it. Do the drop from having elbows and control and all that. Just take him down. And Jones can take him down. Gone. Kick his legs. Play with the range. Don't be scared to play with the range with Jones. Just because he's really good at it. But I know Gans is as well. He's got good footwork to avoid things. Good eyes. Good head movement as well from Gans. Jones got great striking as well. Like I said, he's maybe not as pretty as Gans, but he's got like great striking. Fuck, this is exciting. The more I think about this fight, I get more excited. Like as I'm even breaking it down right now, I'm just like, oh, that's right, he does this too. But like, I want to know what the training is like. What's his cardio like?
I don't know. They might just keep coming until I kill Victor.
He looks better suited for it. Also, Jones,
but he
like,
ain't dying.
What's his mental like? What's his lifestyle like?
One thing that he did say, and what I saw was that for his explanation for those last three performances, were that he wanted a fight. None of those guys were guys that were gonna wake up in the morning for.
Well, this is if you want to wake up for a guy in the morning. This is the guy, Cyril Gans. Bongami. This is he's game. So this is the guy. This is a guy to wake up for. I think because of activity, to be honest, and who he is, I'm gonna go Cero, but I won't be surprised if Bones wins.
He said something nice about him.
What did he say?
Oh, they asked him who would suit like sort of true deal and stuff like that.
Oh.
They said you.
Do you think that there's any other like UFC fighters who would be good for a sneaker deal? Anyone like you see market like fashion-wise who you think? Oh, you
I
know
think
what?
they
That could
keep
be a
coming
good deal. If you had to recommend,
until I kill Victor Rockwood.
I don't like this fighter very much.
But this is not good.
Like, you can't deny Israel Adesanya.
He was on the show. We actually shot him here.
Yeah. You know, he's a statement maker. You know? He's not afraid to step outside of the box when it comes to his fashion and things like that.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I think that Victor Rockwood got knocked out of. Got knocked out of the fight.
I've never actually had like a real conversation with him. Like, oh, I don't like stuff like that's. I don't beat a dead horse. He's on his own thing now, but he's not wrong. He ain't wrong. I'll say you that much.
I'm gonna use all my potions in this. What's up?
I'm actually excited for this fight, man. Because I've just been focused on my own shit. I really be paying attention to MMA, so now I'm excited for this fight. That's it. I look forward to the game. Let there be blood, and we drink it.
There's too many things coming from too many different ways. I don't know where Victor Lockwood is. This doesn't make no sense. Oh, he's up there.
No matter what you choose, you save. Carl's Jr.'s all-day 2-for-5 deal lets you pick 2 tasty items, like our savory cheeseburger, spicy chicken sandwich, chicken stars, or French toast dips for just $5. Only at Carl's Jr.
In that breaking news, we have just learned UFC star John Bones Jones is being suspended and stripped of his championship title.
Obviously, super disappointed.
His actions were disgusting. I hate you.
You don't cheat the sport. You don't.
He's
cheat
almost
the
dead.
You decided to go out and drink and drive and shoot.
Boom!
guns.
You've literally let everyone down again.
It's hard to bring this guy to Las Vegas for any reason. The guy's got a lot of demons, man.
Okay, all right, absolutely. Liar. Well, we can talk about it in court.
I think this is the, no, I can't play this. This is the Fight IQ. Yeah, this is from UFC. We can't play this.
I can't believe it. Rookwood's reign is finally over. I'll need to send an alternati right away. For now, though, I need to get back to the map chamber and tell Fig what happened.
Yeah, but it's different than the type of harmful seed oils. I'll agree, peanut butter has seed oil in it.
Brewing and I'm without my friends.
But it's different than like peanut oil or other seed oils. It's got the fatty stuff in it with the oil, which neutralizes the harmful effect. Listen, I don't care what nobody says. Peanut butter is good for you. And I don't even know. I think a lot of this dietary stuff is just hype for people to make money, because they'll say beef is good, beef is bad, red meat's good, red meat's bad, carnivore, vegetarian, vegan, seed oils are bad, GMOs are bad, blah blah blah. I like the Hodge twins theology on eating, which is as long as you're working out and you're lifting heavy weights and you're being healthy and fit and moving around and staying active, eat whatever the fuck you want to eat. I'm tired of hearing this. God. You can eat dang McDonald's every single day. Just go work out, be active, and be healthy. Your body will take care of that. Nah, some chemicals and stuff they put in the food is bad, I agree, but I still think you can. That's more mental than it's like mass formation psychosis. People hear that this little thing in the food is bad, and all of a sudden now everybody's got gluten. Everybody's got to be gluten free. Everybody's got a shellfish allergy. Everybody's got a peanut allergy. Cut it out. Just eat it, then work it off. Facts.
Revelio.
I guess the check mark means like I cleared it out. There's nothing else here. I don't see any treasure chests or anything. Oh, there's a treasure chest right there. I don't know how to get to it. Also, I didn't get no treasure from killing Victor Lockwood. He ain't got no treasure. How you ain't gonna have no treasure? How you gonna run a successful business? You ain't got no treasure.
Revelio.
Look, it's in a wall. How do I get to it? Great Quidditch gloves. Great Quidditch gloves. Hey, we got some great Quidditch gloves. I think I'm getting too high leveled for these quests. I'm gonna have to do some side quests. Secret rooms. The map chamber. This game long as... No, it's not too long. I think it's 80 to 100 hour game, so it should be... It should be like 20 streams. We're on episode 9. It's about the same as Fallout. Yeah. It's kind of long, but I don't know.
Victor Rookwood is dead. He confronted me as I left Ollivander's with the Keeper's wand. I had to defend myself.
Godric's heart. Are you all right? I know you're well able to defend yourself. I've seen it often enough. But Rookwood himself...
What? What the hell is a innuendo? Is that like a Linian Shin innuendo? It's not showing me pictures. It gets people pissed off. It's very irritating. It's irritating because if it was something built the pyramids, okay? I don't actually know or believe that dinosaurs built the pyramid, but it's a cool idea. It's fun to think about, and then it applies to other conspiracy theories, like the fact that dinosaurs were alive with humans, dinosaurs were on the ark, things like this. But the flat Earth one, the problem is that people don't just take it as a joke. They like seriously believe it. They've made like a religion out of it. People are super, super serious about it. And as much as I get annoyed with you talking about it, the fact that you're not you, but flat Earth, well, and you too. I mean, you do have, it is your YouTube channel name. That's like all you talk about on every channel. It's like become an obsession. If facts made you feel mad, I feel bad. Facts made you feel bad, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but flat Earth ain't one. It didn't make me mad. It's just annoying. It's like a mosquito. I don't get mad at a mosquito. I just smack it so it won't. If it doesn't go away, I just smack it. Godric's heart, are you alright? I know you're able to defend yourself. I've seen it often enough, but Rockwood himself, he got what he deserved.
He destroyed so many lives and he wouldn't have stopped. I'm glad I was able to put an end to him.
You're right. He wouldn't have stopped. You did what you had to do. The wizarding community owes you a great debt.
Thank you for saying so, Professor. I'm ready for what's next.
All right, then. The Keepers have been waiting.
You've got 99 problems with your flat Earth model.
You have
You
completed
can figure out
all of
how
our
to solve
trials,
those
and you
99
have
problems
done so
without,
under circumstances
at the same time,
even I did not
like you
foresee.
can't find a solution for
You
one and
understand
then a
now
different
why
solution
all
for
of
another
this
one
was
and then a different.
necessary.
You got to find one
portkey,
solution
the
that
vault,
answers all
the
these
locket,
problems with
the
the
book,
flat Earth model.
the trials,
And I can give
to
you one
ensure
answer.
that one
The world's
man
not
with the
flat.
ability you and I share would make the same choice that San, Neve, Charles, and I did.
Now that you have witnessed my memory,
Oh no, I have plenty of
you
facts.
understand all
Plenty,
that is at
plenty,
stake.
plenty of facts. I don't have blind faith.
Not everyone is what they seem.
As you know, light does not exist.
I got
without
more facts
shadow,
on my
nor
side than
shadow
you got
without light.
for your
Simply because you can eliminate
whatever,
darkness does not
comedicism.
always mean that you should.
Which
Even the
isn't,
most
which is nonsense
well-meaning
that
and
nobody in the
competent amongst
comedics
us cannot
groups,
possibly know the
the
consequences of
conscious
manipulating what should be
conscious
beyond our
comedics, none of them
What
even
lies in
agree
the
on
repository
anything.
must never be released.
Like
Resist
Christians,
the
different sects of
temptation to
Christianity
destroy
disagree
or
on little
control it.
doctrinal differences and
magic
small
that you have so
misinterpretations and
carefully
different interpretations.
now be used
But overall, the
only
message they agree
the
to one general message.
keep. You have the
Comedics,
wand.
comedics,
You will know
none of
when to
y'all
wield
agree on
it.
nothing.
We leave our legacy in your hands.
200 proofs the world is not a globe. Play the bid. Well, that's fine. Well, I've looked at all the videos that say why the Earth is flat. The problem is you need to look into rebuttals. You need to hear the arguments for why those things are wrong, because a lot of times a person can make a YouTube video and tell you something and act like they researched into it and talk with confidence and say this and use these big words, and if you don't look into what they're saying and try to rebuttal it, you just believe it. That's dumb, dude. You gotta now if you look into the arguments and you can find answers to you can rebuttal the answers, then okay, then you're onto something. You might have a point.
Josh, can you hear me?
Yep.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Although,
Check,
if they
check,
don't now,
check.
I can assure you they will in the future.
Were you able to reach Professor Weasley?
I was. Hopefully she and the
Now you should be able to hear me.
they know where to find the door through which we enter.
Check, check, check. Oh, she left. Well, she left. Do your dang due diligence. I did. Do your own research. That's what the comedics say. Hello.
Oh, I can hear you now.
I know. I was fixing it and then you left.
Yeah, I was checking on the live if you were able to hear me.
Yeah. How's
Are you
your
debating
birthday?
with Black Sabbath?
Am I what?
Are you debating with Black Sabbath?
No, I don't debate with people who aren't on Discord.
Let's go.
If you're just a voice in chat with a picture and no persona, then all you are to me is a bot. If you want to debate Flat Earth, you got to jump into Discord.
Freddie!
What up?
What is up?
The same old same.
Just chilling like a villain?
You know it.
Boom!
That was a good debate.
What, the Noah's Ark one?
Yeah, the Noah's Ark. He just kept saying
It wasn't, though. It wasn't even on point. The whole thing was about young Earth.
No, it wasn't.
I wanted to learn about Noah's Ark.
She proved that the food and the water supply that the animals
That guy
was eating
didn't.
with-
That guy didn't tell me anything I didn't already know about Noah's Ark.
No, but the food and water.
She didn't make
that
any
was
arguments I haven't already
factually-
heard against Noah's
But
Ark.
did you hear what she said about the food and water of the animals? And he said that God put him in a hibernation.
He said God could have put him into hibernation.
Yeah, I mean, he
Why not?
mesmerized him to walk on the ark in the first place, so he could have put him all in the hibernation.
Right.
But that goes against
The subject was about the ark the entire time.
What'd you say?
I thought the subject was about the ark because I jumped in like in the middle of it and all they talked about was the ark.
Well, some of it was on the ark and some of it was on.
It was 2 hours, and they
carbon
talked
dating.
about the ark for probably 15 minutes out of the whole thing.
Yeah, they talked a lot about carbon dating because
it was a young Earth creation debate. All her arguments were arguments against young Earth, and then
she made some about the animals on the ark.
They talked about it a little bit because James even the moderator kept saying, "Okay, we got to get back on topic. We got to get back on topic," because they weren't on topic for the whole debate.
But what she didn't say is where that man started was God woke
at the
up.
end. He finally said every civilization talked about a flood and science agrees on. And then she's like, "Well, even if science does agree on a flood, blah blah blah." So she didn't want to go to the flood debate because she knows a flood happened. She was trying to divert it into a young Earth creation debate because that's an easy debate to win.
No, your argument right there doesn't even make sense. Your argument right there don't hold water. How can every civilization talk about a global flood that wiped out humanity?
Because it didn't wipe out humanity. Every civilization talks about somebody who survived the flood.
But nobody's supposed to survive. But Noah's people.
I need to get one of these guys hypnotized. Okay, good. We got it. All right, now he's going to clear out the ads.
That's hard to believe. And like you said, they didn't know how big the earth was then.
You're faithless. Everything's probably hard to believe.
No, she was talking about the miracles that you would have to believe in the ark and all of this. Everything he kept saying was miraculous. Like if God woke up and seen man in a sinful state, why mesmerize the animals and put them in hibernation instead of the humans? That's God's creation. You can mesmerize
because it was a
animals and
punishment.
walk on a boat.
It was a punishment. You don't get to take a nap you don't get freaking pain pills before you're spanking. What are you talking about?
But if you can fix the problem through, instead of throwing the whole baby away.
Look at the trolls fighting each other. Let's go.
Who throws the whole baby away?
Who throws a whole baby away? An evil person.
That's what God did. He threw the whole baby away instead of fixing them.
Well, God can do what he wants.
The whole humanity off the earth.
If a person did that, it would be evil. But God can do it.
No, hush. Don't be a hypocrite.
God makes
Don't
the
be a
decisions.
hypocrite. He made man in his image.
He decides who lives and dies. We don't.
He made man in his image, so we decide who live and die. That's why we have electric chairs. That's why we have crucifixion. That's why we have abortion. Man decides who live and die.
No, we're not supposed to.
And then we'll just say, well, God intended it, because don't you think God put that thought in his head?
If a person
That's what
goes
that man
around
on
and
the
kills
debate
people,
kept
then they
saying.
forfeit their life.
Well, don't you think God put that in his head to do that? Well, it had to be God present. And then they'd be like, okay, I guess you're right. God was in with science. Don't you think God made science? Well, God made science.
All right,
No,
hey,
man,
me
discovered
and Flora were
science.
trying to talk about, have a nice conversation. You got just want to
No,
come
we're
in
talking
here.
about that debate again. He still wasn't winning it. And she didn't know how to debate.
She's a pretty good debater, actually. She just wasn't on topic because she knew that she couldn't debate that a flood happened because she knows a flood happened.
No, he's debating miracles like you debate and call it stupid and refer to a book as a miracle. But you won't say, okay, these facts don't stand up to my miracles. So that's why I don't debate people that don't believe. Like, if you tell me what you believe in is what you believe in and you will not be moved, ain't no sense to debate nobody like that. That's why you don't like debating flat earthers and I don't like debating Christians, because that's how y'all think.
The
You
point
won't
of
be
the
moved
debate,
from your
the point of the debate is not to win is not to change the person you're arguing's mind. The point of the debate is to
Yeah,
win
it
over
is.
the.
If it's a
No, it's
debate,
not.
that's the whole
No,
reason.
it's not. A debate is for
You
the
can't
audience.
debate two
Nope, you're wrong.
philosophical
You're wrong.
things
See, this
that
is
don't
why
even
you
matter.
lose debates, because you don't know what you're trying to do. You're not trying to
No,
change my
you
mind. You're
saying
trying to win
you
over the
saying
audience. Why do you think politicians go to
they're
debates?
like
Do you think?
debating.
Hold up, I'm gonna.
They
mute
don't
your ass 'cause
debate
you're just being retarded.
hypotheticals. They debate facts.
Hey, if you're not
they
gonna
don't debate
listen.
hypotheticals. They debate.
So anyway, what's going on, Floor? Freddy's on mute because he's retarded. Floor. Oh, you're on the train, on the bus thing.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you. I just mute you out
Okay.
because of the music. And
Oh, all right.
I'm not what's about to get off.
Since Freddy can hear, but nobody can hear him. A debate is not about convincing the other person to change their mind. That's not what debates are for. Debates are for purpose of the audience. You're supposed to win over the audience. That's why there are political debates. Trump is not going to change Joe Biden's mind on his policies. The point is to get votes, to win over the audience. That's always the point of a debate. So,
The debate's just to lay out your point of view. It's not to change the other person's mind. I mean, just to debate people's point of views.
it's supposed to convince the audience. So if there are people who are unsure, oh, do I believe this or do I believe this? They go watch the debate and they see who presents their ideas better, and they say, oh, that guy's probably right. The other guy looked like an idiot. So I'm going to believe the guy who didn't look like it.
But what if you're having like a debate just to the just debating a topic with somebody? There's no audience. You're just laying out your.
That's not a
your
debate.
opinion.
That's just talking to somebody.
So a debate is only for the purposes for it to be a show.
Yeah, or it would just be like an argument.
Huh. To get into that, that whole young Earth, whatever, that is so new. I didn't have a clue
No, it's not.
that people thought about.
Yep. There's a lot of evidence
Fred.
for it too.
You're muted.
Yeah, Freddy's muted. You gotta learn how to let other people talk, Freddy. Just like the little debate we did where we take turns talking, you know, and then there's the rebuttal time and all that. If I'm trying to tell you something and you're just saying, no, I'm just gonna mute you. And if all you got is stuff
Fix
to
your camera.
some comedic, if all you got is comedic stuff to say how much you hate the white man and the white man's religion, then I don't want to hear it. So now you're unmuted.
No, I was telling you how silly you sound about an audience for a debate.
Uh-huh.
You need an audience for a debate.
Do you
But the
need it?
debate is not about. Hold on, wait a minute. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk.
When there's a political debate, is there an audience?
That's not the question. Why are you asking me a question? I'm asking you a question.
Do you need an audience for a debate? Yeah. Otherwise, it's just an argument or a discussion. But a
Okay,
debate, you have
and-
debate team in high school, you have debate team in college, you have political debates, you have debates on the internet. A debate is a more formal thing. It's like,
Okay, let me ask you this. So, you say in a debate, it's not to change the other person you're debating's mind.
Right.
It's to change the audience's mind.
I mean, if you do change their mind, then you did a good job, and that's
But
great.
if you change the
But that's not the
audience's
goal.
mind, so the audience's minds who we're changing, right?
Maybe not changing their minds, but helping them make up their minds or helping them flesh out ideas and decide what they think
Right.
about
So they're
something.
gonna go for the whoever was right or wrong, right?
No,
or
they're
who
gonna
they
go.
more aligned
They'll
with?
go with whoever sounds smart, more Sometimes some people are gonna like a guy who sounds confident. Some people are gonna like a guy
Make
who's
more
funny and
sense,
make
you mean?
jokes. Some guys are gonna like a person who uses big words and is more intelligent. So,
So debates are about a fashion show now.
kinda, not a fashion
No,
show, but it is
never.
a show. It is a show
Never.
because I've seen Alex Stein, quote unquote, win debates where he knows he's talking some bullshit, but he's just trolling and he's hilarious, and he just wins by brute force and making people laugh. So a lot of people are gonna watch that and be like, I like that guy.
No, that's just the audience of the debate watchers. If they degenerate, of course a degenerate atheist can beat you in a debate with his crowd watching on his home court.
Right, yeah.
That ain't what
exactly.
debates are meant
And I'm
for.
not gonna convince them.
Then what are you, like, hypotheticals? How can you debate what cartoon is better than which
You
one,
can't.
like
That's
a
an
real
opinion.
life?
I mean, yeah, you could. I guess
That's
you could.
what religion is.
You could. We could
Really,
debate.
religion is an opinion.
We could debate like Eminem. I say Eminem's the best rapper ever. You could say no, he's not. We could debate that, but I couldn't really convince you. Maybe I could. I could probably convince you that you're wrong.
Nah, I doubt you could, because it's an opinion. Anybody
Right,
else that's
that's what I was
listening,
saying, is
if
that
I
it's an
come
opinion,
with
so
music that the audience like better than what you're playing Eminem, I'ma win. It's all opinionated. That's not factual based. Just like Christianity. If you got a whole Christian debate
Nah.
in front of Muslims, you're gonna lose.
Yep.
Yep. So what's the use of having a debate if you're saying you're not to change the debater's mind, but the audience mind? You'll leave trying to prove a point, and everybody's believing the guy you just debated because he made more sense than you. So you done changed the minds of the whole crowd, and you're the only one still believing the bullshit that you thought. So you go debate somewhere else, and everywhere you go, you lose more followers. And that's the meaning. That's the purpose of debate.
No, you're gonna pick up a couple from every.
No, hell no.
I'm not looking
Hell
for
no.
the. I'm not
Hell
looking for
no.
the masses. I'm looking for the few.
The few can't. Like when you send Flora out there
Is
to
this like
debate
the
what
last
you talking
quest or
about,
something?
if
Because
you
this is
can't-
about to be an intense battle.
Which one is?
Oh,
John
snap.
Jones.
Just took a flight here through the firmament. Nice.
Yeah, it's a lot of debate. But I don't.
I don't really want to have a
like
debate over
somebody
what a
else-
debate is, Freddie.
No, I know what a debate is.
I'm really not trying to debate right now. This is the debate show. I was just watching
I'm
the debate.
debating you on what a debate is.
I know.
Taking anything else as an argument. You saying if two people have arguments, one person shouldn't go
I
away
mean,
from
I guess you could have a debate without an audience, but I would just call that a discussion or just talking. When I think of a debate, I think of something on a stage or on a show, on news, on an interview, in a school, in a college, at a political thing, politics, debates, religious debates, apologetics on the streets. Nobody's just debating one person in their living room. Just the two of them.
No.
Like even when the
You
Mormons
go-
came
you go
over,
through life
when the
debating
Mormons came
every day.
over, and I talked to them for a while in my living room. I wasn't really debating them, but we were talking, and I was disagreeing about some things, and then they would explain it. I'd ask a question, and they'd ask a question what I thought about something. It wasn't a debate, you know. I'm not trying.
You was
to,
probably
I'm not
debating on
trying to
putting
win
them
the
out.
argument.
You're probably on debating on putting them out or not. Like, should I let them stay a little longer or should I put them out? I mean, you're being nice, but you're still debating.
They come for an hour. I knew they were going to be here for an hour. I wasn't trying to kick them out. I wouldn't have invited them in if I didn't want to talk to them.
I mean, if they ain't saying what you want them to say, sometimes
What do you mean
people
what I
like,
want them to say?
you know how Christians don't hear what they like to hear, and then they be like, nah, you going
No,
to
maybe
like,
some
that's-
Christians, but
I know you know what I'm saying. Don't act like I'm trying to
I'm not
overgeneralize.
everybody. You are overgeneralizing. And I don't have a problem with generalizations. You do. You're the one who always cries about generalizations. So now you're generalizing.
Why do
Hypocrite.
Christian? My mama told me Christians don't let Jehovah's Witnesses in.
Most of them probably wouldn't.
Then why are you letting Jehovah's Witnesses in?
Because I'm not most Christians.
Exactly.
I'm myself.
So what do you mean with your whole debate about? Yeah, I let them in, and we debating. If they say something, why most Christians don't let them in?
Because most Christians aren't very Christ-like.
No, they don't agree with their.
They wouldn't even know what it is to be Christ-like.
They don't agree
just
with
call
their
themselves
politics.
Christians.
They don't agree with their politics. They know what Christian means, Jehovah's Witness means.
I know all the problems that Christians have with Jehovah's Witnesses. They think Jesus was the Archangel Michael. And some other things.
The Trinity.
Yeah.
You got a problem with it, and they got a problem with it. So you want to hear more of how they got a problem with it? That's crazy. Y'all just all confused.
What are you talking about,
I'm gonna
Freddie?
leave y'all alone.
If there was Muslims going door to door, I would let them in and talk to them. The only ones I wouldn't let in was if there was a damn Kemet or a black Hebrew Israelite. They're not coming in my house.
Yeah, see, that's how you end up dying. Spiritual warfare. The Muslims gonna kill the Christians. You ain't worried. You worried about the peaceful Maya. You'll let a Muslim in the house to kill your family. But, all right, that's the thinking of y'all. I'm glad. It's cool with me. Make that make sense.
It already makes
It
sense.
says in his Quran. It says in his Quran, he supposed to kill Christians. Well, that type stuff don't bother me. I just try to wake y'all up a little bit. You feel me?
Hold on, I'm in the middle of something. Whoa!
You gotta quit screaming like when you're almost about to die.
No, I don't.
You got Flora watching.
She's going to town, so. Going to town. Boom! Right. Oh, we just dropped the bridge on this mug.
All the veterans in town today. It's the first of the month. They spending that fat check. Messing with them secretaries.
Wake up, it's the first of the month. It's so right yet so wrong.
Secretaries, where y'all at? Secretary game.
Now the moon landing. That's another story. Flat Sabbath. I can think that we were lied to about the moon landing without thinking the world is flat.
You can't do that.
Yeah, you can. These fools have been clockwork orange. Clockwork orange.
What the fuck?
Here comes another clockwork orange. Hold on, the audio cut out.
Moon landing?
We've been to outer space, but we ain't been to the moon.
You cut out. What were you saying about the moon landing?
Oh, I was just asking you, what were you talking about that?
Flat
is not.
Oh? Asked if was Aldrin pissed on the moon, and I said no, I don't know about the moon landing.
Oh,
I think
Flat Sabbath challenging.
Well, I'm not. I don't have my mind made up either way. I am leaning towards they were fake. My only problem with it is, if we faked it, then China and Russia also faked their moon mission. And they also knew that we faked our moon mission, and instead of calling us out on it, they made a global plan to lie to the world about the moon landing.
What sense would that make?
I don't know. That makes it a little harder to believe, but I think there are a lot of signs to say that we did not land on the moon in 1964 to 72 or whatever. Maybe by now we have.
The repository has been under the castle for hundreds of years.
Think of all the
You're saying that that is fake.
created it.
What'd you say?
This is what Miriam, George.
Yeah, people say that it's fake. That it was fake just to win the Cold War.
Miriam believed this.
No, you don't win a Cold War by getting into space.
But she did not know.
Germany beat us with the satellites in space, actually.
How many times the United States have won a war that it's been involved in?
Whatever power it holds.
Have won a war?
Intend to do with it.
Yeah.
I don't know. We won the. I guess we had to win the Civil War. Somebody did. We won the the Revolution, the French.
Yeah, but that was within the U.S.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm talking about something that was out of the United States.
I don't know. Then we helped win World War I and World War II.
Help, but the U.S. won World War II. There was no help in there. They won, but they lost Vietnam. They lost World War I, because it wasn't like who.
We lost World War One.
Where you going with this?
You're breaking up. You're like a robot.
Wasn't like the French or the.
What do you intend to do with it? I intend to open it.
I have decided to open the repository.
I know where you're going with this.
U.S. who won like in World War II. World War II, we all know.
Yeah. We always meddling in somebody else's business, is what you're saying.
Most of those.
No, what I'm
most of those
saying
wars are proxy wars.
is that the U.S. worldwide haven't really won that many wars outside of the U.S.
Right.
They just get involved, but
we don't have to win wars. We just have to topple other
side,
countries.
Technically, we won.
As long as you topple another government, you won.
I will hop back in just a minute. I'm just doing something with a lawyer, and I'll be right back.
Isadora knew she had a remarkable power to help people. I intend to use my ability to
Oh no, he's gonna get mad at us because we're picking the dark side.
This could go wrong in so many ways. You, of all wizard kind, are wholly aware of the potential cost.
Listen, old man, don't tell me I can't use the spell.
With all I have learned, I can avoid making the same mistakes Isadora did. I can learn to wield this magic for good.
The arrogance of wizard kind. Goblins built this repository.
Whatever.
Belongs to us.
Enough, Ramrock. It was never yours.
Do I gotta fight Ramrod now?
I've been wanting to play with this.
From Miami.
Miriam's won.
Is that Jersey from Miami?
Jersey from Miami? What's that?
The jersey you got on, is it from Miami?
No.
Foolish.
It says Fat Man. Kevin Smith.
Kevin Smith. Fat.
It's not really a jersey. It's just Kevin Smith made the movie Clerk. And I think Dogma. Other movies. Jay and Silent Bob.
Oh yeah, I seen that one. My sons turn me on to that retarded shit, man.
Kevin Smith is the fat guy.
Ah, the birdie guy.
Silent Bob.
Yeah, Silent Bob. Yeah. That's when I knew America was coming
that's
to
a big old dragon. Ragnarok just turned into a dragon? What the? Oh, we got.
So with the school shooter, what did y'all ended up coming up on? Cause I had a phone call. Did y'all talk more about it or no?
I don't know. You were trying to blame video games.
Yeah.
And I was saying that it's a mix of media as well as parents, spiritual trauma put on the child parents, and usually medications, psychotropic drugs of some sort. How do I fight this guy?
Your beautiful magic is no match for mine, child.
I don't know how to kill this thing.
The media, I don't know. He didn't really leave no, what they leave behind, you know what I'm saying? Your manifest, that's or whatever.
He doesn't even have a health bar.
So it's harder to say what he was driven on. So the media and what he been watching hasn't been proved. The meds haven't been proved. The video game has been proven.
Video game has not been proven to cause school shooters. That's far.
No, I'm saying it was proven that he was on the video games constantly before his mom bought him the AR-15. So you was putting hypotheticals like drugs when we don't know if he was on drugs. We don't know what kind of media.
I'm not talking about specifically that situation. I don't even know anything about what you're talking about. Like, I don't even know what story this is. I'm just talking about school shooters.
You know exactly what story it was.
I'm talking about school shooters in general. And I don't remember anything. What are you talking about? Sandy? Hold on. Damn, I'm gonna die.
No, right now. That's funny.
The audio cut out.
Sandy Hook.
Originally, we were talking about some guy that you said walked down the street, got in a fight with a guy, and then came back with a gun.
And shot him sitting on the sidewalk. No, I said we talked about that last night. Yeah, the bigger dude gets shot because of the fight, Napoleon syndrome. The little dude already was, sound's cutting out, I think.
I don't know how to kill this.
But
we might have a problem.
Yeah, I already said he was going to jail because he already shot him in his back before he shot him in his head. But it was the principalities about the situation.
The principalities?
Principalities.
What the principalities?
Principalities.
I need Horklump juice. Horklump juice. I need Horklump juice.
Oh, the principalities, Smokey.
I don't know how to kill this dragon thing. Need like a dragon killing spell.
Dragon killing spell. What?
Oh, this sucks.
I thought it was coming for me. Hey, and the same thing Hank played today about the that shooting. I think he played the same shooting. I didn't get the background until later. But no, I never condemned. I mean, I didn't promote none of that.
Promote what?
Dude getting shot on the street. I don't promote whiteys getting killed. Why you trying to say I do?
But I don't even know that the Sandy Hook kid was into video games. I think he definitely had some He's on some drugs though.
Roads lead to Hogsmeade.
I don't think so. He was one of the nice neighborhood, had everything he ever wanted in life.
Come on in. Healing potions.
Not a victim of poverty.
Should you need any?
Yeah, almost like poverty doesn't cause crime.
A wise decision. Thank you.
That's the excuse socialists always make.
I'm gonna pay y'all motherfucking bills. Right. What's on TV? I gotta find one movie.
Wise decision. Thank you. I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
Anywhere else that sells potions? I gotta get all the health potions I can get. Amazing! Hollow Earth is interesting. What do you think about Hollow Earth theory? It's Agartha. Agartha and the Nephilim. Hell is in the center of the earth, guys. The core of the earth, either in the center of the core or right around the outskirts of the core, that's hell. That's the burning lakes of fire, right? Magma, rivers of magma, and so on and so forth. And there's caves through the mantle and the crust. And as you go deeper, you get to more crazy demons and stuff, and monsters, and the reptilians are in the lower layer, and then you got the giants, and then the Nephilim, and then you got dragons and demons and things like that, guarding the final gates to hell, which is the core of the earth. That's Lucifer's domain. That's where he lives. It's a physical place inside the earth. Dean, did you used to visit chat years ago? Which chat? This chat?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Oh, that was your brother calling me.
What?
He said he about to join in on the call.
Why would he call you?
Cause we all brothers, man.
Hello, Hamura.
What are you talking about?
You'll see when he come up in this hollering about the upper room.
My little brother?
Tommy T-Bone.
Oh, Lord.
See, that's how you...
I like Tommy, but...
That's how you sound when you hear your worst one brother. Oh, Lord. Now, he ain't my brother. It's, oh, Lord. Yes, that one. Your long-lost brother from Indiana, Michigan City. I told on you. I said, yeah. You're like, oh. You might see Floyd's not over here and don't come. I try to trick him.
Potions. There's 16 potions. Lolly Seller?
But Floyd was on her. I wasn't totally trying to trick him. I said she's going to town.
Fresh produce, seeds, and fertilizers. Fresh produce, seeds, and fertilizers. No, that's not what we want. We want...
Eat.
Plant shop for all sorts of magical flora and seeds. Yeah, we need to go there.
I got the answer.
You ain't got the answers.
I got the answer.
You ain't been doing the education. I've been doing this longer than you.
I say we need in the schools.
You got a mouse in your pocket? What are you talking about?
The United States.
Oh, okay.
Everything I'm creating is for the United States. This is home. Y'all can't run from us, man.
The divided states of embarrassment.
Have a look around. I'll be with
Yeah,
you in
right.
just a minute.
These states ain't gonna be divided. Y'all can't run from us.
Venomous tentacular seeds.
We gonna follow y'all to the depths of hell.
Oh, I'm always thrilled.
That'd be
when a
some
young
scary
lady
shit, wouldn't it?
touches. I can tell you'll go far.
I ain't scared. I ain't scared. I ain't never scared.
That's right. We need to have some kids. Or somebody else's kids gonna be protecting you.
Truth.
We don't want nobody else's kids to be protecting you. They might not be white.
Okay, now I have 21 health.
Yeah, it said it, didn't it? We need more white babies.
We need more white babies.
You heard William try to call in from California and talk his mess.
Can you feel it? Feel it? Feel it?
He told he misrepresent what I said. I didn't never ask for nothing free. I said, do you think that we should be...
You've talked about redistribution of wealth and reparations.
No, he
many
said when I
times
called
before,
in...
So don't weasel
No,
out.
he know
Don't
good and
weasel
damn
out
well
of
what I
it.
said.
Admit to it.
Nope, I didn't say
Stand by
that.
what you said. Stand by what you said.
Yeah, we are going to redistribute the wealth. But not like that. It's going to be by force. They ain't going to give it to us. We're going to have to take it. So whatever that look like,
T-bone
we have
steak,
to run up in a...
porterhouse. Steak sounds good. I want to try out some steak right now.
That'd be dope.
Boom, 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 boom.
And that's why Hake wasn't biting. He's like, no, I think he said failing. Failing America.
You did say failing America.
Yeah, I know. And he said I was asking for borrowing. He had it
Hake
all
was just
wrong.
being funny, saying failing. I think he was.
I know what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
I know that he wanted to disavow. He ain't want to. He's getting scary right now. And they got a little Mr. Apologetic right now. But he got to do it for a show. Because he'd be walking on a thin line anyway. And it's good that he's icy like that. But to keep his show, that's probably what it's going to look like. You might have to get a little robo chat in the corner of your screen to just say, I disavow, every 15 seconds. So it catch the algorithms and you can keep talking and saying what you want. As long as that little robot says, I disavow. Every 15 seconds, you can keep on rolling. I'm going to sell you the emoji auto chat bot that disavows for you for $9.99 a month. You can have it on all your pages.
All right. Are you just going to keep talking about hate? You just listening to yourself talk?
No, you do it too.
Yeah, because this is my show. Here, watch. I'll do it now.
No, I'm talking about disavow.
The disavow.
You about to
thing?
disavow right now?
No. I thought you.
What are you talking about? It's your show and you do what?
I thought you were saying that I do it too, like just rant and talk to myself.
That's not what we were talking about.
I said you're just running your mouth now, talking about Hake and just rambling on.
I was talking about how he's apologetic, and I said you do it too on your show, talking about apologetic to what you're talking about to keep your channel up. It's cool, I understand.
Yeah, but I also use sarcasm to say what I need to say without getting.
That's cool. That's all I'm saying. I ain't rambling.
Yeah, no, but you've just been going.
That's
on
what
for
you
a while.
got to do to keep your channel. I'm saying I get it.
You've been going on for a while about hate. I don't care.
No, it was William. I just said about 2 minutes ago. It wasn't. I'm been going on. Yeah. He missed the whole point. Is what I said. You be crying about nothing, man. You can't have a conversation. I asked you about weed. If you heard what he was trying to say.
I don't know. See you.
No, I'm saying I asked you that. That's how. Just a normal conversation, trying to stay off like we was in the other court, like we on the other channel. Regular conversation. You be getting on some anxiety thinking I'm gonna say something. You get all defensive on your show. Thinking how your chat's gonna judge you. Thinking I'm trying to be sneaky or something. I don't know. Gotta work on that. You know, I keep it 100.
I really don't care what the chat thinks anymore.
They degenerate. I quit paying them attention. I'm calling my minions. I'm gonna bring them out. I told them I'm gonna call every day, every show.
Most of the degenerates don't come in here anymore, so that's good.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
They be talking about me on Facebook though, and then when I call them out, they won't say shit.
Yep, that's what they do. I wish somebody could find out who they really are. They gonna make me.
I don't care about any of that.
No, I'm gonna have a whole decoder on YouTube about if you know a profile, doxing. Call these fake profiles out and put their picture up like Facebook. So, and they chats. I'm taking Snapchats, screen record. We seeing if the cowards can hide forever. We'll need to start a database. Start a day. So people don't say, I wasn't for Trump back in 2023. I was always for Biden. And look at these posts. This is you. Your best friends called you out right here. You in the database.
I mean, you can do that. You can just go on Facebook and look back at people's old posts.
No, it ain't Facebook. It's the ones hiding. You got to connect them to the Facebook page. That's the first part. Like, who is this character nicknamed? Yeah. Fake picture. Now, decide for that email, go through and try to link it to the real person. Because that's what everybody do, anonymous.
Knowing who they are, like either way, it's somebody in another state who I'm never going to meet and I could really care less about. They're just basically just like a bot.
No, they're not a bot. No, the people in that city will be like, oh, we need people in this city to locate this dude.
No,
you can get touched.
Guys, you got to stop because now you're doing some calls for violence stuff, and that's stop it.
No, that is not culture violence.
Yep, I disavow your This shit.
Remember that app
this is
I
what
made?
You do right here. I really think
you remember
might
that
work
app
for
I
like
made?
ADL or SPLC or something like that. Maybe you really are trying to get channels banned because you know all this stuff that you're not supposed to say and you try to slip it in, you sneak it in.
What are you talking about?
Doxing and calls to violence, which you were just talking about, is
no call to violence.
One of the biggest terms of service breakers. Okay, so stop it. Change the topic. When you're talking about, we're gonna find out who they really are, and then we're gonna have people in other cities waiting for them, and blah blah blah. Finding them and their own people in their own city are gonna know who they are. Yeah, that's no, you can't do that on YouTube.
I didn't know you couldn't do that. Why not?
I don't believe you.
I don't see why that's wrong.
Okay, well.
Okay, we'll change the subject.
Yep.
That song Stand Up used to be people stand up what they said. Nowadays, I ain't say that, he said that. If you say something, stand up behind what you say. Yeah, if you don't like it, then buck. You know that song?
Swang when you see me, we can throw them hands, sucker, stand up.
Yeah. I ain't say that, he said that. All that whoop-de-whoop. Man, that's what we going back to. Stand up.
I kind of agree with you, but you can't.
Frederica.
You can't be doing that stuff on YouTube. Now I could say, like,
no,
I could say,
said don't do it.
I could
don't
say,
do
if
it.
you want to fly out
don't
to YouTube,
do it.
if you want to fly out to Utah, and box, we could do a boxing match like Logan Paul on the internet.
Yeah. Okay.
But you think somebody's scared to jump in Discord and say something? You think they're gonna fly out and see you and box you? Like none of these.
Hell yeah.
No.
No, I ain't even got to do none of that. If you as tough as you say you are, I can fund like sponsor the same thing you talking about with somebody that's already in your city. Weight class, same and everything. Let's not trying to set up something that's making somebody weak. He's saying he's tough and can fight. Okay, I got 100, 200 on him. Give you 100 just for fighting. The winner gets 200, whatever. Loser gets 100. And y'all in the same city already. It saves out on the whole flight trip. Get at it. But to hide and can be in any city anywhere with a big mouth, that's lame. That's a bot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're just.
Yeah, but if there's a way to find out, I mean, that's what I'm saying. YouTube don't want you to undercover bots. I see what you're saying. Bots are there for a reason to be anonymous. I got you.
Well, no, I mean they should. It should be locked to where you can only have one account.
That's not right. It's not like that right now. And it should. Don't talk about what it should be like.
And all your accounts are linked. Your Facebook, your Instagram.
That's not how
YouTube.
it. Okay.
But they
It
can't
should be
ban
like
you for anything. They can't ban you for anything.
Yeah, you're dreaming of a perfect world.
Because if it's a monopoly like that, it's got to be. I don't know. Yeah.
Anybody can make an email address and start a YouTube page.
Victor Rookwood is dead. He confronted me as I left Ollivanders with the Keeper's wand. I had to defend myself.
As many of them as you want.
Are you all right?
Hmm?
I know you're well able to defend
Class Adam said he
yourself.
wants to be front row. His money's on Freddy.
But Rookwood
That's right. That's right.
I got like 50 pounds and 6 inches on Freddy Flat Sav.
No, you don't. He got all fat and he had a shape and half of his hair.
Maybe about 10 pounds hair.
He destroyed so many lives.
You're right.
All right.
You got hip and knee problems.
I'm ready for what's next.
He's a Neanderthal.
The Keepers have been waiting.
Man.
Nah,
this
that
might
guy's a
go
fraud.
down today.
You have completed
one red shoe and one black shoe.
and you have done so under circumstances even I did not foresee.
You ever seen that movie, The Vault?
Black people.
The port key,
sometimes
the
they can
vault,
fight.
The locket, the book, the trials.
Sometimes.
To ensure
Yeah, whatever.
one with the ability you and I share would make the same choice that
Every dark skinned dude you ever seen know how to fight.
and I did.
Now
Yeah, pretty much.
you understand all.
Yeah.
You catch them
It's the
once.
fear
You
factor.
catch them once. They ain't never been hit in the face before.
Nope.
Whoa,
It's the fear factor.
Light does not
whoa.
exist without shadow.
They see
nor
their own
shadow
blood. They
without
start
light.
freaking out.
Nah, it's the fear factor.
Just pop them in the nose
Eliminate
once,
darkness does not always mean that you
and it'll
should.
start bleeding. And they'll freak
Even
out.
the most well-meaning and
Yeah,
competent
right.
amongst us cannot
That was on the
explain
playground when you was 12, maybe.
what could be beyond our reach.
Fucking had more busted noses. Fucking around playing football than fighting. So why you gonna cry over a busted nose? Basketball, foul, busted nose.
Okay,
What the hell are you talking about?
I've already seen this cutscene, so I'm gonna skip it. This is hard. The final repository. Is this the last quest in the game?
It might be.
The main last.
You've been
main
on it
story.
200 hours.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
No. This
You
is the
started that
ninth-
game and
This is the 9th stream, and every stream is between 3 and 6
5
hours.
and 10 hours.
3 and 6 hours. Most of this game streams have been 4 or 5 hours. I did a 3-hour one the other night. So what you even talking about? What you even talking
You
about?
be streaming for 6 hours on that game.
What you even talking about?
Maybe it was Jamie.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. Rumor requirement 72, field guide pages 41, exploration quest 56. Complete main quests.
A bacon.
14. Oh, I think there's only one main story quest left.
I see they got a basis for blackmail spelled right. That ain't how blackmail used to be spelled.
What are you talking about?
You know where the term blackmail come from?
Was it
It ain't have nothing to do with no mail lettering system.
It had to do with a black guy?
Yeah, something like that.
That's kind of what I figured.
I should hope that the enchantments protecting the castle would protect against an incursion from below.
I fear they may not. Although
They used to ask old Tom why he went in Master's cousin's house and stole that fucking money. And he used to say,
Uncle Tom?
Yeah, he used to say, Master told me go steal his cousin's money. And they said, he's trying to blackmail me. That blackmail's lying. And then they said, it's blackmail. You trying to say you blackmailing him? Charged the black guy guilty of 50 years of blackmailing his master, trying to say he was told to go commit this crime. Put him in a hot box. Get over here. Don't you be ratting on me. I ain't tell you to say that on the stand. Get in that hot box. Damn it, Tom. The money wasn't where I told you. Should have just came home. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? I'm Quentin Tarantino, maybe.
You know, Uncle
I
Tom
might need to be making movies.
Uncle Tom was the good guy in that story. All right, I've got to get through this.
Interesting.
The audio cut out. You know, Uncle Tom was the good guy and Sambo was the antagonist.
Yeah, I know how it went.
So when people call black people Uncle Toms, it's like actually it's stupid.
What do you call good? That's when the truth is subjective. Do you call good?
No, the truth
jumping in the river saving a white girl.
The protagonist of that story was objectively the good guy, Uncle Tom.
What made him good?
I gotta not use all my potions for real though.
What made him good?
Hold on, I'm in the middle of an intense battle.
Okay, it's intense.
It's intense, like camping.
Okay. I'm thinking the slaves thinking every act that Uncle Tom did, I wish he never done that. You never over there. That's why he was good. He was good as obedient. Is that what you're saying? Good?
He was the protagonist of the story. The antagonist was Sambo. So the bad guy in the story was Sambo. The good guy was Uncle Tom.
See, that's what I'm saying. You defining good as different than what a slave
was
considered.
It's been so long since I read it.
I know, that's what I'm saying. What you consider.
Uncle Tom was rescuing slaves, right?
No.
And Sambo was snitching. Or something. Sambo was trying to... Yeah.
No, I don't know what you read or watched. I read the book.
I read the book too, but it's been a long time.
No, I think you read the book.
Okay.
Well, you might have read the book, but it might have been a long time ago because Uncle Tom was a good dude, as in rescuer of white people, as in he was considered almost a York. A slave that showed Lewis and Clark the passages and the routes and kept them alive but never got us free. He was a good black in that sense. He was never a fucking good black as in, what's a good black as a slave? How could you be a slave and be a good black? Pick as much cotton and never talk back? No, I'm asking you.
How would I know?
Yeah, exactly. You saying slavery's in the Bible and you're supposed to be obedient to your master. Is that being a good black, being obedient? That ain't even considering yourself equal as a man.
It's not that bad. Yeah, that sounds right. Be obedient.
Right. You don't even consider yourself equal as a man. So therefore, how can God put you in? Oh, yeah. That's why I was like, that's why I said the difference between our stuff and your stuff. Your whole faith and truth with no loss of to a debate that slavery was okay. Yeah, it's all right. Slavery was okay. You'll still say that I got mixed feelings about slavery.
Certain types of
As
slavery
you
and certain
should.
masters were bad.
Because the Civil War was fought
But
for.
slavery in general was not good or bad. Neither good or bad.
Yeah, all right. You gonna say that in a crowded room and get beat up?
Yeah.
Don't say that in
Let
a
them
crowded
come at
room.
me. Let them come. Let's
I
see.
bet you won't say that in a crowded room.
Find me
How
a
much
crowded
you
room.
want to bet? You won't videotape yourself in Utah saying that in the crowded room. All right.
I mean, I'm not just gonna walk in a crowded room and yell it out.
If you think there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, but I wouldn't walk in a crowded room and yell out, "I like cake."
If you don't think there's nothing wrong with it.
What? No, I'm not just gonna walk in a crowded room. I would go up to a city council meeting and say, "Hey, slavery was not inherently good or evil." My Marxist mayor would lose her
Like,
damn
get them
mind.
out of here. They just made laws in Florida over that right there. Yeah. That's what we talking about.
Yeah.
They're gonna lock up more y'all than it will us because y'all her head is not gonna stop putting that hate J word everywhere, and then they're gonna go keep on and it's gonna crack down and they're gonna have a target to look for because they're getting caught on street cameras. And you're gonna look like one of them and they're gonna pull you out your car. You fit the description. Oh, you fit the dang description now. You're gonna have to disavow. Not me. I disavow. Watch my YouTube.
It's all right. It's all right. You don't understand. You're too shallow. You don't understand.
I do understand. It's painful.
You don't understand. Very shallow.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the world with both eyes open.
Staring at the world through my rear view. On the big screen in the guy, he can hear you. I can feel your heart beat fast. Time to die. Getting high, watching time fly.
Okay. Days to day. Yep. I'm winning. Hey, what up?
Who is it?
Even Will. He's somewhere
Yo.
on here.
What's up, guys?
Yeah.
What's up?
There you go.
Delivery dude. Walking around here.
Don't be paranoid, Freddy. They're just
About
people.
what?
About
You say what?
delivery.
Man, I ain't never whatever.
Did I die? I died. I don't know how I died.
You don't know how you died.
Prime time is about to go live soon. Okay. Well, I don't really watch him like that.
Who that?
Primetime 99, Alex Stein. On the
I
grind
don't
all
know.
the time. He's all right.
I wouldn't be surprised if I subscribed to him just blatantly or ignorantly without realizing who he was.
On
But
grind
maybe I do.
all the time. He's all right. He's cool.
Hell yeah.
I'll be right back.
So what it is, fellas?
Where
How
you
you
going?
doing? You gone?
Yeah, yeah. I had to watch this dude over here knocking on the door. I just seen somebody go in there. Apparently they ain't coming out. Whoever he want ain't there. They ain't gonna open the door for a black man.
Yeah, and it was locked, just in case.
Yeah, they got the door extra locked. We don't fuck around over here.
Over here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember something, Freddie. Like, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but someone was giving you a bit of the business, you know, just talking some shit.
Yeah. I love it. What do you say? What do you say?
I can't remember, but I mean, you know how they all do.
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
remember
They think I stole my valor. I wish I could put something on the phone to show everybody if we was like in Hank room or whatever. It ain't like I can show them or nothing. They be mad as the hell, and they probably been on my Facebook page. They got my name, so I'm sure they see me in my They said put up your army picture, show that you're a sergeant. And I do got a picture with sergeant on my collar with a flag behind me. They had to see it to steal my name and steal my picture. The name of the thing is Stolen Valor, Frederick
Tar
Jordan.
Baby Yoda, if you command me to read your comments, I'm gonna purposely not read your comments. Okay, bud. Sometimes they're gonna get read, sometimes they're not.
Come on, dude. Yeah.
I ain't worried about Tar Baby either. Him, the whole crew.
You know, there's, when I used to go to Myrtle Beach as a kid, like that was like our vacation spot, Myrtle Beach. There was actually a breakfast place called Tar Babies, and it was
It's from Salty South.
Yeah, it was terribly racist, but
It's not
mostly
racist.
black people went there. I know it's not really racist,
Tar
but I mean,
Baby wasn't even a baby. It was a rat. It was a stuffed animal.
I don't know. I mean, it's just.
Or was
I think
not a
that
stuffed animal,
that
but-
means is like they would actually put you in tar. Like I would.
Yeah,
No,
they
that's
used to
not
really hard.
No, that's not what it is.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, I
that's
don't
not.
know.
That's not what the Tar
Yeah,
Baby
yeah.
is. The Tar Baby was a ball of tar that Brer Rabbit made to keep the wolf away. That's what the Tar Baby is.
They took the name and started using it as something else, just like they do with Black Lives Matter and anything else. White people use that name and say, you Tar Baby, as a racist slur.
Right.
So,
But that's not what it originally wasn't. a racist
exactly. It's not what it meant to be, but what it changed to, don't act
But
like
then
that
you're
ain't what
making
it
up
is.
stories to pull on people's
No.
about how they
All it
used to
means is
tar and feather black people.
for the ignorant to take advantage of.
No, that's a lie.
No, see, Will know what I'm saying. I'm not making nothing up. I made up nothing.
It's just for the ignorant, stupidity people to use a segment for their advantage.
Well, right.
It's a little less.
I mean,
it's a little less violent than the N word. You know what I'm saying? They can't say the N word, so they gotta say Tar Baby. That's okay to say.
Dude, imagine being in a position where you're like, you know what? I'd rather be called the N word than the damn Tar Baby. What the hell?
He has that name
Yeah.
because JLP used to call himself the Amazing Tar
He
Baby.
got his shirt.
Yeah. I know that's what he's doing. Yeah, I know. Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with that. It's just all well and good fun. Ain't no.
It's the same as like Anchor Babies. How Nick laughs at that, JLP laughs at the Tar Baby because it's funny.
Right.
It actually is a funny insult because when you look at the Brer Rabbit cartoon, the Tar Baby looks like a little African American baby or Ethiopian baby.
Hey, where I live in North Carolina, there's the Tar Heels. I mean, I don't know if you guys know the history behind that, but that's they stepped their heel. I mean, the slaves stepped their heels in tar, and I don't know why that hasn't been canceled yet. That's interesting. Just come to think of it.
Because that, I don't know. I mean, maybe you're right. I'm not saying you're not right, but that also could be a thing that people have said. Just like what Freddie just said with the Tar Babies. People will make up this stuff and make things racist that really aren't.
Well, yeah, it's not really racist. It's actually it turns into a thing of pride because it comes from just history alone.
Well, same as the
You know?
Confederate flag. They say the Confederate flag is racist, but it's not. It's just about stuff.
But it's not. No. It's just part of history.
Right.
Right.
That flag racist in the mud.
Well, it is a betrayal of the country, though. I mean, it is kind of like you're going against. the Confederate flag. I mean, nothing wrong with that. It's a part of history, but it's just still like it's breaking away from the country itself.
Defeated history. Ain't no taking pride in some treasonous.
Yeah, they're treason like a mug.
Treason like a mug.
Yeah.
But they bow under a new leader and hold on to their old flag and holler about "This is America, baby."
Stars and bars. Steers and
Ain't nothing
queers.
wrong with it. Cause these ain't the people that was living back then. These ain't the people that was living.
No.
They just taking pride in their heritage. They accepting the fact that these were my grandparents. They say this was what they believed in. Whether it's what they died for. At least they stood for something. Instead of shift shaping. Every time you get pinned in the corner and don't like something.
Did you say
move
shift
religion
shaping?
Mm-hmm.
Shape shifting?
Shift shaping. You shift in the shape of what you want to fit into your
ship shape.
Oh yeah. I don't think it's like that weird shit though, like where they shape shift, like the weird devil shit. That's bullshit. If you fall into that victimhood, then you're screwed. You're gonna believe they actually shape shift. Fuck that shit.
And you thinking any type of, that's the same thing to me, if you repent and continue to sin, you shape shifting right in front of their faces. Now you good, but are you really good? Because you can liable to sin again. It's on us to trust you to get betrayed before we really find out.
Right.
Shape shifters. Shift shapes.
Who's that dude? What's that dude's name? The dude that was what's that fucking?
Only God knows. And when you die and go in front of him and your heart's on that scale, and he's like, oh boy. Your nigga's gonna be shaking and lying like, ooh boy.
My heart's gonna be lighter than a feather.
Your ass gonna be passed out.
Who's that guy with the beard and the heavy set guy that friends with
around and all these hardships, he's gonna pass out again. This white boy keep passing out.
I gotta quit using my potions.
That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
What's that dude? Fuck, I can't believe it, man.
That wouldn't be funny. But I could see myself making some movies like this. It would be funny as shit. I'm gonna make a trailer. A trailer's not hard to make. That's the best scene.
Like a movie about hot chicks that shape shift into some ugly shit, then you get doomed. Oh my god, what am I gonna do?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That's about as
Time to repent. Go to the church. It's God, he's angry again.
Who's that dude that went to Bohemian Grove and exposed them and all that stuff? What's that dude's name?
Jones.
Yeah. That guy's bad. I mean, I some of the stuff I don't disrespect him. I think he has some good ideas and stuff, or some thoughts. But overall, he's a whack.
Whack.
He's a whack guy. Total whack job. I mean, you gotta be honest with yourself.
Disagree with you on that.
All right.
That's blasphemy. He's broke now, ain't he?
Dude, come on. You gotta be honest with yourself and really think about truth, and then you would know that this is all a bunch of garbage.
Yeah.
Right, that's the
Fox
same thing
News
he said.
even knew.
Total garbage, bro.
Fox News.
Everything he says, he's reading reports on the news. Total garbage.
Who is?
Yeah, but that's easier. That's easy. I mean,
I think a lot of this stuff he believes is total garbage.
If it's too afraid to do it, he just goes beyond the Call of Duty. That's all.
Yeah.
He knows his stuff. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I respect him, but I mean, it's still like
He's one of the best to ever do it.
You're crazy.
Oh, dude.
You're talking about a goat, a commentary,
he doesn't do a good
news
job
analyst,
because he makes
commentary
himself
goat. Him, Rush Limbaugh.
Oh hell.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh
Tucker,
doesn't even.
Those are like the Mount Rushmore.
On the same level.
commentary and news.
Fearmongers. That's all they were, fearmongers.
Fearmongers.
Oh, this is gonna happen. We're losing America. Oh, look at this hanging.
Yeah, you don't know
they
that
can't
they
even
put an atrazine in the water to make the frogs gay. Not only was that reported on by multiple news agencies, but it was true.
No.
It wasn't true?
I want to see the scientific evidence of that.
What do you mean?
Like,
He read the reports on his show, all of them. They found atrazine in the water.
Anybody can write a report. I can write a report.
I want to see like how do they determine whether an animal is like has a proclivity towards the same sex?
Joke.
Like,
That's the joke.
That.
That's the joke. That's being hyperbolic.
Okay,
that's the joke. The frogs weren't mating. The drug was making the frogs not mate. The same way young men today aren't mating. The same thing.
So that doesn't mean they're gay.
You
it
don't
just
think
means that
you don't think
they're
people are turning
void of
yeah, I don't think gay actually even exists. It's
they're just void of fucking. That's all it is. They made them sterile, essentially.
Okay, but
that's all it is.
They
but
couldn't
humans,
procreate, but it's just that they just simply weren't interested. And that's like saltpeter. Like you ever hear that? You know that stuff like
I think they were humping other gay frogs. I think they were humping other boy frogs.
Yeah, that's saltpeter. I heard about that in the military.
In the military, from back in like the '60s, they put that in the water. Apparently, I don't know how true this is. This is probably another.
In jails, they still do it. It's called limp dick juice.
Like,
this is not limp dick juice. Y'all full of shit.
That's what they give you in jail. That's the juice they give you in jail because it makes guys more placid. Lowers their testosterone.
Hell no. Maybe out of jail. I don't think it's possible.
Yep, it's a fact.
I'd rather be like uninterested.
These hoes about to fight out here. Look, these chicks about to fight and they watching. It's about to be a whole fucking fight. Record it. She gave him a 5.
Stephen Will drinking the Kool-Aid, man.
Look, they waiting on her to come down this sidewalk.
Hey, I'll be right back. You guys, I'll be right back. I'm about to come back.
It better not be her right here with the happy birthday thing on.
Alright, the stupid dragon. I gotta fight this dragon.
Pain. You are now. What do you?
Nah, hell nah.
I intend to open it.
I have decided to open them
after.
They waiting on somebody.
Had a remarkable power to help people. I intend to use my ability to finish.
Alright, we gotta fight this dragon.
But this
fight that dragon.
So many ways. You, of all wizard kind.
Oh, police right there too. They ain't gonna do shit.
I also know the promise, Professor.
Oh shit.
Oh, here he comes.
Shit, she got bob and weed, bro.
Hold on.
All that rolling in that one shooting ain't gonna work.
I got the smoky smoke. I'm like the ghetto gangster with my smoky smoke.
I'm officially done smoking.
No, you're not. You'll be back.
Honestly. Yeah. Yesterday was supposed to be my first day. It was today.
Tobacco?
Both.
Oh shit.
Yep.
That's a big leap, man. Because just yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, you were deep in there.
Yeah, I was buying weed.
Well, that's
I still
awesome,
got
man.
a bottle. I still got a bottle.
Really not that
I might
hard.
drink the rest of this bottle, and then I'm done with that too.
If you are not prone to like certain anxious behavior, like, you know, and you can just go through it, and you have things to occupy your mind, you know, then you're great. You're good. You got it. Yeah.
You put down the cigarettes, and you gotta pick up something else, and this time it's just gonna be like something different. Maybe a camera.
Put something in the bottle.
Maybe something else.
What's that mean?
I feel like my personality is. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
I'm gonna see if I was just reading the chat. I'm gonna see if I can save the game right now. I can. Cool.
No, I was just saying, like, I feel like my personality is like I have to trade it for one thing or another. So if I can go on the healthy kick and just start like, I don't know, I've never been one for working out, but if I just start fucking doing cardiovascular work and tire myself out, that might be the best thing for me.
Lift some weights, man. It'll make you feel good. It's all good.
Right. Indeed.
I'm gonna take Maxima and Endurance Potion.
What the hell is that?
I think the only way I beat this guy.
Get him, boy. Get him.
Is no match for mine, child.
I don't mean to say boy.
What?
Boy.
Be like that, I could.
It's weird how that became like such a derogatory term, saying some boy to somebody for a black dude. It's like, damn. But you're gonna get hung up on boy. I mean, even though like that's just it's meant to be like an insult, I'll just be like, no,
We
you're
was waiting on him to lips to say the N word, but boy, okay. But then it got to be like, don't even call me that. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be like, I'm older than you, boy. I'll kick your ass. I mean, even if I have to get whipped,
So, like, hey, it was calling grown black men
Fleck
boy.
goes back at it.
They was calling grown black men boys, and they quit going for it.
If you're at the point now where you can get whipped for some stupid ass shit, I would be whipped to hell because I'd be like, fuck you. I mean, I don't like
I gotta send those back at it.
No, in
I don't know.
slavery, everybody was using the new word. This is after slavery, boy came around. You couldn't say the N word after slavery.
It's weird. It's like how ignorant you have to be to like turn Negro into niggers. I mean, sorry for my language, but still, like, it's stupid.
You do that
That's
again,
dumb.
I'm gonna.
I'm sorry, JS. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to say that in like a bad way.
It doesn't matter. You can't say it in a good way or a bad way.
Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, sorry, YouTube. My bad. I'm sorry, JS. Sorry.
I disavow looking at him, boy.
Disavow button implemented. I'm sorry, bro.
You gotta say like, hey, I love black people.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a good way. I mean, like, you didn't put up with that shit.
I know in your context, it was fine. In your context,
Where
it
you
was
can say
fine,
like shit.
the algorithm
that
doesn't
shit.
understand context.
Okay, that's good.
The robot can't understand. Yeah.
The robot can't
We
understand. It's like you can't even say the
I
name
don't
of.
care if they call us Apple. I would take Apple offensively if you said, pick up that toy, Apple. Or
Apple?
move that. Yeah, if you just saying
Turn it into another word.
You can't do a hard LE. You have to say Apple.
Yeah, exactly. It don't matter.
Yo, Frederick, you know what's cool? It's like you could turn that. You could use that word so often they're gonna start banning the word Apple. You can say like, oh, Apple.
Anytime you use
they'll make it your word.
to order somebody to do something. You never seen a slave master as.
But one
a
Apple
black
can
man.
call another Apple an Apple.
No, but
Apple, right.
straight up for real, JS. I didn't mean to do that because I don't want you to get canceled over some dumbass stuff from me.
I know.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, that'd be funny though. It's just the word, it's how they use the word. It's the context the word is used in that makes them not like the.
I like Apple.
Of the word.
I like Apple. You stupid Apple.
You say what?
I like apples, you stupid apple.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
It's like when we said blues. It's like when we said blues instead of you know who. You know how? Remember that?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it. I just.
It's got 3 phases.
That's what I was saying. Like
3 phases. I only have 11 health potions left. Okay, when those rocks fly off, I have to catch them in midair and throw them back at them. Boom! Let's go, buddy.
Oh, you be getting freaked out. It's all good.
Yeah.
Hey, there was a dude out here. He shot at these 2 people about a month back, and they locked him up. His name was Tran, right? And they locked him up for a hate crime. Yeah, he was Asian. But
you know how I knew that?
His last name was Tran. But anyway, listen. You ain't blue. I was about to say. Tran has a mental history, and
everybody has a mental history.
I know, but the Jews are on this. But
hey,
shit!
I know. Can't say anything. I can't talk to you people.
I'm sorry. Listen, they saying the gun laws need to be restricted. Right down the street, right here on our street where Hank and JLP do the studio. That's where it happened. And they talking about stricter gun laws because he had a mental health history. And they're so skirting up in arms over the up and stuff. This is after they even called him. They still want to push more on them. And now they're about to increase background checks on mental health in California. And it's coming to a state near you.
Boom! Let's go. Hold on. This is intense. And I ain't talking
Dude, imagine a Jewish gang's like, where's my Claritin? I'm gonna fuck you up after I take my Claritin.
Yeah.
I just said out.
But nah, it's crazy. I want to ask Hank if you know about that. I'm like, you snitching on your own people. I mean, some people can have health problems one time. Don't mean everybody with health problems.
Right there.
Mental health problems don't mean to take their guns away.
From the mental health, mental ill. Take them away from health
problems. Yeah, he's at half health, and I only have 7 potions left.
They didn't say he was mentally ill. They said he had mental health problems.
What's the difference?
You got mental health problems. You need to get them fixed before you turn mentally ill.
Third phase. We got 7 potions left.
If you sit in depression too long, you become. Well, it's a darker mode of depression.
I need to make sure that I'm using my potions. I only have 7 health potions left. What am I supposed to do now?
Use another potion, looking boy.
Hold on 1 second.
Get him, JF. Come on, now.
Can I save?
You gotta open up another box, man. You guys come in there prepared.
I should have been recording for this. Well, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't be able to upload it as a video with what the crap y'all are saying.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, you could. You could beep.
Yeah, I could edit those. I have to edit that stuff out. You know how long that takes, Freddie?
Oh, man. 5 times a stamp.
You gonna edit for me?
Yep.
You go to work with my editor. Yo, I don't
think
$20.
I got you.
That's where the last battle is right there.
You play your video back, you have horns on your head, red eyes.
The devil.
Every time you laugh, fire shoot at your mouth.
Alright, let's go. Hold on. This is the final phase of the final battle. I gotta focus as the locust. Oh, Tri-Spawn soldiers, the prognosis. Probably wild road from 0 to hope.
Man, that was lame as shit.
That's not my rhyme. That's the damn Obi Trice. Real names, no gimmicks.
That's right.
Obi Trice.
Missed all of them. I'm too far away. Ah! Red. Damn it. I gotta stay away from that attack right there. That'll wipe me out. Yellow.
Yellow.
Come on. Here we go. Yellow. Purple. Got him. Shields down. And we attack like a mug. Throw a rock back at him. Oh my god, look how slow his health is dropping. It's gonna take forever. Get away. Woo, barely caught that one.
You ought to get in a lineup tomorrow, JS.
Get in a lineup?
Get in the lineup.
Get in the lineup? What are you talking about? Oh, I don't like that attack. That thing will kill me in one shot. Oh, can I curse him? I don't think I can.
Curse them.
I think these retards will stay on their damn phones and scared somebody to talk about it. So all you got to do is go live between 11 and 12.
Talking about Dean?
Jamie. Follow them, and then when Jamie go off, go live before the next stream come on. And then everybody be live all day from 6 in the morning after JLP. You get your slot in after Hank. It's up on Tuesday. Or come in that slot after fucking Joel. And keep the same little bots hating, yapping, and chatting. And then they'll be like, what is this the majority of the crowd talking about, JS Urban? Let's go over there and look. And then we're like, oh, everything went off, but here we go over here, the third hour nonsense.
Oh, shoot, I gotta use potions.
That y'all been begging for. The third hour on Rumble. Whatever, however. I'll be innovative with that shit if I really wanted to do this. Survivor Series, new season.
Damn it, I just screwed up. I don't know what was happening just now, but it was not good.
Did you get raped?
Quit saying that. Gaming.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have I said that before, ever? That sounds like something I never said before.
Hey, JS, what's as far as like, you know, making money off of you know, like, you know, doing your thing, does YouTube still stand out as the best version of it, or is there other avenues?
That's really the only way to go right now.
Okay, right on. So I can respect the fact that you want to keep it, you know, copacetic.
They're messing it up now because they're promoting shorts. They want everybody to do shorts. So
Yeah, I've seen that.
It hurts long form content.
No,
They don't want
seen
people
that.
who have long attention spans and actually like listen to rebuttals and debates, discussions.
Right. Yeah, I'll be honest. Like I found myself caught up in like just watching this short after short. I'm like, what the hell? I'm stuck in a stupid rabbit hole I don't even mean to. So I need to get the hell away from
Dude,
it.
if I have to do this whole fight again, I'm gonna be. Oh my god. We're halfway through the third phase. He is not freaking dying. I only have 2 potions left. Damn it. Go. Run. Run! Get up! We got ancient magic. Let's hit this. Yeah! Let's go! Run. I have 1 potion left. Oh my god. What's happening? Hold on, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Just do all the potions. Let's go. He's almost dead. Dodge. Potion up. Potion up. Maximum. Thunder Brew creates a storm around the drinker with stuns and damages nearby enemies. I'm almost dead. No potions left. Just hit this bitch. Let's go. Oh my god. He's almost dead. He's almost dead. Yes. I think he's dead. I think I got him. What am I dying from? I just got hit with something. He's not dead. What the? What's happening? I thought it was over. Why is it not over? I have no potions. I'm about to die. I'm dead. Woo. Let's see what the chat's saying. Oh my god. I have to do that all again. Where'd Freddy go?
I don't know. I didn't even know he left. I got my friend arguing with me on fucking Facebook. It's annoying as hell. Talking shit. I told him, I said, I don't like how, I was trying to tell him, I said, I don't like how Instagram always has the two sides that are blurry and the middle is sort of, you know, cut off, but yet, you know, more in focus. I was trying to tell him, I was like, I don't really understand that. Why do they do that? Instagram is weird. You know what I mean? Like, you know how they have a video on Instagram where it's like the left and the right is all blurry, but the very middle is in focus to some degree. I always wonder why they do that. Like, what's their point? Like when you see like a celebrity or whoever is like trying to like post an Instagram video and it's all blurry on left and right, but the middle is sort of in focus. It just seems strange. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just kind of irritated right now. That was like a 20-minute boss fight, and I died literally at the very end.
Okay, right on.
Why was he not dead? His bar of health was gone, and then he still kept fighting. What? Oh, man. Flat Sab said, this ish is intense. Yeah, it was a pretty intense damn boss fight. I'm pretty sure this is the grand finale. This is the final boss of the main story quest. And it's very difficult. It's not easy.
You can get it.
This is like the first boss fight that I didn't one-shot. What the? I think one other one took me 2 tries. This is the 3rd try. 3rd try. Hopefully I get to start right from the dragon.
This cannot be
Oh, we get to start from the 3rd phase. That's sick. With 4 potions. Okay, cool. Nice. So we only have to do the final phase. Well, that's easy. I don't have to do the whole 20 minutes before this.
Damn. Oh shit, my friend is.
All it is the it's like the shorts on YouTube, but on the sides they put the video.
Yeah, the blurs on. I don't really understand that. I mean, I don't know. That's just the way they do it.
Face. I think you could edit it so that that's not there. That's just how.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, I barely use Instagram. I don't take photos of myself or anything. My friend, he's not a professional photographer, but he might as well be. He's really good at it, so he uses it. But he takes pictures of like skateboarders and shit like that. So it's kind of cool, but it's just he's a liberal, for lack of a better way of putting it. But he's one of my best. Sometimes I'll be honest. I was like, man, maybe I could have him come on here and talk to you, but like, I think he would automatically just be a dick. So I don't think it's a good idea. But I mean, not that you couldn't beat him. I'm sure you probably could. But at least I would have faith in you. But I mean, it's just.
I'm not trying to beat nobody.
No, I know. What I mean by that is like, I'm just saying like you would just. I don't know. I mean, I've argued with him the last like half a decade or more. All kinds of things.
I need to catch those and throw back. He's missing them.
Oh shit.
Dodging like a mug.
But no, I mean, if you saw some of the photos he's taken, I think you'd appreciate some of the stuff he does. But when it comes to conversation, I don't know. I think it would go haywire.
Ancient magic. Let's get it. Boom. He's almost dead. Okay. Second last potion. Fourth time's the charm. No, not yet. We're not dead yet. We're not dead yet. It's not over till the fat lady sings. Got him. Now this is crazy. His health bar should be gone. I got him.
You got him?
Yes.
I'm good luck. I told you, dog.
I wish I had the music up loud.
You don't need it up loud. Turn me up loud. Rest in peace, department. That's me. I'm about to watch that movie.
What movie?
Rest in peace, department.
Department?
It's like
R.I.P.D.
Ghost police.
Is that what he is?
Yeah.
No, I don't like no ghost police.
I think this is the second one. There was another one. This is like a Western one, right? I haven't seen this.
Yeah, he look like a Western ass dude. Mustache.
You know what I don't like is, I think we already talked about this, but like the whole zombie thing is just so stupid to me. I hate zombie movies.
What's it with your like obsession on hatred for zombie movies?
It's just dumb. It's just not real. It just seems silly.
Why,
And then there's the British version. The British
virus
version
that would mutate our brains and make us
the
go
British
crazy
version
and have
tends to lean towards the virus
rabies.
part, where it's like they're faster. I don't really like that. I just think it's dumb.
I mean, I think it's played out for sure.
It's fear mongering.
But the idea of zombies, like, that seems like it's kind of
Eat brains, eat brains.
that seems more realistic than, I don't know.
What, were they getting nutrients from the brain?
I guess it doesn't seem more realistic than most end of the world situations, like nuclear bombs.
Thank
or
you.
The sun
No.
exploding or things like that are probably more realistic. Or an
Well, I
asteroid
mean,
hitting the Earth.
if end of the world means like you have to be a cannibal, then maybe that's some realistic
If
shit,
I
but-
shoot your knees out and you get up and come running at me again, I'm believing in fairy tales.
Yeah,
I don't
fairy
believe
tale.
in zombies. I'm just saying the fictional idea of zombies is a cool idea. I see why they make movies and video games about it.
I don't really. I mean, I get it, I guess, but I mean,
They
no
make you
different.
think it's gonna happen in the future. It's fear mongering.
It's not fear mongering.
You already prepared to
Fiction
see
doesn't
it
have to
happening.
be. I mean, maybe you feel fear when you read a scary book, but it's not like you're getting traumatized by that. It's
But do you see how they linking it to reality where it might can happen? That's fear. The possibility of it might can happen. That's fear mongering.
It won't happen.
yeah, but I think a plan for like if something realistic happens,
You can't
like,
say that, Stephen Will.
if something realistic like
No,
power
I
grid goes
definitely
down,
can.
I think watching and studying zombie movies could make you better prepared because people are gonna act like zombies.
That's not going to happen. I mean, and I would love for you guys to correct me when I become wrong, but I just don't see
I don't
the
want
zombie
to
thing
be
happen.
right.
It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, think about it biologically. It just can't happen. Brains are nutrition.
I think something coming along and wiping out 70% of the population is very possible.
Yeah, that's cannibalism, not eating brains to get healthy. I mean, we kind of are getting healthy, I guess, but I mean,
Or that's a plague. No,
that just seems gay as hell. I don't get it.
Yeah, bro.
Eating brains, like, oh, I need brains. No.
I mean, most zombie movies
I don't
now,
think
they don't
to the
eat
point
brains.
where they
don't
need
just
brains
eat brains.
sometimes.
They just eat
Yeah,
people.
sometimes. Yeah, they just need to
meat.
infect more people.
In Walking Dead, they're not brain eaters. Is like one specific zombie movie.
Okay, fine. Well, all of them are just dumb to me. I mean, I'm just gonna throw it out there.
No,
I
but
don't
what
know.
I mean, like, is that
maybe.
people are gonna act like zombies because they're in a lot of the good zombie movies. There's usually more of a struggle with the survivors, different groups among the
Right, like,
survivors.
yeah, exactly. Like cannibalism
People
is
are, the people are
essentially
going to be more dangerous than the zombies. The zombies just a way to add an added level of tension to.
But then what about like the weird hypertension thing where they're all freaking out and they're going fast because they're trying to eat brains or whatever, like the British version where they're all fast
movie.
and shit.
I'm just trying to make it scary.
Yeah, I know. That means
this
it's just
is
make believe,
fiction, right? Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
it's fake
That's why it's
make-believe,
called
yeah.
fiction.
Yeah, I know, but that's
But
dumb.
fiction can be fear mongering. Like if I made a movie, okay, I'll make a movie.
Some people believe in this shit,
Look,
for real.
If you can't
But
watch
look, yeah.
fiction without separating fiction
Exactly.
from reality, then your mind is weak. And, then you
Okay.
probably are.
Well,
I
that's how you got
could,
to
but I don't want to because I'd rather
Oh,
just think.
we can't
I'd rather
talk
think on realistic terms. I don't want to like pretend.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
the
That's
movie
why,
gets
that's
fucked,
what
why
I'm
should I?
saying. When it comes to something
That's fine.
serious,
You don't have to
I
involve
don't.
yourself with any form of fiction, but that doesn't
Right.
make it like wrong for somebody to read stories and watch movies.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, for their
That's
own
fine.
entertainment, sure. More power to them. For the entertainment purposes, sure.
What else would it be?
but what if
for?
entertainment is no longer entertainment and it becomes?
If it won't become reality, but if it does, then I'm not taking part in it.
You don't
I
think
mean,
there's
So
I
any
don't
you
think
saying
movies?
if they made
You
a
don't think
okay,
there's any
so
movies made that have become reality?
yes,
as far as zombies are concerned, no.
Not as far as zombies.
no, I'm talking about something as a QAnon
Well,
conspiracy.
I mean, I would argue that COVID caused a lot of zombies.
I'm already laughing when you say QAnon.
I already know.
QAnon
It's
is a
not.
mess.
It's Q
Have you
and
seen the movie
anon.
Contagion?
It's not. It's not together.
Have you seen the
But
movie
I'm just saying, if you
Contagion?
made a movie right now saying the president of the United States come out with everybody, all the countries saying that this virus, this vaccine is gonna kill you, and don't get near anybody that has it.
Yeah,
And
see,
if they
Freddie,
come
you're
close
like,
to your
I
kids,
feel like you're being strategic trying to talk about
no,
all
this is a movie.
Yeah, but,
This is
I mean, that's no
this is fear
different than any
mongering.
zombie shit.
We're
I mean,
talking
it's the
about
same
fear
thing.
mongering, zombies. This is the zombie theory.
Yeah,
Okay.
same
So
thing.
if the president came out in a movie and said this, and it just so happens that everybody's like, "Oh shit!"
Oh shit.
This already is a movie. Have you seen the movie Contagion?
Yeah, I've seen that.
It came out 2
It's
years
not
before COVID. It's basically the story of COVID, except this disease was killing like a quarter of the population.
Oh.
So you think the government learned from that movie and you're like, we could use this?
No, I think art imitates life, and life imitates art equally. Like
Right.
people will make like the movie Ex Machina. I feel like that's coming to
That lies in the beholder of the person that just.
Yeah, what
believes
came
in
first, the
someone-
chicken or the egg? Did they put the thought into reality to make it reality, or is the reality is that what it came to fruition on its own before the movie?
precog facial recognition stuff. That's all in Minority Report. Minority Report's coming true, but they won't need 3 psychic ladies to do precog. They'll just use algorithms and predictive stuff.
Yeah.
How can you have predictive stuff if the stuff ain't even happened yet? and you going on people's background. That
They're
means you're
already
gonna be
working.
able.
They've been done working on that, Freddy.
No,
And the
it's
technology is 20
impossible.
years ahead of what you know
And
of
it
that we
ain't.
got. They got 20 years ahead of that. So the
Yeah,
AI,
and
the
the
deep
crime is not
fakes,
going down.
the data
Speaking of
collecting.
conspiracy type,
No
like,
matter how far ahead they are, crime is not decreasing.
what if you went on a false belief of saying like this has become reality, and you convinced a mass of people saying this is what's happening, but it's not even true. You could put fear into people's eyes when it's something that's not even real.
But if something is presented as fiction, it's best to just look at it as fiction. But then you can.
Right.
People see too many similarities and they're gonna compare. And they're gonna walk out in real life and make real comparisons that really
I'm not
link
saying
up.
I'm just a strong person, but I just think that's weak. You know, I mean, to do that,
do
like
what?
to create that fear in your mind that like, oh yeah, this is the reality now, but no, it's not because
I've never
you just
been
think it is.
scared that zombies are gonna come. But I've watched zombie movies. I've never been scared
Right.
Michael Myers was gonna come busting through the window.
Of
But
course
I loved
not.
those movies when I was a kid.
No, there's nothing wrong with you liking those movies. It's entertainment, as we all said, but it's just,
You have like some sort of like anger at
bias.
entertainment because it's like
I
superhero
do.
movies, those are gay. Zombie movies, those are gay. It's like
Fine,
I'm playing the
fine.
wizard game. That's probably gay. There's magic in
I
that.
do
That's
not. I
gay.
do not disavow. No, I don't care. I just don't. I don't really see the energy to put into those type. I like real stories. I like
It's
real
really
life.
not a
shit.
lot of energy. I'm not expending a lot of energy. I think I just beat the game. I'm not even sure though.
Yeah.
You just play the video game. I mean, that's enough imagination for you already. You don't need to assume the possibility of this becoming true.
That's right.
So.
Hola, Gets. What's up? I haven't looked at chat in a while because Flat Sabbath's talking to himself in there.
Nobody got time for that.
No, I'm just kidding, Flat Sabbath. I think I beat the dragon. Let me just watch why.
Is it Doug Gets?
Yeah, Doug Gets.
What's up, Doug Gets? Where's she been hiding at?
I see her around. Seeing her
Well,
around.
for the interest of full disclosure, I'm an idiot, guys. So don't worry about me.
I know, right?
I didn't say you were an idiot. I just said, why do you?
No, I'm just joking. I'm joking, man. I'm just playing around. Have fun. This is our zombie fun right here.
Yeah. We always got disavow every 10 minutes. Goes off into
It's
talking
like,
about.
Freddie, it's like you have a script in front of you that is like, these are all the things you're not allowed to talk about on YouTube. And you make sure you hit on all of them.
I do that conversation.
That's why you should almost have like a thing right before you start every time. Just be like, everything I say is bullshit. And here we go.
I tried that, and that calls more attention to you, I think, because then my stream started
Oh
getting
no!
shut down.
You're like, oh, we gotta watch this guy.
Yeah, because in the beginning I would say this is a at the beginning of the Monday night show I would say this what would I say? Damn, I can't think right now. I'm brain.
Don't pay attention to the guy behind the.
Yeah, I'd
the
say this is for
curtain.
entertainment and comedy purposes only. I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, the vaccine
That'd
thing
be
was
true.
okay because we were talking about movies and zombies, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Everything.
They're probably like, oh, wait, we got to pay attention to this guy. Make sure he's putting on a front. Oh no, he's gonna try to help.
Yeah. Y'all thinking too much into some bull. It ain't even like that.
You don't have to think about it.
I ain't got no.
Well,
I ain't got. Why
yeah.
does that look, JS? Why does that?
Yeah.
Castle have a Coptic cross on front of it. You see
It's
that
got a lot
cross
of
in
it's
the
got a
yard?
lot of evil symbolism, Freddie. It's a game about magic that takes place in Brit. It's got a lot of evil symbolism.
But do you see the Coptic cross? Yeah.
But I ain't gonna fall for that.
I ain't got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
You know how they created the Coptic cross and where it came from?
You talking about this cross right here?
The one on the front door, that one right in the middle of the screen.
On the grass?
Yeah. Yeah, on the
just
grass.
That's just a grass. It's just a grass sidewalk.
No, it's a cross with the sun. I know it looks like that, but it's
looks
a
nice.
cross with the sun behind it. It's a Coptic
Is it
cross.
Celtic cross? Celtic?
Yeah.
No, I think he means Coptic. Yeah, it's like the
I
Iron
don't know.
Cross too.
I'm not looking at what you guys looking at, so I don't know.
It's also like the regular cross. It seems like all the crosses are pretty similar because they're all just crosses. It's a very simple symbol.
What about the idiot? I knew this kid.
The one that got the circle on it.
If it's turned
this
this
out.
way,
they still make the ones with the circle on it. That's
I knew
Ireland.
I knew some
They call
death
it an
metal dudes.
Ireland cross.
DeGet said you're playing a role like
Ireland
Charleston
cross.
White, but the polar opposite.
Dude, I knew some dudes in middle
That's
school.
right. I'm not Charleston White. The total opposite of Charleston White. That's right.
I
I'm
thought
very
you were
educated.
a fan. I thought you were a fan of Charleston White.
Hell no. I'm the total opposite of Charleston White. What do you mean?
You talking about that rap dude or that guy?
He
who's
don't
like,
even rap. He's
Nah,
just a
he's just
crazy
like a-
racist. He's a Trump
Yeah.
fan, and yeah, I'm the opposite of. I agree with that.
Yeah. Dude, I knew these-
Everybody wants him dead.
Dude, check this out. This is retarded as hell, but I knew some dudes back in high school, these death metal kids, that had these earrings that were like upside down crosses. And they're like, if you walk down backwards down the stairs, you get dizzy. As if they're like getting in touch with some stupid evil spirits. I was like, I'm out of here. You guys are lame.
Yeah. Yeah.
These fucking
They
idiots.
hang out in the stairwells and walk backward down the stairs.
Yeah. And of course you're going to get dizzy. Your equilibrium's going to be messed up because you're walking backwards, you idiots.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, this is how dumb white people can be, Frederick.
Hey, my bad. Hey, whatever it takes. They experiencing spirituality.
I guess the game's not over.
The Necronomicon, written by H.P. Lovecraft, who admitted that it was all bullshit. That's all bullshit. Even H.P. Lovecraft, who wrote it, said it was all bullshit. And these people invest their time in it. These stupid Satanist white boys. Mostly white boys.
Yeah, the Necronomicon. I've heard of that.
It's so dumb.
Yeah, everybody needs something to
playing backwards records. Oh my god, that's satanic. No, it's just stupid.
Yeah.
You're just fooling yourself. If you believe into something slightly, you're gonna find all the reason, all the things.
All of it is superstition. All of it is superstition.
You're gonna find it if you try hard enough. It's like schizophrenia with it's like QAnon. Of course you can connect any dots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean anything. You can find any sort of coincidence or well, they wouldn't want to call it or truth in their mind. But I mean, it's just dumb.
That's what my ass about. It's about focusing on the positive. If you focus on the positive all day, you ain't got no room for the negative.
Right.
You keep a whole. If you I don't know, Christianity. If you focusing on the negative, how the hell you gonna get positive out of that? If everybody's focusing on the negative, you're born in sin, seeing evil all around you. Satan rules the earth. No righteous deed or good to God. Yeah. All right, go out there and be good. Be perfect. Oh, that's a hell of a fight. But if you look for the bad in some shit, you can find it. You look for the good all the time, you're going to find the good. Just keep looking for the good. You're going to see life as a heavenly place. You ain't got to focus on the bullshit. Most people want to focus on LGBTQ. I want to focus on crime rate over here, these people doing that. Is it going to change something? You focusing on that? Is it going to change something? You speaking these little... No, it's not. You going out there in the street doing something about it is going to change something. So you try and pick a side and being like, yeah. And enough of these debates on here out of themselves and watchers, YouTube, it's going to be a general census of who's right and who's wrong. When all the dust settle and all of the sharing.
Not if they ban one side of the argument.
No, they ain't banning no side. No one can say that one word. They not even on here. You don't see their community on YouTube. You never see the rabbis and none of them on YouTube doing nothing. They don't have I'm trying to get paid doing this as a no.
The
No,
Zionist?
they don't. Huh?
You mean the Zionist types?
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody else is they slaves. They getting their 30% off top, and they're gonna let you share and argue, and then make laws so you can't say the stuff you see on YouTube in public. So now DeSantis, if you do any of this stuff that y'all don't see, and truth y'all finding out, if y'all don't act out on it, y'all going to jail for
What
longer,
is
5
DeSantis
years.
doing?
Making it illegal to do hate speech, and if you throw trash with intent to litter, it's a hate crime. If you write
I saw a video of a guy talking about
graffiti,
that, but it wasn't DeSantis.
if you graffiti, all of them doing it. Florida's the most place like that. I don't even know what to call the place.
More free speech, but they're gonna
No,
ridicule it.
hate
That's weird.
crime is banning free speech. It's actions.
Right. No, I know what you're
It's
saying. I know what you're saying. That's a mess.
Pretty soon, if you say it out loud to their face in public, they can shoot you and defend themselves with deadly force.
I'm not gonna take anything
I don't know
you're
about that.
saying as
Don't
true,
look it up.
because everything you say you're gonna be way
Okay. Good. Look it up. I
opinionated
always
with
tell
it.
you look it up, but you don't look up anything else.
I'm gonna look it up eventually. I just haven't looked it up yet.
Nah, you don't. You just be like, that's stupid. I was playing the video last night with it on the screen. That's just stupid.
Oh, that one guy? Yeah, because I heard what he was saying and it was stupid.
No, it was pure fact.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, pure fact. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. The council Nasil was one council that lasted 90 years. But yeah, of course they met 4 different times, but it was one council.
You're echoing.
Over a
Someone's
whole
echoing.
bunch of years. No, get the hell out. I don't know. But yeah, they getting stricter and stricter out here on the streets. They're gonna build bigger prisons for anti-Semitics. Hate crimes are going up.
In
You
Florida,
mean like 90% of the world?
Hate crime only in America. Hate crimes nowhere else. I wonder what a black got to do to get a hate crime.
Well, you're living in great times, man. You can't even be hated on. Black man is living large these days because of like
it's verbal abuse. It's just verbal abuse we deal with. It ain't nothing other than it. If you can get past the verbal abuse, you're all right.
Being a white man is a lot harder these days than it ever has been, man. No, I'm just kidding. It's all the same. Fuck it.
I think so too.
Yeah, ain't nothing. Any white people trying to say like, "Oh, we're oppressed now," I'll be like, "Yeah, I've seen these people on YouTube." I'm just like, "No, dude." And it's not even about like, better or worse, nothing like that. It's just like when you put yourself in that sort of box, you're already losing. I mean, come on now.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, you just gotta pick your fights. You gotta know how to move around them in silence and not cry to the enemy.
She said it's Gothic architecture with crosses and flying buttresses. It's freaking Gothic architecture, Freddie. That's why there was a cross like that.
Nothing wrong with Gothic architecture, though. If you look at it, it's just art, and that's it. You don't like worship it.
See,
it's just there is like during the what the hell am I thinking of? That time and period of art, the Renaissance,
the medieval times.
There's nothing wrong with that kind of beauty. That's where the Catholic Church gets a lot of hell. It's just art. Come on now.
No, that
I think that art's beautiful. It's amazing.
It's not how that cross was made.
No, I get it when you guys,
I think that
some of y'all will be like, okay, yeah, you're
the
worshiping a Mary statue, all that stuff. I get it. I know it seems weird, but I mean, it's really just the beauty of art. That's all really what it comes down to. I mean, imagine like really old
that's not
church
why they
that's
kiss
just
the feet of Mary. It's not just
You know what that screen is right
It's not
there?
just because it's a beautiful piece of art. They kiss it in reverence. So they kneel down and they kiss the feet of this Mary statue
Oh yeah, you mean the mother of Jesus? Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not hers. You're just kissing a statue's feet. You're not actually kissing Mary's feet.
Well, it's not. It's honoring. It's not worshiping.
All right.
Who cares? Let's move on.
Yeah, because all of that was, again, some bogus.
It doesn't really matter.
What's like the fourth? Is it the fourth commandment?
Graven images.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
We all got to be wrong somewhere. We're only human. No, that's an excuse.
Not if you don't identify with Catholicism and you just identify as a Christian and follow what the Bible says. Like
Well, if
Jesus
you have like a
himself
Drake
did.
poster on your wall or your favorite band, is that a graven image? Or no? That's an easy way to like win an argument.
But if you're kissing it if you're kissing it every day, it is.
Yeah. If you hug the
girl-
entertainer
if a
that
girl
you
is
love,
kissing and fantasizing through a
Jay-Z
Drake
had a
poster,
concert and you
she's
got to go
idolizing
backstage.
that. She probably shouldn't have that up.
Well, what about this though? What if you, just as a human being, you go like you got to go to like the Jay-Z concert, whatever concert, like your favorite band, and then you're like, oh my god, and you get to hug the guy or the girl or whatever. Like this is awesome. That's not really worshiping him. That's just like, hell yeah, dude, this is rad. That's all that is.
Right. But none of those things are considered holy images. Now maybe there's some
Right.
crazy people that will worship an artist, like, and then that's
Right,
dangerous.
right.
That's unhealthy.
You
That's
heard
not
it
good.
call it a
Like the
day.
Mexican gangs that like with the drug cartels, that weird thing, that weird
But that's
death.
not an engraved
that is
image of
sketchy.
something holy or heavenly or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah,
It's the same thing with and I don't get why Jewish people kiss the mezuzah. They'll have the mezuzah on their door, and every day they kiss it, and like it's the same kind of thing. That's a little scroll. It's
Now
representing
this
something
this
that
is a
isn't-
stretch. This is a stretch, but what about somebody that's focused on one specific, like those dudes at the sporting events, John 3:16. What if you're so focused on one Bible verse? This is a stretch, of course, but and you really focus on that as like what defines you as a person, like how you can say you're a Christian and this and that. Isn't that a form of like kind of taking something into taking something out of, I mean, not out of context, in context, but it's just
Could
you
be.
are so hung
Could
up
be,
on
yeah.
that one to define yourself, you know?
Yeah, like John Jones has Philippians 4:13 on his chest. A lot of the athletes will do Philippians 4:13 and stuff.
Yeah. So
I
is
can
that,
do all
you think
things
that's
through
wrong?
Christ who strengthens me. But meanwhile, those people are running around being, not good examples. John
Yeah,
Jones
yeah,
is
yeah.
damn criminal.
Well,
Whooping people's
I don't
ass.
know for sure, but I don't think God gets hung up on like what we do in that sort of sense. Like, I still believe in the individual. Like, we have no right to judge somebody what's going to happen to them. We can't sit there and say, "Oh, you're going to go to hell." Nobody can really decide that because it's between you and God. So, I really don't think I don't believe in like the wrathful, punishable God. That's just my opinion. I don't know if I'm right. I don't claim to be right. I just don't think that it's necessary to really focus on like whether a person's living right or not, because we don't know ultimately what's going on in their own mind, and whatever happens when they pass. I always said this is kind of a fucked up thing to say, but I even say like we don't even know if Hitler's in heaven. He might be in heaven. You never know. Like he could have just bowed before God and said, "I'm so sorry, I didn't know." Blah blah blah. I mean, I don't know. I can't sit here and say I know, but we don't know if he's able to
Edgy, bro.
to get himself right, But who am I to say? I don't know.
Nobody.
Sorry. I'm not trying to. That sounds bad. I'm not trying to. I disavow, right? I disavow.
Nah. You're all right.
I'm not trying to like talk too much crazy stuff.
Hey, everybody's entitled to their own to God. Everybody's entitled. You want to show them the ways that you can find God yourself without going through man. When they was worshiping idols, they was like, no, you need to go to church so we can collect this money. You feel me? They like, no worshiping idols. Y'all gonna be like those Pharaoh people that got all these golden statues everywhere. We don't worship. No. Worship us. We the men that's gonna teach you. I'm your shepherd. You my sheep. I need you dumb.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up in the Catholic Church, and I never put no money in the basket. Like I wouldn't
I
have,
don't
even
see
if
your
I were to
parents
continue.
Yeah, the gets. He believes in soft God or soft Christianity. Only a
There ain't no
Is
soft
that what he said?
Christianity. I believe in the woman and the man was created by God at the same time, like Genesis 1 and 2, before he switched it to Genesis 2 and 2, where he made them out of his rib. First, the Bible said he made man and woman at the same time.
What do you
And then
mean,
two,
Genesis 1 and 1 and Genesis 1 and 2?
yeah, Genesis 2 and 2, he said he made woman from the rib. First, he made man and woman at the same time. Then he made woman out of the rib later.
Wait a minute.
When did it ever say he made
Why
them
would
at
he
the
have to
same
do
time?
that? That seems like that's
Look at
limiting
Genesis
God's
2
time.
2. Look at Genesis 2 and look at Genesis 1 first.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about the Bible? It's like, okay, God's all knowing and powerful, but there's many examples where his power is limited, so he has to rectify it. It's weird. And then you can
And
say,
he
oh,
made man and woman in
Christianity.
Genesis 1.
Genesis 1:1 is in the beginning. God created the heavens and
No,
the earth,
not
and the
1
earth
1.
was formless
Genesis
and void.
1:20. Come on, JS. Look where he
Genesis
made
1,
man
2
and woman
is
in
then
Genesis.
God separated the heavens from the waters and made the darkness and the light, and the darkness he called the light he called day, and the darkness he called night.
Read where it says the man and the woman he made.
That's
right
like
there in
Genesis 1:7. You said
Read it.
Genesis 1:1 and 1:2, 2:2 and 2:1.
No, I said one
so
of
you're
them
just saying a
in
bunch
Genesis
of boo
1.
boo. You're just saying a bunch of boo boo.
No, I ain't, because I'm gonna
You
show
don't know
you
what you're
2
talking
different
about.
occasions in Genesis. I don't have my paper with me, but I got it written down. If I show you the 2 instances, what's me misspeaking about what verses they are matter? Thank you.
Woo, let's go. That was good. I just
So
killed
what did
that.
it say? Was it man and woman? Okay.
I'm not
You don't want to figure it out right now. I understand.
What do you want me to look at, Freddy?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You already know. You read the Bible. You about to speed read it. Read right on past it.
What do you
and
want
don't
me to
stop
look
it.
up? Genesis 2 what? Genesis 2:2? Genesis 2:2? 2:2.
Yeah.
And the woman said
Yeah,
unto
I'm
the
gonna go.
serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden.
No.
That's Genesis. Oh, I'm sorry. That's 3:2. 2:2. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. That's Genesis 2:2.
22, not 2:2.
Oh my Lord! First it was 1:1, then it was 1:2, then it was 2:1 and 2:2. Now it's 22.
It's 2, 2, 2. 3 twos. 2, 2, 2.
22.
Through 24. You know where it's at. Don't act like you don't know your Bible.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When God made woman out of Adam's rib, is God 2, 2, 2.
Right.
And
He
when
didn't make them
God
at the
made
same time. It
woman,
never says he made them at the same time. He
yeah, it
made
does.
Adam, then he made Eve.
Read it.
Read what? Genesis 22 is like gonna be about Moses or something, or Noah.
No.
Yeah. They ain't still talking about Adam. and Eve in
127.
Genesis
It's
22.
Genesis 127. That's what I said. That's when he made man and woman at the same time. And then 2, 2, 2, he took woman again from the rib.
This is gonna
How
be...
can you make man and woman in
Problem is,
127?
I don't have an interlinear Bible next in front of me, so I
It's
can't look up
127.
the Hebrew and what the
It's
words
Genesis.
mean and all that. But I'm sure it's something you're...
No, it's 127 and 222. I'm gonna burn it in my brain. Thank you.
So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. Saying he created man first in his own image, then male and female he created them. That's when he created the woman. He added the woman unto him. What you talking about, bro?
No, he went and created woman again in 222 from his. Then he laid
I'm
Adam
not
down
going
and
back.
opened him up.
I'm not going to pull him back the Bible again. I looked up 222.
Yeah, and then in Adam 2:2, he gets
3:22.
Adam from. He lays Adam down. Man,
No.
only man down. Come on now.
You trying to tell me about some Lilith? It's not in there.
I didn't say Lilith this time.
Great help.
I'm talking about the 2 times he made woman all over again. He already made woman once. Why you need to make her again?
Stephen Will said it in chat right after.
Said what?
Lilith and the Willow Tree.
No, that's actually, I'm bullshitting there because one of my friends self-published a poetry book, and one of his poems is Lilith and the Willow Tree. He writes a lot of biblical context type poetry, so it's interesting. So that was just a poetry.
Yeah, that willow wand that he used to do all the magic with.
That's rabbinic.
It's not biblical, no. If anything, it's blasphemous, really.
Well, it's
if you want to be honest.
Some Jewish stuff.
No, that wasn't a willow tree. That was from Hollywood.
I have no idea.
It might be in the Talmud, but it ain't in the Torah.
What you talking about?
You guys know better than I do.
Oh yeah, it's in the Bishop's Bible.
Hey, what is it? Not Lilith, but what's the
I'm pretty sure it's
everyone. Who's the hoe? Who's the hoe of the Bible? That everyone always says like you're. They use that. Like, people use it like as an insult, like you're a this, you're a that, but it's a girl's name.
I said.
What is that?
Jezebel.
Jezebel, yeah. Thank you. I always wondered about. I don't know much about that. I don't know who she was in the Bible or anything like that, to be honest. And
man, off the top of my head, I can't even tell you. No.
No.
Yeah, Mary Magdalene was a Jezebel.
But it's kind of like a Delilah.
So that's a term. Who created? Was there a person named Jezebel that term was created from?
I think so. I can't think of the story off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure she's in.
It was Mary Magdalene.
It was not Mary Magdalene. Was not.
Oh man, it's not Mary Magdalene.
What's happening?
Yo, what up, G?
What up?
No, I don't think Jezebel was Mary Magdalene. I'm gonna take that back, but
yeah,
she was the same thing.
You mean like a hoe?
Yeah, she was something like that.
Right. No, that makes sense.
Jezebel. Yeah.
All right.
See, you know, like the story of Jesus, though, like he liked all like the addicts, the downtrodden, like the whole like the people that were messed up.
I don't know about addicts. They weren't really addicts back then.
Addicts, but like yeah, that's a stretch. But I mean, I'm just talking about people that were just not. Yeah, there was no addicts. They didn't consider them addicts back then. But I'm just saying, like anybody that was going through some shit, like the meek.
It would just be
the meek. Yeah, the meek. We'll say.
There you go.
I don't know if that's the same thing.
Hey,
what's that?
No, I'm telling you, Jesus hung out with everybody.
Yeah.
Places where y'all don't go.
Hey, no, they all
places who doesn't go. What are you talking about?
No, check this out. Jesus was gonna hang out with us the other night, but he's like, "Nah, fuck this. I can't even hang out with these guys."
Jezebel was afraid of Elijah, and he told her she was going to be thrown from a window and eaten by dogs, and that's how she died. Nice, Elijah was a beast.
Yeah, that's real nice.
They deserve it.
She deserves it.
Elijah didn't play around.
Yeah, I guess not. I don't know.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta
know how to do it.
Sometimes you gotta get eaten by dogs.
For real. What?
God knows.
For real, dang.
I know.
That's a mess of shit. For real. Yeah.
What it is, Tommy? How you doing?
Yeah, I ain't gonna even talk now.
Give us a topic to talk about, so I don't just pick up any subject like I got some type of what you call it, a script I'm reading from or something.
Script?
Yeah, Elijah got taken up in the fiery chariot, huh? He's one of the only. I think there's 3 people that never died. They got taken up.
Yeah, I can't even get back in that motherfucking group now. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't bring that on JS channel. He don't.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Hey, in the chat, be listening to you, Tommy.
I don't think so.
Dude, I'm very on Discord. Only when
I just want to give me a topic to talk about. I got so much game today. I'm starting a new league.
Why does Jesse think blacks are doomed?
Are blacks doomed?
Yeah, why does he think they can't build?
Because Christianity has spread so large and people will not change off of it after years of knowing the truth.
Freddie's Kemetic. So Christianity is the evil white man's religion.
That's so wrong, though,
and the
bro.
black woman is God.
No, the
Well,
woman
we
is
seeing how it's working out for the single parents with this goes to church and pay their taxes and raise their kids. Their kids out of control.
Pseudo history and pseudoscience.
Yeah, but I don't think that's exclusively to black people. I think it's I mean, whether it started there or not, I don't know, but I'm just thinking it's all children now. But I mean, I have no right to talk because I don't have children, so that's kind of a unfair.
Well, I do, and so that hits home. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a right to say that, but I mean, it's just from my observation. You know,
You have a right to say whatever you want to say.
Well, of course I do, but I want to be.
Don't like that.
Yeah.
I just want to be able to be respectful of people that have children because I have no right to.
Yeah. No, JS don't think that way. He gonna tell somebody else's kid sitting on the dock fishing how to act.
How to cast that motherfucker.
That's a true story.
What the fuck?
That's a true story.
He could be out there trying to help the motherfucker like cast a little bit better.
I was.
They be telling you don't listen to your mama.
And I was teaching him about life. Yo, I blew this little kid's mind. I told him ADD wasn't real. Nobody had ever told him that before.
That's grooming, man. You can't be grooming kids.
I don't care, bro. This kid was getting chewed up by his two lesbian mamas. He had two lesbian mamas, and he ran up to me because I was a guy fishing on the shore, and he didn't want to sit with his mamas. And so he ran up to me and was like,
tell him,
hey, could I try? Could I try fishing? And he was like 12 years old. And he's like, my mom keeps trying to make me change my medications. And he just started telling me this stuff.
You say, go over there with your mama. You don't talk to strangers.
Not to change the subject a little bit,
right
but
now.
They were watching.
Have any of you tried fly fishing? Have any of you all tried fly fishing before?
I would have scared his ass to death.
I don't care. I think I might have planted a seed in this kid's mind that might save his life.
Oh my God. You gonna have him kill his mama.
No,
that's a man at the pond told me them pills ain't no good. Here we go.
No,
Who's the man at the pond?
No,
I'm not doing it.
Nobody was at the pond.
I had an angel. Guy at the pond story from when I was young.
Come on,
nobody was at the pond, JS.
This guy at the pond said some real prophetic stuff.
And go take the piss. Oh well.
So I wanted to be.
You passed it along.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Right. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I want to pass along some wisdom.
Subject a little bit. But have any of you guys ever tried fly fishing before? That's something I always wanted to try. I like fishing a lot.
I've tried it like once, kinda, but not really.
It's kind of hard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot hard.
Yeah, it's like an art form. Yeah, it's crazy. I wanted to try it too. I've never tried it my whole life, but
they do.
You gotta stand up. You can't take no lawn chair. You gotta stand in the water.
Yeah. You gotta be like
stream in the middle of the shit. If you want to do it right.
You gotta be in the Missouri River or some shit trying to mess with that.
It ain't even a river. It's gonna be a creek.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be too deep either. It's gonna be about a boot high, and it's gonna be little trouts just going through, skimming in the creek.
Something about it though. There's something that's like when I think of God, that's what I think. Like that kind of moment.
Man, that ain't God. Get out of here.
No, I mean, fine. Okay, fine. That's my
baby Jesus in a tuxedo shirt.
It's just
looking boy.
It's a stereotypical version of God. Fine, I don't care. But it's just like you're out there and you're fucking doing your thing, and then you catch a fish. There's something to be said about that. So don't be belittling my ass from that.
That's right.
No, but it's cool. I love fishing. I haven't fished in like a couple of years now, to be honest. But like, I used to go fishing a lot, man. We used to go catfishing, all that kind of shit. Living in the South,
Yeah.
So yeah, we used to, man. And I got into like, I don't know if it's sports fishermen, whatever. But like, I went from using live bait all the time to using lures. and like just throwing them back because I'm not going to eat them anymore. I used to catch a bunch to eat them, but I don't really like fish so anymore. So no, I just
catch
throw
them
them
and
back.
throw them back.
I just throw them back now. But yeah, it's just really there's a lure called the MEPS Comet, MEPPS Comet, COMET. That shit, you're gonna catch fish all day with that thing, and that's the best lure. I don't care what region of the United States you're from.
You're absolutely right because I've never fished with one, but I fished with a lot of ones similar to those.
Yeah. Like the jig, and the spoon.
Boom,
Yeah.
boom.
Yeah.
Every freaking time you cast it out.
Yeah. As long as you don't get snagged, you're gonna catch a fish.
Exactly. Yep.
Right.
Don't catch a snag. My man. Yep.
Right.
You're right.
That's right.
I can't believe them fuckers, bro. No, that was Lisa that freaking banned me.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she banned me off of that channel or whatnot.
It'll be all right.
Yeah,
I know. Fuck.
banning equals moving up in the world, man.
Why? It was because of you, Freddie. Yeah. Yeah. That was because
I
of
ain't
you.
do nothing.
I took
Blame the black man.
took that hit because I think you're a better person than they are.
What?
You know what?
Tommy, you're on YouTube
seriously,
right now.
Yeah, it's not a ban, it's a triumph,
I promise
dude.
you.
Just so you know,
I
buddy.
promise you.
That's a triumph.
Don't leave it alone. They just messing with you.
I don't know. No. Tyler's
They
on
ban
there.
you every
He's
other
talking
day.
that nigga shit.
Tommy.
And I'm not down with that, but I said,
They don't want
you
you to
wanna
be my friend.
you wanna come over and be my slave, bro?
Yeah, I just turned Tommy down
Ty
right
Wizard?
before he said whatever he just said.
You mean Ty Wizard? Yeah.
I don't know who Tyler is.
I think he's in the chat. Ty Rizzle,
Hey,
Tyrone.
you guys, we're on YouTube, so quit.
Yeah, I like
talking
him too.
about drama and people's names and stuff. Tommy, I already got your volume turned down.
I'm sure he would.
Yeah, I would too. They hired him. Don't worry about it.
I
We was
just don't
talking
want
about
to
that
talk about
earlier.
people's
You can't got
people's personal lives that don't want to be talked about in their personal lives.
cut it.
Yeah, I like Ty Rizzle.
I don't know what Tommy's saying because he was getting a little too
Yeah.
sloppy.
Yeah, that's messed up. Yeah, that's crazy.
All right.
He ain't gonna do that. He gonna hide behind a computer. They just try and get you mad enough to say something to get you a warrant. That's what Charleston White do. He provokes people into saying something or showing something. Then he go down to the courthouse and try to press charges. And they he just does that. You know what I'm saying?
He's saying black conservatives, and he's just jumping on the bandwagon. There's a ton of those
it's
guys.
a big instigator. He's an instigator and say the craziest stuff and hide, and can't nobody find him in real life. And he's just a mouthpiece troll. But they got him kicked out of Houston, and he's supposed to do something for some kids, and he's mad at Jay Prince right now. So Jay Prince called him up there and said, look, he shouldn't be speaking at no kids event. You can check his YouTube. That man's highly green lighted in a lot of neighborhoods. And if you have him there, I think the kids will be at harm. And this is Jay Prince, Rap-A-Lot's sons saying this, the owner of Rap-A-Lot's son saying it. So when he said that, they canceled Charleston White. He go on YouTube pissed off. Try to bring up a lot of dirt and drugs selling that he supposedly did, Jay Prince, and he must have owned the police. Now he's getting on the police ass like, Houston police must work for Jay Prince. Y'all must let drug dealers run y'all hood. and he's just trying to. He's back home and safe, but he's putting pressure on the police and the people that back him to put pressure on the police to do something about this rapper's son. I mean, not the rapper. He was a record label owner's son, Jay Prince. Yeah, they greenlighted his ass. And if he would have showed up, ain't no telling how many kids would have might have got hurt. But at the same time, yeah, he thinking it's Jay Prince. He's like, yeah, Jay Prince got power. But he do run a lot of Houston, but yeah. 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 But he's always calling the police on everybody else. When somebody tell him, you know what I'm saying, try to save black on black crime, he won't call them a bitch and all this. And I'm like, wow, you preventing violence. And you talk about blacks and how much violence they commit, and you going in front of kids using them as shields to get your word out about some nonsense. Don't do that when you got people after you. You dig?
I don't know. You kind of lost me there. We're still talking about Charleston White.
Charleston White. Yeah, he's lame.
He's not white.
Oh, he black.
He's not white. I think Jesse had him on the Fallen State, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Am I right? Yeah. I mean, I like some of the things he says, but like I do know that like a lot of these, like, there's like a bandwagon, like that's, I don't know if it's the red wave or the weird bullshit, that weird cliche thing they say, but like there is, and I don't blame them, because if I would have done it too, but there's people that like the opportunity that says like, okay, this is becoming, I can gain a lot of followers, I can have this, proclivity towards this sort of way of thinking, and people will be all down with me. Like there's a guy, there's nothing wrong with that, I mean,
like
especially
JLP and Charleston White using the platform to speak for Republicans, saying what they can't say because you black and can, you'll blow up real quick. Anybody can use their skin to go on the opposite side. Diamond and silk. That's how they got so popular. That other, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I know what you're saying. It's easy to sell out and be like, but do you want that heat? Do you really want to change their minds to vote that way to send the country in that direction? That's playing with. If it does, though.
I see near the edge of the forest. Whenever I come near,
I reside at home.
When I was at Hogwarts, we truly were forbidden from entering the forest. Told horrible stories about
Who's on
I
board?
don't know.
Who's
Had
on
an
board?
irrationally intense fear of it ever
You know
since.
it.
It's silly, but I'm insatiably curious as to where.
To follow the bus guys. Very well.
Oh, how kind! You can usually find me.
Who's in Michigan?
I hope to see you
Michigan? Not me.
No.
Don't forget.
Josh? Josh is. I don't think Josh is in Michigan. I don't think so. Who else is here? We got Dreadedconservative, Freddie, Steven, and Tommy. I'm not in Michigan.
I'm in Michigan.
Freddie's
Oh, you are really? Oh, my bad. Yeah, my bad. I thought Freddie was in Cali. My bad.
I am in Cali. I try to save him.
Oh, then Dan, you're fucking with me now. Yeah.
Yeah, I try to save him. He just said Michigan. I don't know what he was talking about.
Yeah. We talking about Michigan for, man. Ain't no one.
This is the
Hey, Lily
transgender
David.
character.
Illinois?
It's the transgender who?
This is a transgender character in this game.
Your owl mentioned
Gross.
you might need my help with something.
I do.
Unless he has like the best powers, then use them. Like,
It's kind of an epic troll
in Upper Hogsfield.
because the transgender
Oh my
people
God.
boycotted this game. And
She's
they
lovely.
put a trans
Her late
person.
husband Aidan was a friend of my father's.
Yeah, you think she's mildly attractive.
Aidan the summers I went to tables here as a student. I've
Look
seen
at
her
how
a few times.
fucking Doc Holliday's talking to her.
The pub's been so busy
Doc
lately.
Holiday trying to
Not
flirt
been as
with her.
attentive as I'd have liked. I wonder if you might
Sizing her up.
She may need some help collecting ingredients for her supply
You
of
gotta
vitamin
show
oil
full
potion.
body view and everything. He is sizing her up like, yeah. Maybe she's not.
They're full of old letters and such.
Time for the babies. All right, have a good night, Gets. Happy Friday Eve.
Good night, Gets. Look that up.
Damn, get it, Gets. Yeah.
She the Bible thumper.
I'll try to go and see her when I can.
It would mean the world to me.
I was Bible thumping
Aiden was bringing the box of letters to me when he was taken ill. Doc can tell you where he might have dropped it. You'll find
I was
the
Bible thumping early in the day. I figured I was ready for Cassius Clay. He said,
close the drink. Yeah, buddy.
At least we're out of the classroom.
It's all good.
Poppy sweetie.
The thought of that tent still makes my blood boil.
I never
Thinking about those poor dragons fighting the colours they were wearing. I don't think the dragon.
Do I ever get a dragon in this game that I can fly?
Small.
We can return her egg.
You gotta spend $25 American for a dragon, buddy.
Dragon, buddy.
No. No.
Yeah.
I'll be a dragon in the head.
Get your coins up. Buy the cheat code. Download the exclusive, the invisible dragons.
Left, right.
Invisible dragon. It's so cool you can't even see it.
Yeah, all that.
00737
code. The camera button. That one.
You cried.
What are you doing? Oh.
I'm back and get some water. Some agua.
Thanks for stopping by.
Agua.
See you again.
I need to get a chessboard.
Chessboard? Don't know how to play no chess. You can play
Yeah,
chess. You can play chess on the internet.
I'm about to give me a number. I seen this. She been playing and she got a EPID number of 100.
You say 2100?
Yeah, it ain't. She's pretty good.
That's really good.
Yeah, she's cute. She's young too. But she be sitting down with old heads and destroying.
Oh, you said you saw a video of her?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably Botez, Andrea, or
yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Botez sisters. And then there's a blonde chick from like Germany who does stuff like that too. And she's better, but she's better than 2100.
Is she?
Yeah, the blonde chick is the best. She's like, I think she's like 2800 or something. I don't know her name. I can't remember.
The ones, they got a daddy that runs a whole school that does this shit. Right?
The Botez?
Yeah, her father runs a whole chess school.
Possibly, I don't know.
Everything all right?
Yeah. So I wonder if she's choosing the kids. They all got numbers.
Everything is not all right.
Hold on.
It's my dear friend Hazel. She's in trouble.
Hazel.
Divine Nut. Howdy, JS Urban. I have one question. Who is your friend Tommy and why is he calling me? Oh my god, Divine Nut. He's drunk and he's probably was doing it on accident. I don't even know how he can't call you. I guess because we're both in this thing.
We were violently attacked by a pack of wolves. Hazel,
that's right.
friend that she is, leapt in front
And you rub things.
Tommy, singing that song.
Tommy, you tried calling people in my damn Discord.
He tried to call you?
No, he tried calling someone named Divine Nut.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a drunk dial.
That's your guys' problem.
What?
But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna have a good time. Hey.
Don't worry about it.
Hey.
Tommy, shit. Tommy, you gotta stop drinking so much.
Hey.
Tommy.
What?
You gotta stop drinking so
What
much.
am I wanting to? What am I wanting to?
I know you want to. You want to too much.
No, right? Boom, 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 boom. And yeah.
Go to bed, Tommy.
No, why would I go to bed when I had like?
Because it's bedtime. You faded.
No, but I have. I know, right? Yeah,
Don't worry, bed will find him.
keep pushing bedtime on me.
Keep pushing bedtime on me.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not healthy, Tommy.
Go find your unicorn friend, JS.
Well, all right. Well, then put that underneath them.
A unicorn friend.
So I remade the way. Well, actually, I did. What?
I can tell you that her den is north of Hogwarts.
I don't want to talk about like or death.
I imagine she still has the brightest.
Right.
You need to drink a cup of water and go to bed, Tommy.
Who's Ozzy?
Oh, you know what? I want that word first. I want.
Oh,
You ever seen
I do have to find a unicorn.
I want it.
You say what?
I want it.
We're gonna go catch a dang unicorn?
Oh no, I want it.
Oh, you didn't know I could.
You gotta get your friend to the unicorn so she can get well.
Oh no, it's beautiful.
How was your day, Tommy? Wake up.
Oh, beautiful.
Beautiful day.
Today was so beautiful. Like it was beautiful.
I don't like it. The earth stinks.
No, the air don't. Not here. Oh my god.
I just fucking with you.
Why don't you come with me?
No, I ain't going down there, motherfucker.
No, then it's like come with me and then just see. You know what?
No.
Do we have it?
Yeah, I take a couple. You know,
And I ain't getting on no plane. Not yet. I will when I get done with doing what I need to get done.
Yeah, all right. I want you.
My darling Aiden used to take tour clubs for
Roy was on her. She's supposed to be showing us the city.
I'm sorry for your loss, Mrs.
Yeah, she probably don't want to. She don't want to
She
hear
ain't
that
got no.
mess.
She ain't got no service.
I don't know.
I can certainly try and find some for you.
That would be.
What?
Did you know the back line of this story, Black Adam, the DC superhero?
Yeah.
Pharaoh?
All right, so
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know a whole lot about it. I didn't even see the movie with The Rock.
Oh my god.
Yeah, look it.
They put a Hawaiian in Black Adam.
Thank you.
Rock ain't even black.
And she.
Fuck y'all mean Black Adam.
She's super. Alright, what's up?
Need more clumps.
I guess he's black enough.
Who? The Rock? Dwayne
Yeah.
The Rock Johnson. He's what color they probably were? Golden brown.
No.
Yeah. Mediterranean color.
Nubian. Look, they found the first calendar, and the first calendar dates back.
Everybody says they found the first calendar.
It's proof. I mean, you can look it up.
Well, just because it was the first calendar doesn't mean it's the best calendar.
No, it didn't have the same number of days or nothing, but you already trying to kill the argument by saying like,
so it even makes
everybody's saying they got the first. Who said that? How can you say you got the first calendar?
It makes it even harder to figure this stuff out. Better just to leave it.
You say it's too hard?
Better just to leave it be. Just leave it be. Tommy, you going out? Tommy's going out.
Drop them goddamn bombs. Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom. Even
drop the motherfucking bombs.
All right, Tommy. I'm gonna mute you. Go to bed. Not yet.
He's a nut.
Hello, Hamura.
Dang. It's what's the name of that place?
What?
Tommy makes me feel good about my past choices of being alive.
Right?
Dean said, "Thank you, Tommy."
What you do?
Divine Nut said, "If your calendar has more than 20 days a month, then you're wrong."
Oh, that's interesting.
My girl's
Yeah. Anyway, the first calendar was lined up to the stars. It's south. It's
They had a different stars. They had a different North Star back then.
Did you mention
Mozambique. No, they didn't. Shut up.
Yes,
The
there's
world.
been 3 or 4 different North Stars.
I'm Claire.
Okay.
No regard for our beloved hamlet or our livelihoods. My brother Bardolph dared to stand up to them and ended up in
My brother Bardolph dared to stand up against them. Bardolph, what kind of name is Bardolph? I could run them out. Have your brother. Where the loyal set up camp.
I'm unfortunately quite familiar with Ranrock's loyalists. Perhaps I can do something.
Yep, Tommy's the town drunk.
Much as I would love to be rid of them.
Yeah.
I want you to risk injury or worse. Please be cautious.
You don't know.
Don't act like you don't know.
What the motherfucker?
Man, I haven't seen you this gone in a while, Tommy.
Nah, you want to go about that goddamn bullshit? Go right with motherfucker. Shit, I know what the fuck. I know who the motherfucker. Shit, do real.
Alright, mute Tommy. Actually, I'm just gonna jump out of the Discord. I'm gonna jump out of the Discord. And just play for a few more minutes. What was I doing?
Revelio.
Supposed to be going that way. Whoa, no, 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 no. Oh, that was very close to almost death. We would have surely died. But we did get down to the treasure chest. Where was I going?
Arresto momentum. Place it. Arresto momentum. Professor Howell will never believe this.
Clear the goblin encampments. 0 of 2. Got some frogs, catching some frogs.
Everything's all right now.
Getting some leech juice. I think I got all the frogs. Nope, there's one more.
Place it. Arresto momentum.
There's one more
Settle
frog.
yourself. I mean you no harm. Revelio.
One more frog, I saw him. Alright, he's gone. He's gone. Pretty much just icon clearing on the map right now. Treasure, some treasure out of here. Oh, there's still more in here.
Revelio.
Right there. Right in front of my face. Basket weave red grip. So, the main story, I don't even know if the main story's over yet. There's still a main story quest, but it might be like the last one. Or maybe there's more, but that dragon battle was freaking epic. Speaking of that, I don't know if I ever stopped the recording. Whoops. I'm about to end the stream. I gotta go get some dinner and whatnot.
One of Ranrock's camps.
Whoa.
Exactly as Madame Beaumont described.
How nice of you to stop by.
You've one less follower, Ranrock.
Oh man, this is bad
Down.
because
One more to go.
I was just don't have any potions. Need Horclumps in order to make Wiggenweld potions. Horclumps are not fun to collect. Just got a potion there.
Revelio.
It's probably the last quest, right? Horclumps are outside of caves. Oh, there's got to be a smarter way to do this. I have one potion, so I gotta do this kind of smart. Let's go.
How nice of you to stop by. You will regret coming here.
Potato.
Rather unwise.
Okay. Goblin camp's cleared.
Both camps cleared. Madam Beaumont will be glad to hear that. Revelio. Bombarda. Incendio.
Lighten the fire.
Revelio.
Let's get all their treasures. Wiggenweld potion, that's good. Always need more of those. What is over there? There's something on the map there.
These rocks have seen better days.
Don't know what this is. Supposed to do something here?
Incendio. Accio. Levioso. Incendio. Bombarda.
Just want me to get inside? I could just fly a broom inside, right?
Incendio.
That's weird, Dean. That's really weird. Even if that's true, you know, you don't gotta say that. One of those things you just don't gotta say it, you know? Better left unsaid.
Incendio. Bombarda. Protego. Expelliarmus. Bombarda.
I don't know why I'm dropping these things. I don't know what it accesses or what it does. Looks like that's the way I'm supposed to go. Can't go out there. Can't get on my broom. That's where they want me to go, is out there. I ain't doing that. Okay.
Revelio.
I don't know what the point of dropping that platform was. Well, I don't know what that was.
This place has seen better days.
I don't understand what I'm supposed to do at this place. Huh. I don't know.
It's like a place right out of a storybook.
Alright.
I do miss the bustle of business.
Hello, Madame Beaumont. Good news. I was able...
You cleared them out. How?
I whooped their ass. It was difficult.
It was harrowing, and they dug in their heels, but I managed.
When my brother returns, this news will mean the world to him. You saved our hamlet, my young friend. This will not be...
I know. Everybody was gone. I'm about to get off the stream anyway.
Truly. Ranrock and his lot are unlike any goblins I've ever seen.
What do you have for sale?
He's drunker than a mug.
Thank you. Sincerely.
Stench dead.
Marvelous. I could always use more of these.
Gloves? You can always use more gloves. I like that fit. I like that fit.
Thank you for passing through.
Quest complete. Breaking camp. So that's quest 4 of 18. 18 side quests.
Bardolph Beaumont should have returned by now. Had by dock with...
Excuse me. Did you say something about Bardolph Beaumont?
Oh, hello again. How nice to see you. And yes, I did. Rumor is he was sick. I fear... Shame,
Bardolph
really.
Beaumont.
With Ranrock's camps cleared out, I have a feeling...
Perhaps I can keep an eye out.
I can certainly look out for it.
Any help I can... Claire will be at her shop if you'd like to speak.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide.
Handy research indeed, your field guide. I think it's like this. Leo. Damn, I'm so close to leveling up. Kind of want to go see what's down here. Are these infantry?
Bombarda.
Oh, infantry.
Bombarda.
Ah, I just did something. It doesn't matter, they don't get hurt until you...
Bombarda.
Incendio. You gotta hit them with fire before they take any damage. It's a little tougher. Collect all the stench of the dead.
Incendio. Leviosa. Accio.
Didn't level me up. I can't get in that. It's locked. Just want to get this one more level. We're close to the level up. Just need a couple enemies.
Bombarda.
Just kill 'em wolves. Kill 'em wolves. Defeat dark wizards.
Bombarda. Expelliarmus.
That was
Your
easy.
poaching days are over.
Did I level up yet? Oh my gosh, I'm so close to leveling up. There's monsters over here I can catch.
Hazel must be here somewhere.
Quest updated, the unique unicorn. Oh snap, we gotta catch a unicorn. We're gonna freeze it. Woo, we got it first try. Nice. Got a unicorn. And look at the rainbow. Oh, that's sweet. I wonder if there's any more. I'm making an arc. I had to get all the unicorns. Oh, there's centaurs. Can I capture a centaur? No, the centaurs don't do anything. They're scared. That was an oversight. They should have either been enemies or... Is there only one unicorn? Oh, I ain't giving the unicorn to this lady. Oh. Damn it. Got away. wanted the unicorn. Wolf, you got him away. Hold on, there's another beast footprint right over here.
I dream of making a better world for me.
Are these guys scaring off the unicorn?
You're that hip.
Where is she? Boom.
Hello, Homora.
Gotcha. I released him from the poachers, and I killed the poachers, and then I poached his ass. Oh, this is where the unicorn would be. There was one more unicorn that got away. The one that got away. I'm fighting something? Where's this quest taking me?
Bombarda. Expelliarmus. Protego. Bombarda.
I should not be fighting all these things. I have very little health right now.
Bombarda.
It's not over yet. It's not dead yet. Oh, when I Imperial him, I can run up and Petrificus Totalis them, and then they just die. Whoa, that's cool. I did not know I could do that. Okay, we leveled up. I don't really know where I'm going, but I'm going to save. Hit an enemy with a Glacius Blast. I'm gonna level up and save. Spells. What's this one? Enemies struck with the transformation spell transform into explosive objects. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Can't believe I'm still a lot of quests. Cried level 24. I'm at level 28, so I'm way ahead. Quests just take forever. Valio pages. Beasts. I've caught all the beasts except for the phoenix. I think. One more. The only one I haven't caught is the phoenix. But I need one more beast house. Still more unfound ones. All right. I think I'm gonna go, guys. I'm playing for a while today. I'll be doing a long stream on Saturday. Be doing a long stream on Saturday. I don't know if I'll be playing this. I'll probably be playing it while I'm watching the fights, but not really showing it on the stream or having the music going and just. I don't know if I'm gonna do Discord. I might just sit and talk to myself. We shall see. We shall see. But yeah, I'm gonna jump out of the game. I don't know. I might not stream it. I might sit down and do some side quests later tonight in this. So I'm gonna leave it on. But I am gonna jump out of the chat. So have a good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Got a little crazy there with Stephen, Will, and Freddie. People don't know how to act. People don't know how to act. But